morning, and he asked me to step in. So we have three groups today that I will be inviting to come to the front. So we have the technical group number 7, resilience, Dr. Manyewu. We have the technical group number 8 on mitigation and adaptation. So the presentation will be done by Agenda 2063. And then we have technical group number 9 on inclusivity. You have not seen me moderating that any session. I'm going to be really being very strict on the time when someone takes the floor. So I would like really for us to benefit really from these discussions, but I don't want someone to take the floor and start lecturing us on different issues. Just go to the point, ask a question so that we can benefit and see how we can improve on the presentations. So with that in mind, let me invite Dr. Manyewu to come to the front and do his presentation. Manyewu, just go to the point, ask a question so that we can benefit and see how we can improve on the presentation. So with that in mind, let me invite Dr. Manyewu to come to the front and do his presentation. Manyewu, just go to the point, ask a question so that we can improve. So with that in mind, let me invite Dr. Manyewu to come to the front and do his presentation. Manyewu.
Okay, I think I'll start. Yes, I send it. Sure, it's lost in this cyberspace. Maybe I can just start while they are sorting out the logistics. I'm going to talk about the work of Technical Working Group 7, which is focusing on enhancing resilience of livelihoods and agri-food systems to shocks. So I think our point of departure was to really try and be on the same page as a technical working group, but also look at how resilience has been treated so far. The current conception is really focused on resilience to climate change, but in our technical working group, the agreement was that we needed a broader framing of resilience, because we agreed that Africa's food systems face multiple shocks and stresses that we need to take into account. And just as part of our trying to understand what this is all about, we also started to develop our own definition of what we mean by resilience, which broadly speaking, we agreed that this speaks to the ability of individuals, of households, of communities, of systems to minimize and to adapt and to respond to shocks in an effective and in a positive way without compromising long-term prospects for sustainable development. So it was a positive approach to resilience, which also aligns with what some of the leading scholars and institutions like the UN, how they've approached the subject of resilience. So I think the overwhelming, guidance that we had in our group was to look at food systems within this multi-hazard environment, because, we agreed that food systems on the continent are perpetually under severe pressure because of multiple shocks that they have to contend with, whether they are economic, whether they are political, some of them driven by, armed conflict, global market shocks as well, disease outbreaks. Okay, so I think I've already spoken about that, and it looks like it's not exactly responding. Maybe someone can. Oh, what? Okay, all right. Anyway, so we looked at that spectrum of shocks as essentially what the food systems on the continent are facing, and the evidence that the multiple risk landscape has major impacts on livelihoods, on the economies of these countries. And one of the major, realizations and perhaps justification for this work is really the fact that the various risks that are affecting Africa's food systems also affect willingness to invest in, in food systems, in the long term. So you have to solve for that if you really want to, to boost investments and, to attract investment in agriculture, for example. And this is, in many ways, it's almost like the high level, theory of change for us to say you need to fix, the risk aspects if you are to, now attract investment, which now leads to productivity gains, then, the incomes, the poverty reduction that comes after that. So it's really almost what you need to get right if you want to get the other things happening. As I said, we looked at this, the resilience aspect as something that's, driven by multiple drivers that that are interrelated in many ways, but also self-reinforcing. They are multiple, they are mutually reinforcing. Climate risk in itself is commonly exacerbated by non-climate, factors, that are related to the inherent low capacity to, to adapt and to also have access to the resources that are required for adaptation. We looked at some of the non-climate, factors related to, land degradation, deforestation, poor soil health, conflict, things that, are really, making it more difficult for households to adapt to climate change. I've already summarized, I think some of this, I've already summarized climate-related drivers. We also looked at economic related shocks and stressors, socio-political elements as well that we really felt define the environment in terms of, the kind of shocks that are, affecting, households. But with respect to the future outlook, it was also clear to us that there is overwhelming evidence that things might actually get worse. It's a global picture. We know the connectedness with respect to global systems, global markets that are really just making it very volatile, and the impacts at the local level are significant. On the climate front as well, there's overwhelming evidence that we have a worsening climate, crisis. By 2050, there is evidence that we might see some of the agricultural production, declining by up to 30%. So this is huge. And at the same time, while there's pressure, that's actually undermining productivity. We also have increasing, demand for food, which could actually go up by up to 50%. So we have this, scenario where you have increasing demand, but you have pressures, that are pushing, production and productivity down because of climate change.
No.
In terms of tracking, measuring and tracking vulnerability and response to shocks, we recognize that it's a complex shock environment, so requires comprehensive monitoring and evaluation, capabilities, tools as well that you require to do that, and comprehensive, timely data, data management, data collection. So it's a critical part of what you need to get right if you are to do a resilience building effectively. In terms of actions that we're proposing, in terms of what we feel needs to go into the post-Malabo framing going forward at least for the next 10 years, we looked at a number of categories. Essentially, that also aligned to our analysis in terms of the nature of these shocks, and we tried to categorize some of the actions that we feel need to be at the forefront of what we put forward for the post-Malabo. We have institutional related, actions that we think needs to be a part of how we address, resilience building. We also need to act on the research front, information exchange, particularly, but we also need to act, in strategic ways, whether it's at national level, whether it's at regional levels. We feel that there are actions that are, required to strengthen to invest in strategic food reserves, and the technical capacity to even boost some of the indigenous foods that have been neglected. The youth, really supporting the youths as part of strengthening value chain is also another area that we feel you can really make progress with respect to bringing them into value chains, getting them to be part of solving many of the challenges that these value chains are facing, particularly services that are required, the logistics, the IT, that is really important that you need to also support on the institutional side to ensure that they have access to land, they have access to the financing that they require to be effective in actually solving those problems. Anyway, so in terms of some of the capacities that are required, we identified a number of capacities, that some of them are actually physical, your infrastructure, your technology, the digital side of things. The genetic resources themselves are also on the post-harvest handling, and some of the infrastructure that you need, to do that. There are human elements as well in terms of human capacity, the competencies, and also the research side. And we recognize the role of risk transfer mechanisms. There's a lot of evidence that they have been making a big difference with respect to social protection, insurance, including your risk, index-based insurance, which has really been, shown to be effective in many, in many parts of the continent. Then on the financial side as well, I think there's diversification that really becomes a big part of how you create those capacities. We recommended specific actions that we feel need to happen at different levels. So these specific actions need to really happen all the way from the institutional to the farm level, and we have a number of examples and a bunch of evidence to show things that have been working with respect to human and institutional capacity building measures, with respect to information, digital solutions that we really feel are changing the game with respect to how we respond. With respect to economic measures as well, that really enable farmers to get out of the kind of vulnerable situations that we've described. We've also looked at the risk transfer measures, as I said, but there's also evidence that research research and innovation is really coming up with robust solutions that can really be a part of driving, so investing in that research and ensuring that it gets sustained long-term support at the different would be a part of how you want to go forward in the next 10 years. So at the farm level, we also isolated some of what we feel are really key actions that are supported by evidence that they are working. And we were able to actually show that locally led, farmer-supported techniques have been boosting productivity. And once these are embedded and you have supporting policy environment and you have the extension, the advisory services that you require to make those functional, you start to see benefits and, uptake at scale. We also, looked at the need to focus on proven solutions, particularly those with, multiple benefits. We saw examples across West Africa, East Africa, Southern Africa, where smallholder farmers are managing nitrogen fixing trees like Fidebia. Zambia is a good location to, to talk about that and really seeing, the benefits with respect to, to productivity of farmlands, benefits with respect to soil fertility, soil moisture management. So the real farmer managed practices and examples that we feel need to be supported and elevated and promoted. Farmer managed natural regeneration in parts of West Africa has really been a standout performer in terms of farm level practical measures that you can take. Farm level diversification as well to reduce not only environmental or climate risk, but also economic risk, being something that's very practical and positive that we feel needs to be a part of the portfolio of actions that we need to recommend. When it comes to post-harvest handling, this is a huge area that we really need to get on top of, because the worst thing to happen is for, for households to lose, produce after harvesting. So managing post-production risks is a big part of the actions that we need in order to, to build resilience. I think the last batch of farm level actions also talk about, as I said, examples of what we feel are really working at the farm level. Some of them really building on indigenous practices and food systems that are probably we have neglected over time, and we feel that it's time, we've put in some of the examples. I think over time we've neglected some of these, but with respect to drought tolerance and just resilience generally, some of these products really need the support. With respect to the water management side, we have examples of, physical interventions that have been working, that have actually, demonstrated ability to retain, moisture in cropping systems. I see a number of examples that are coming from different regions of the continent. We've also, looked at energy, water, smart irrigation systems. Many of them have really become cost effective, and even at small scale, farmers can, really make a huge dent to, productivity related, risks. Investing in policy, investment and policy support for water harvesting measures at different scales have really shown promise with respect to productivity, as I said. And then we've also a suite of regenerative farming practices, whether it's land restoration, or using no-till farming practices, under certain circumstances have been, you talk about holistic grazing management, your cover crops and others, soil erosion control. We have examples of what we feel at the farmer level. This could really be a big part of what we, recommend and we see making a difference, going forward. just to conclude, I think all this is really good, but what we conclude is to say that you need to scale these things. They need to be scaled. They need the support. We spoke about the support from the policy level, from to make things happen. And you need the systemic, support, whether it's the advisory support, whether it's the extension system that support these things, because without scaling them, we will have nothing but a few isolated examples of, of good practice. So we feel you need to invest in the scaling of, of these practices. So you want to link them, you want them scaled up, and you want to invest in their replication at different levels. I think I'll stop there. Thank you so much.
Guys, I think the clapping is very timid. I want you to clap very strongly. Thank you very much. I was timing his presentation. He did exactly in 20 minutes. He started at 9:10 and he finished at 9:30. So what Prof said, that we can limit ourselves to the 50 minutes per presentation is doable. So let me maybe open up the floor for questions, clarifications. Okay, I see a lot of hands here. So I'm going to give numbers. So you remember your number. So number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we'll take this 13, 14. So we have 14. Okay, is there a motion to second that proposition? Don't worry, we'll keep the same questions. Okay, we'll keep the same order. We just add some more. So let me invite, maybe that makes sense. So let me invite basically the colleagues from the other group to come to do their presentation. But I want them to commit. I want you to commit that you're going to do it in 20 minutes. Maximum. So this is a pointer. Go right on. You're not saying no, you sit there. Group 8.
Good morning. My name is Getao Tadessa. I work for Academia 2063, and I'm also the convener for Technical Working Group 8, which is on adaptation and mitigation for climate change. So I think most of the things are already have been said, but I want to present our teamwork. And then I thought it would be good to present it together and discuss about presentation. Almost all the one presented before are about climate change.
This is nice.
That's why I insisted to present. So I'm waiting for my slides to come.
Also only
5. No, not 5.
810. Precious, they told me that
Share your presentation.
they told me the next presentation only. So,
No. As you share your presentation.
Yes.
no, it's not
Check.
being shared. No, this is my email.
Okay, open that one. Let me see. Open it.
This is 29.
Just open it. Let me see.
Yeah,
Let me see the first page.
No, it's not counted.
this is nice.
No, that's not this.
Yeah, they haven't shared.
If not, I mean,
They've shared 9 twice.
It should bring.
I sent for you, yes.
No, this. Sorry, it was the one. No.
I'm not
Yeah,
that
yeah,
person, but
Yeah. So two, you see two.
Singing, dancing?
I've seen.
Yeah, let me start talking. Yeah. It's here. Uh, yes, as I said, it's about adaptation and mitigation for climate change in agri-food systems. So we have a team of from different organizations, and these are some of the list of organizations that have been represented in our team. And in terms of gender contribution, we have somehow reasonably representative. So these are the two different. I mean, mainly I'm representing academia, and we have from University of Ghana, we have from Agra, and also from CGR centers and World Bank, FAO, all are represented in our team. So I think I don't know whether I have to justify for climate change, the importance of climate change. I mean, simply we have to look at some of the evidence available for environmental impacts in terms of increased climate risk incidents, droughts, including El Niños and all the floods that we have seen everywhere in Africa, and also the fire that we have seen, for example, in Tanzania, more recently, and new disease and pest outbreaks. Those are critical evidence. We have a lot of evidence for these climate risks. And wow, I'm looking at myself.
Screen.
Yeah. And also, I think that the expanding of aridity and stress, heat stress, which has been predicted by many scientists, and it's expanding. And there are predictions that show that 70% of the total value of crop production in sub-Saharan Africa will face a severe or extreme aridity in the heat stress by 2050. Those are some of the evidence we have. I think it's not stable because of risk.
Just go back. Just go back. Just go back. Just go back.
Yeah, it becomes very volatile. Yes, we have the economic impacts. I think you have seen a lot of prediction about the impact of climate change on yields from different places, from different perspectives, and all these things. We mentioned some of the yield impacts in the West African countries, and we do have also some evidence at African levels, and it's very significant. And at Academia 23, we also try to simulate these yield impacts on economic-wide effects, and we found that the agricultural productivity will decline in general by 4 to 14%, depending on countries. We use some countries like we use some 4 countries in Africa, and then we found in some countries reduced by 8%, and then some countries by 40%. And also in terms of GDP, if you look at it will, I mean, climate change will reduce the growth of these economies by 2 to 8%. So these are significant things to support our justification for those things. Next slide, please, because it's not moving. Yes. In terms of policies, I think we have a lot of policies on climate change at the global, continental, and also at country levels. I mean, we can start from the Paris Agreement and the SDG and SDG 13 on climate actions. And following that, many African countries, they have developed their NDCs and submitted for the NMSC. And about 17 countries have also developed a separate national adaptation plans. And all, I mean, the African Union has also developed the climate change and resilience development strategy. And so this shows how important is that. In all these strategies, agriculture is one of the key sectors that have been identified, especially for mitigation and adaptation. So I think in the Malabo case, I think the previous Malabo, one of the commitment 6, it talks about resilience to many shocks, including climate change and all these things. And also it has set a target of 30% of the farm and pastoral households in Africa to be resilient by the end of that planning period. So the gap here is those adaptation and the mitigation activities are not well elaborated in the declarations and all those things. That is the gap identified. In terms of drivers, I think what we look at is two areas, the emissions in agriculture. And the 2 most important drivers for emission carbon emission in agriculture are two. The first one is land cover, land use change. And we have the evidence that 57% of the emission from agriculture is caused by the land use and land cover change. And the second important driver is the livestock husbandry. That is enteric fermentation and manuring, which contribute about 30% of the emission in agriculture, which is the data for all African countries, I mean, on average. So the two most important drivers for emission in agriculture are the land use and land cover change, and also the animal husbandry. There are also others, including the inefficient nutrient and water management, and also the use of agricultural powers, like the increasing use of water pumps and also farm machineries, and all those can also contribute for emissions. In terms of vulnerability, where we are thinking about adaptation, I think there are a lot of things that contribute for vulnerability of agricultural and pastoral households in Africa, including the extreme events and all those things. I think this have been mentioned before. So then what we were thinking about what we can do. So there we try to develop a mini theory of change. I mean, what we want to look at, I mean, at the end of the Post-Malabo or the Kampala declarations. So what we aspire is that we want to see climate adapted and low emission agri-food system. And also we have identified four priority areas, and also some additional actions and aspiration and activities. So the one in the blue are the activities, and the orange, the blue are just like implementation strategies, and the light greens are the ambitions that we set in our paper, in our report. So I'm not going to detail all those things, rather I go for the priority actions. When we identify priority actions, we consider three principles. The first one is for African context, adaptation and mitigation are not separable. I mean, especially for agriculture. When you think of adaptation and mitigation, they are the same things, because there are so many activities and actions that have co-benefits. So we have to focus on those activities or those actions which have a co-benefit both for adaptation and also mitigation. And also we have to complement technologies with institutions and also policies, because there have been a lot of talk about climate smart agriculture, but still the adoption rate is very low. It's because it was not complemented by institutions and policies. So that is the area where we identified. And based on these principles, we have identified about 12 priority actions. 12 priority actions. The first one, as you expect, is about prioritizing, scaling, and incentivizing adoption of climate smart agriculture practice. I mean, climate smart agriculture is a vague word. In some cases, it's an approach. In some cases, it's a technology. In some cases, it's a practice. But for us, we identified very specific activities that are important agriculture practice, and we justified and presented some evidence and why we need to focus on those things. And the second one is on screening and popularizing climate smart livestock husbandry practices, because as you see, they are the one contributing much for the emission, as well as also they are the one being suffered because of climate risks and shocks. So we identified some practices that are important to be highlighted, and rehabilitation and sustainable land management, especially land use policy, which is critical. And also intensification of production rather than extensification, because this is land use cover change is because of extensification of lands. I mean, we have seen increased production, agricultural production in many African countries, but the source of that increased production is mainly because of increased arable land. So we are pushing and we are advocating that we have to move from extensification to intensification, and also expanding climate smart irrigation. I think currently the average share of irrigated land is 9% in Africa, compared to 14%, for example, in Latin America, and 37% in Asia. So I think this is the area where we have to work hard. And actually, this has been identified even in the Malabo Declaration. But the issue here, what we add is we have to be climate smart, the efficient use of waters, and also the appropriate and use of all those things, and also using some renewable energies like solar technologies for irrigations and all those things. And the other one is the energy, which has already, I said it already. Yes. And we have also food loss and waste, which is very significant. And some evidence suggests that from 30 to 40% of food loss in African agriculture, agri-food systems, and most of them are at farm levels. And then that might be one of the area to increase adaptations. And the other one is farm diversification through transformative adaptation. Transformative adaptation means just the gradual change of crop and livestock in line with the climate changes. And also the diversification of livelihoods. I mean, we did some studies about how the other non-farm activities are resilient for climate. They are not immune. I mean, they can also be affected by climate change, but they are more resilient than agricultural activities. So I think we are advocating that diversification of livelihoods can help to adapt. Institutionalization of weather-based insurance. I think this is weather-based insurance. Currently, the data we have is just, I mean, on average, only 1% of the farmers have access for insurance, but we are targeting that we have to increase this at least 5% or 10% for our farmers. And the early warning system, which has been already said, and also I think increasing climate finance adaptation. I think currently what we have, the figure is only 2% of the climate finance goes to adaptation in agriculture. And of all the climate finance we have, it's only 5% that goes to the agriculture. Even from 5%, only 2% goes for adaptations. So maybe the 3% is for mitigation. So I think this figure has to be changed. It's very, very few. And the most affected sector is agriculture, but still the money is not going to the agriculture sector, especially from climate finance that comes from the governments and also development partners. And then I think we identified some key targets because we are discussing about planning. So we identified some targets, and I'm not going to through those figures. They are supported by evidence actually, but also with some expert guess. I mean, because for everything we don't have numbers, we don't have predictions. So, but for climate smart agriculture, the adoption rate is very, very low. We try to look at the literatures, and they are very, very fragmented, and also depends on the type of technologies. But generally, the adoption rate is very low. So, I mean, we see that there is a possibility to increase that adoption by 60%. And also, I mean, in terms of irrigation, as I said before, and it's 9% now, no, 6% now. And it's also possible to increase by 50% so that, I mean, the average land covered by irrigation will be 9% in Africa by the end of the planning year. That's just an idea presented for discussion. And also in terms of weather-based insurance, as I said, it's not currently 1% and 5% might be a feasible target. And we listed also other indicators, all these things. Sorry, yes. And also we have a lot of more indicators, especially on emissions, reducing emissions. And you know, in agriculture is not the sector that emits carbon dioxide. It's also, I mean, sequestrate, or it's a carbon sink. So I don't know, we can think of about, I mean, the net carbon emission. We are thinking whether it's possible to have a zero net emission from agriculture, because we are releasing carbon. At the same time, we are also sequestrating, or just we have carbon sink. So some countries still already have achieved those things. I have seen some figures. The amount of release is less than the amount of carbon that is being sequestrated in the agriculture sectors. But I think we can discuss about these things. We have been discussing in our group, and we didn't agree that whether that's achievable or not, and whether that's important or not. I mean, it's open for discussion and open for comments. And we also some have targets. And finally, we try to see how to implement all these activities, how to achieve all these targets and all these things. I think we have outlined the key implementation strategies. The first one is about mobilizing and deploying climate finance, which is very, very critical, and especially critical for agriculture, because most of the climate finance that's coming from donors and everything that goes to the energy sector, and also probably the industrial sectors, and the agriculture sector is not receiving enough on climate adaptations and mitigation. So that is the key priority areas for implementation. And the other one is integration and mainstreaming of climate actions with agricultural development. And there are a lot of efforts that have been done to integrate this adaptation and mitigation actions, but still we need a lot of works to integrate these issues to our development agendas and development discussions. And the other one is coordination mechanism and the climate governance, what we call it climate governance. Climate governance, specifically for agriculture, is very critical because, as we know, climate action is a multi-sectoral activity. Then I think we have to have an effective, in many countries, there is a technical working group on climate actions. But those technical working groups are not really effective. Probably they meet once a year, or those things when they have some plans and all these things. So they are not effective. So those are areas. And the other one is about data availability, quality and use. This is very critical. We may think that we have enough data in Africa, but especially on climate change and on adaptation activities and mitigations, you find a lot of different figures and different numbers in different places. So those are the areas where we have to focus in, and you have to work hard to make them harmonized and also make them available, and also make sure that the data is quality and all those things. So those, we have mentioned a lot of strategies how to make sure achieve all these things. So those are the things we have been discussed and we have incorporated in our team. So I hope this will be my last slide, and thank you.
Guys, I think you're still timid. I would need to hear like a very strong round of applause. Actually, he's a winner because he did it in less time than Dr. Manu. So he need to get another round of applause. I don't understand. Maybe he doesn't like to sit next to you. But anyway, so let me maybe pick up a few more hands. Okay, so we stopped at number 13. Or 14, okay. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Okay, so we'll have 22. So can I have number 1 to take the floor, please? Oh, sorry, 23. Sorry. No, that's for you, for the gender one. We'll come back to that one. Number 1 is this one. So where did I stop? Who was the last number? 23. Okay, 24, 25. Okay, that's the last one. 26. Okay, go ahead. You have 1 minute, please.
Okay, good morning. I'm Edgar Okoth from the Sun Movement. And my comment is on the issue of the youth engagement. I didn't hear you articulate very well how we're going to ensure that the youth are actually involved in the process, because many times I think it needs to go beyond the mere mention of will be involved to actually involving the youth to make those decisions. I think they need to tell us how they want to be involved. So I think let's not speak for them, let's have them speak for themselves, because as the youth say, nothing for us without us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Number 2. So it's just a comment. I don't see I don't see a contribution.
Merci.
Je peux vous faire une suggestion, s'il vous plaît. Quand vous prenez la parole, essayez de faire des suggestions précises.
Merci. Bien.
Il a dit il veut l'engagement des jeunes, mais il ne nous a pas dit comment. Donc, si vous avez une proposition précise pour que ça puisse améliorer les présentations, s'il vous plaît, faites-la.
Bien. Pour améliorer la première présentation concernant les résidences, je souhaite que, comme on le sait, le socle de protection sociale est indispensable pour nos pays, parce qu'il y en a à peu près 25% qui seront à côté de cette évolution. De fait, il faut qu'on pense à, si aujourd'hui on veut avoir de la résilience, il faut qu'on l'aide. L'autre côté, pour le changement climatique, la marginalisation et surtout la paupérisation croissante du monde rural et du milieu rural est en train de prendre des pas croissants. Et si aujourd'hui toutes les ressources vont rester au niveau de la capitale, le seul élément que je trouve qu'on doit proposer, 70% des ressources des changements climatiques doivent aller carrément dans les communes, au niveau décentralisé. 20% pour le niveau d'appui conseil et 10% peut-être pour la recherche très pointue. Sans quoi, les gens qui ont perdu tout à cause de ce changement climatique n'auront rien à bénéficier. Et de ce fait, ça sera une injustice climatique. Merci.
Merci. Donc, two points that of suggestion. We need to focus, we need to really expand the issue of social protection. and also targeted support should go to marginalized community in the rural areas. Numero 3. Billion, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you very much. A few points. One, as one of the drivers, I think bad models of development. Typical example is Green Revolution agenda. It has failed colossally in Africa. So my society, some people, some institutions who are using Green Revolution in their name are even changing it. So that's one. The second is at the center of our resilience is diversity. Diversity in our seeds, in our soils, and even in our culture, and in our seeds. In that, I think the farmers managed system is very, very important. I think we need to include that. Third is, we know the failure of the corporate-led or industrial-led food chain. We know the crisis because of COVID, because of the war between Ukraine and Russia. For that, there is a new report, a new evidence has come out, and it emphasizes the importance of territorial markets, local markets. They are the center of our diversity and our resilience and circular economy and so many things. So there's no focus. I haven't heard any mention about them, so they are very much important. Fourth, agroecology is not mentioned. I think climate smart agriculture is now that, it's a very old. People are moving into agroecology. So many universities are starting agroecology. Evidences, I can give tons of evidence to the working group on the value of agroecology. So agroecology, the center, and they said rightfully the climate group is saying that they are looking for a solution which addresses both adaptation and mitigation, and agroecology is a perfect solution for that. Finally, I think we should put food sovereignty at the core of our principle. One farmer, the representative from Ghana, from a farmer group, has emphasized it yesterday. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for those contributions. Number 5.
Number 4.
Number 4.
Thank you. Thanks to the presentations that have been made. And I think the first presentation, Manu, your future outlook for me looked like the areas or evidence that we should be having rather than future outlook. You may want to look at that deck again and what you guys had put together. The second comment for me, which should apply across the two presentations, is it possible for us to differentiate the system level and the farmers level challenges, and then profile solutions or interventions, programs that will address that? Because if we keep mixing them up, it's the interventions and recommendations we are providing may be mixed up. So if we can differentiate what are those system levels so that we attack them from the policy system perspective, and then we look at what are farmer level challenges and recommendation. And then it will be nice to see what are the shifts we have learned from the Malabo era, and then we want to take into the Kampala era. I did not see something around, mention around the crisis of migration, insecurity, and how it is impacting on the interventions that have been suggested. That was missing in both presentation. Nigeria is suffering a lot around the issues of resilience that is caused by security, migration, farmer elders clashes, and all of that. I didn't see any evidence from those presentations. And then the last for me is around the institutional architecture, which the last presenter talked about, the climate governance and coordination. Looking at the presentations that have been made, will this institutional architecture address the issue, or can we have a solution that addresses the issues on the alignment between what we're talking about with the NDCs, which the Ministry of Environment coordinates, social protection, which is one other issue we are all referencing and looking at as a solution, and insurance. These are all scattered in different agencies and institutions. So as we talk about institutional architecture, can we take a look at this? Thank you very
Can you
much.
summarize quickly? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So you spoke for 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm through. Thank you.
Okay. Number 5.
I was imagining was going to take my minutes, my colleague.
Maybe you should give him some of your minutes.
No. I really know how to use mine. Yeah, my name is Winnie Osula. I'm the lead for gender integration at AGRA. And my comment is about, the first speaker talked about the involvement of youth. I never heard anything about the involvement of women, because we know that when we are looking at adaptive capacities in the terms of resilience, those capacities are different. Adoption rates are also different. So we need to really take care of that. The other thing is about when we are talking about transformation in agriculture, and we are not mentioning the gender dynamics, especially on the drivers of change. So I think we did a disservice there that we need to look into. And finally, I'm asking myself, I did not hear anything in the intersection of gender, climate change, and agriculture. So when we're talking about resilience and we're talking about transformation, and we're not looking at the intersection of those three, then I think we are not doing a service. So I'm hoping that those can be included. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So I hope like Manyu is taking notes, and my friend from Academia 2063. So number 6.
Bonjour tout le monde. Merci du ministère de l'Agriculture et de l'Élevage de Madagascar. Je félicite les présentateurs qui ont travaillé par rapport aux thématiques dans les groupes de travail. Peut-être une question, j'aimerais appuyer le risque lié aux ravageurs de culture, notamment l'invasion acridienne qui représente vraiment un défi permanent et cause des dégâts considérables aux cultures des paysans. Donc, j'aimerais appuyer sur le point que cela constitue un obstacle, comme notre cas, à l'atteinte de l'autosuffisance alimentaire. Merci.
Who was the next one? X7 is here. Actually, we're moving at a very good space.
Thank you. My name is Betel. I work with FAO. So my question is to the first presenter, but it can also apply to the second one. So it's been partly said there's no mention of the gender gap in vulnerability to climate change and other shocks in both presentations, and the need to adapt a gender responsive approach in resilience building. There is a lot of evidence. For example, a recent publication by FAO shows that when there is increased heat stress, women-headed households lose more income compared to male-headed households, 8% due to heat stress, 3% due to floods. Floods, they lose more income. The income gap widens due to climate change between male and female-headed households. During the COVID pandemic, we saw that food insecurity rise from 1.7%. The gender gap in food insecurity rise from 1.7% in 2019 to 4.3% in 2021.
Excuse me, is there a possibility to share that document with the team and just ask the question? Because you said you have a question.
So my question is, so there is a lot of evidence about the gender gap and how that's widened due to climate change and other shocks, including like the COVID pandemic. So it's important to adapt a gender responsive approach in climate action and both in resilience building. At the moment, both presentations are in danger of being completely gender blind. So we need to look at that. Yeah.
Very much. So you take a note, you liaise with her at the end of the meeting and get the report so that you can take advantage of it. Next.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I think I have one suggestion or comment to the resilience group and one remark, actually. Thank you very much. My name is Kindi, I'm from AGRA. So the resilience group has done a very good job indeed, that to be appreciated. Also looking at the documents, very good. But I think some of the things probably we can expand from the existing is that we need to look at really the sources of really vulnerability, which are actually the minus for resilience. So when I see, I think the focus, the climate and other issues are included in that, but I think the economic issues such as the inflation, the market failures are also sources of vulnerability for the agriculture sector. I don't see those are highly highlighted there. And also the infrastructure failures. Infrastructure is the most important input for agriculture that we forget, but this is affected in many ways. So that part is also not highlighted that I see. The other one is the policy changes that are happening. These are also sources of vulnerability. And I think we need to look at them when we design solutions for that. So I think these are, I think, something there is a scope to go a bit higher. So I think this is for the resilience group. I think one remark I have is for the earlier speaker there, I think somehow, I think a bold statement that the Green Revolution in Africa has failed. Probably good to give that the Green Revolution is all about improved crop varieties, is about extension,
Can I ask you a suggestion? You're not supposed to be responding to all the comments.
No, I'm just a remark.
Someone has said the Green Revolution is not an issue, so it's not your role to respond to that.
Yeah.
Just make your contribution, please, so that you can move on, because you have been speaking for 2 minutes, by the way.
Okay, but I think we need to be somehow founded with data. So that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Can I continue? Yeah, okay. My name is Sarah from Biltunga Hilfe. It's a member of Alliance 2015. My question is for the first presenter. Actually, I felt that the issue of resilience highly focused towards to climate risk. And I think it really undermined other crises, especially for the recommendation, specific action. I haven't seen any kind of things related to conflict sensitivity, conflict resolution related thing. More the issues towards to climate risk thing. So I think without that, I don't think that we can achieve, because agriculture definitely directly or indirectly affected by those soft elements of the conflict agenda. Actually, the second is more of appreciation, because I'm happy to see that the strengthening institutional system is mentioned in this technical working group, but I haven't seen in other technical working group, because agriculture without other sector, it's meaningless. So such kind of like cross-ministerial collaboration is stated, and it's very important also to consider for other working group also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who was next?
I'm next.
I'm not keeping up on the list.
What's
your number? What was your number?
21.
Or number 9. Number 9.
Okay, ladies.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Sarah Osia, and I'm from African Union Inter-African Bureau for Animal Resources. The winning formula for food security and nutrition around the world is 60% grain is for feeding livestock, grain, and 2/3 of arable land is for feeding livestock. Africa is ignoring their livestock. Livestock are hungry all the time. And that is where a lot of our problems come from. We did a survey which 42 out of 55 countries responded to. And we found that none of those countries has a feed and fodder authority, but a number of them have a drought authority. We are actually addressing issues at outcome level and impact level, and forgetting to address the input. The 10.5 million livestock that were lost in the recent drought comes to only 0.1% of the total losses.
Can I ask you to make a specific suggestion to the committee in terms of how they can improve it?
I am going to do that right
Thank you.
now. Our suggestions are: 1, separate early warning systems. Let them be at input level. Address them at input level. So, for example, feed and fodder, address it. Instead of saying you have lost animals, which is an outcome, or you have now emergency issues, which is an impact level. Second thing is legislation. So sorry, remedial. So now you take your remedial action at input level, say that's where you do your remedy. You cannot remedy things now when you have a drought. No.
I want you to focus just on the recommendation, please, because you have been talking for 2 minutes.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay.
So the first one is separate early warning from climate response, from emergency response. Those are three different things entirely.
Perfect.
Secondly, address remedy at the input level. The rest, respond to climate, respond to emergency issues, separate. The third thing is there should be legislation around this. It is not right for us to lose 250,000 people because we have not fed our animals. So there should be now legislation and regulation that says when you have a deficit of 6% or of 10% of your feed and fodder, take this action. If you have it at 15%, take this action. So there has to be now legislation to say we will not accept certain things to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman here is one who was supposed to have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
What's your number? Say your number and your name.
My number is number 10, which
Oh,
follows number 9, which was just said.
Oh, you are number 10? Okay, so you are number 11, right? You remember your number?
Yes, I'm 11.
Okay, let's number 10 speak.
Sorry, sir.
I think this guy has been trying to jump the queue for a while.
Okay,
he was
thank
trying
you.
to push the ladies out of the lane. She has the floor first.
Apologies, sir. I'm just
Go ahead.
following the numeric order. My name is Bernice from AUD and NAPAD. A number of the points have already been raised that I was going to raise, but so I'll just stick to two. The importance of looking at the entire value chain, and this is both for the resilience and the climate change. We seem to be focusing a lot on the production side. So I think there are a number of actions that can be taken along the entire food system value chain. And then when we were talking about diversified livelihoods, thank you for reference to that. But just a request to please also look at diversified agribusiness, agri-foods systems, including the importance of aquatic food systems, so fisheries and aquaculture. There's a strong focus on crops, not so much on the other diversified aspects. Thank you.
Thank you. So now you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'm Chris, Vice Chairman, Musika Development Initiatives. Technical Working Group number 8 has provided very strong evidence to indicate that sorghum is way more resilient than maize by a very wide margin. On a continent where maize is being selectively funded by governments and millions of dollars lost when there is drought, as is the case this year in quite a big chunk of Southern Africa. I was just wondering why Technical Working Group number 8 did not consider an action plan for governments to look at expanded support at more resistant, drought-resistant crops like sorghum. Thank you.
Okay, that's a good point. So I think if we take note. Who was the next one?
12.
Number 12. Who is number 12?
I'm 12.
Okay, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you both presenters as well. In the presentation by Dr. Maneo, we haven't seen any targets recommended by the group. I think an important contribution of the experts in the technical working groups, based on their knowledge of the evidence base, will be to propose targets and high-level goals that can be considered in the drafting of the Post-Malabo declaration. As Dr. Bahigwa said yesterday, we don't have to go into detailed indicators, but I think we have to avoid confusion. And at the end of the day, when final reports are presented next week, if all the technical working groups come up with without any indicators, if they are devoid of any not indicators, high-level goals, I think it will be a problem. And I just wanted to raise this general comment. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Issue of targets. Number 13.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you also the presenters. Name is Ayan Lebogale. My first comment actually goes to Dr. Maniebo regarding resilience. Well, of course, I liked the way it has been presented, but I miss one thing where it has been suggested that there are specific actions recommended. I miss where policy support actually goes because there are a list of actions which may be included in the strategy, but countries need also to be supported in drafting and implementing resilient strategies. Not only that, but also we have to discuss, since we have participants from different countries, as to where this resilience strategy needs to be hosted. Because from practice, we actually see there are very nice, readable, understandable national strategies on resilience, but hosted in a wrong place. For instance, it may not be a wrong place. For instance, in Department of Disaster Risk Management. But the activities are far beyond the scope of that department because they are to do on humanitarian response and so on disaster. But activities of resilience actually are beyond that. That means in agriculture, in irrigation, and so on. Therefore, even though there is a very nice policy, it cannot actually be implemented because the custodian is not the proper custodian. Therefore, we have to also discuss that issue. One another point.
Okay, can you make maybe one last point and make a specific recommendation to the group?
Yeah, one another point is we need to be consistent among the technical working groups. On one hand, on food security, we said that we need to diversify towards livestock-based protein. But from climate change, we say that we need to increase our protein from crops because livestock is the main source of greenhouse gas emissions. Therefore, in one document, we cannot have two inconsistent statements. Therefore, this has to be also considered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. 14, please. 14 is on this side. I'm going to try to enforce the rule of 1 minute. People are abusing on those 1 minutes now.
Thank you very much to the presenters and of course the moderator. Nkirika Stella Okonkwo is my name. I run an NGO called Fresh and Young Brains Development Initiative based in Nigeria. Just to quickly say for the two groups that presented, I think we might need to consider expanding our institutional framework to include, apart from what has been said already, the media. They have a key role to play in helping disseminate information. The non-state actors, especially the CBOs, the NGOs, and even the INGOs, and then humanitarian actors. Because like Mr. David talked about, we're having issues of displacement. And in terms of population,
can I make a suggestion here?
Yes.
We'll have a specific thematic discussion on issue of media. Can you hold on your question until that group presents and then you raise that issue?
Oh, I've moved on from that already. Thank you. And then specifically to group 8, I think we need to consider the nexus between climate smart agriculture and agroecology, because that's very important for Africa to look at. Then for your priority action 11 on early warning systems, we need to emphasize on early response. We have the information, but what do we do with the information? How do we communicate and disseminate it? And then finally, on implementation strategies, where you talked about data availability and use, we need to emphasize on data management. What do we do with this data that we are having? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Number 15. On this side. Number 15 is on this side. 15 here. Who is 16?
Yeah, thank you. Governor Moses here, Zimbabwe Minister of Lands. My comment is with regards to the issue of irrigation utilization. I think there's one missing link which we didn't see coming through. I think the assumption is that there's water, but there's variability, I think, across Africa in terms of water availability. So we also need to hear about the issues of water harvesting, but also in addition to harvesting, there's also need of water conveying, where the water is available so that it can be conveyed to where it's needed. Then there's also need, with regards to climate change, issues of desertification, I think they are also rampant. We want also to hear about the issues of reforestation, afforestation, so that we are able to link that with the issues of agroecology that came out. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we hear the next one, this morning when I walked in, there is one of the youth group who approached me, and he said, okay, this room here, people are working like old school. Nobody is tweeting, nobody is using the hashtag. So, Agenda 2063 hashtag, Post-Malabo hashtag, please. So the youth are requesting it. They came to me to complain. They said they went to this hashtag, they don't see anything, they don't see activities. So please let's communicate with the youth. Next.
Right, Chair, thanks a lot. While we focus on women, youth, let's also not forget about people with disabilities. They are also a vulnerable category. Let's try and bring them on board. What my main concern are about 4 areas. First, I think we may have to integrate technical working groups 7 and 8 into one common framework. It could be climate smart agriculture, because all the issues we are addressing here, they fall under that particular category. And particularly, given the fact that we have an African Union climate change and resilient development strategy and implementation plan for the next decade, developed by this same department. That is for 2022 to 2032. As the AU Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy and Implementation Plan. It already exists. And secondly, there is a climate finance study being undertaken by this same department to look at the issue of climate finance across industries and then agriculture as well. We're looking at how we can access funds from the Green Climate Fund, GEF, and other institutions. We want to really find out what exactly is happening. So that study is very important. I will suggest that we look at that. And then we have the Green Recovery Action Plan, which has a pillar 2 that looks at resilient agriculture, 2021 to 2027, and a climate smart agriculture implementation plan, 2022 to 2032. They've all been developed by this same department. So I would suggest that if it is possible, it is something that they can consider. We integrate all the work by technical working groups 7 and 8 into a climate smart agriculture implementation framework. We can treat the issue of agroecology within that context, because agroecology is actually not a framework, it's a set of practices. And then number 2, since these are technical working groups, the issue of vulnerability or resilience, we now have to start to measure. We've got to have our model, because if you look at resilience or vulnerability, there are 2 components, exposure and adaptive capacity. Let us have our model and own our own data. And number 3, the extent of adoption of climate smart agriculture in Africa, I don't think it is that low. You talked about that it is actually about 60%. What is low is the climate smart investment plan. That is about 35%. But otherwise, in terms of the extent to which you've adopted climate smart agriculture, is about 60%. Almost done. Climate finance, we should push for the UNFCCC to have a specialized body when it comes to climate finance, a specialized body on agriculture and food system. I thought that the common position in Egypt during COP27 was going to push for that, but we never saw it. I organized a ministerial roundtable on RAD, and I thought that this was going to come up, but we have not succeeded in getting the UNFCCC to have a specialized body. So, Chair, those are the comments that I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Those comments are well taken by the two technical working group. Who was next? What number was you, Dr. Ojejo? Number 17? Okay, I don't think, maybe number 17.
I think the questions have been asked.
Number 18? People lost their numbers. Okay, number 18. You are number 18 now.
Thank you. So my question is to a colleague, my colleague from the academia, Dr. What do you think is the reason why climate-smart agriculture seems not to be adopted that faster? Because maybe then we can build the solutions into the post-Malabo agenda to ensure that the next 10 years is different from the previous one.
Okay, next. 18.
Good morning. My name is Abimu Gugu. I'm from Zimbabwe. I was listening to the presentation on climate change, and in case I missed it, but I did not hear anybody talking about the indigenous knowledge systems of adaptation and mitigation against climate change. We are aware that most of our communities don't rely on the information coming from our meteorological offices. They have their own way of forecasting weather. I don't know how this can be incorporated into the discussion. Thank you.
That's a good contribution. Number 19. Okay, 19 is on this hand. Are you all getting like sleepy? Can I ask everybody to stand up? Stand up, stand up, stand up, and stretch, okay? Stand up, stretch, okay. Thank you. Yeah, you guys are getting too quiet now. Okay, voila. So now we can now hear our number 18. Okay. Oh, you see, some people are even wanted the stretch to be longer. Number 18, you have the floor, please.
All right, thank you. My name is Rukudzoka Fumbra, the director of Ash Creek from Zimbabwe. My question is directed to technical working group number 8. The first one is on priority action number 8, which talks about farm diversification through transformative adaptation. My question goes like this. Are we specifically looking at how to adopt and promote the use of heirloom seed varieties, which have proven from time immemorial to be resilient against these climatic conditions? Then my second question is, are we looking at the method that promote soil health in terms of microorganisms, as we see that this is what boosts the capacity of the soil to sequester the carbon? Or rather, are we looking at methods that produce food faster, but are instead killing the soil? So then are we promoting initiatives in capacity building for people to have that kind of knowledge? Okay, thank you.
That's those are two questions that they're taking note on. Who is next? What's your number? What was your number? If I want to see whether you remember your number. You don't remember your number? Why should I give you the mic if you don't remember your number?
Because it's very close to me, please. Thank you very much. Thanks, Hamadi. Yes, just one minute. No, we have been talking about adoption rate very low. Yes, it will be very low because we don't build the capacities of the farmers to use these tools that have been developed. And if you don't build their capacities, it will be very difficult for the adoption rate to go up. And one thing we've discovered from a Pan-African Farmers Organization is that people are not ready to support capacity building, to support the institution, that is the farmers organizations, who have the platform with which we can build the capacity of these farmers so that they can adopt these climate smart agricultural practices that are being developed. So that is one of the reasons that the adoption rate is low. And I've not heard anything from the two groups on how these capacity building can be done to enhance the adoption rates. Thank you.
For the record, the group number 1 had a whole recommendation on capacity, for the record. Okay. Okay, so you want the recommendation to be specifically targeted to farmers. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Just want to make the record straight. So who was the next number? Since he doesn't remember his number.
Just take it.
Okay, you take it and
thank you. I'm a little bit concerned, and it sounds more like business as usual. Because remember, the goal is to build resilient food systems. And the resilience of a system is not the sum of the resilience of its component. There are different set of policies that address resilience of a system. So it's very important. From what I'm hearing, it's more the resilience of component of the food system. Even for that, much of it has to do with the upstream activities. Let's say we have a shock, food safety shock in the form of contamination of milk. How do we build a system, food system, that rebound or address that shock? I'm not hearing that. And that is concerning because at the end of the day, we may have resilient component of food system without resilient food system. Thank you.
Dr. John, I like the point you're making. It's an important one. So can I ask you a follow-up question? Can you give him back the mic, please?
All right.
So can you make a specific recommendation on how we build resilient food systems?
Sure, I'll do that.
So that also is for the benefit of everyone.
I mean, yeah, I'll do.
Thank you.
I'll do that. Thank you. Not.
So you're going to make suggestion. Okay, thank you. So he will submit something to you guys to improve your report in the next two days.
Hello. Yeah, just a follow up on your question to him. I was thinking about one of the ways of having resilient food systems, and I've not had this coming out. We are talking a lot about policies. We have a lot of frameworks. What about the implementation of those policies? I think that's one of the greatest challenges we are facing. And when the group that was talking about finance.
Can I ask you to put anything on implementation on the side? There is a special technical group that will be discuss that one. So when you come to that one, you can unpack everything that you need on implementation.
Yeah,
so
and
if
how
you have
to deal
something
with corruption.
So, if you have something that deals with this, okay, I have someone here who has the mic.
Yeah,
Please.
thanks, Hamadi. Minor quick comments. One is a minor comment to Mayewu on the regional and national strategic reserves. I think consider more than just crops, animal products, fish and meat, dried meat, for example, are important, especially for nutrition and other benefits. And to friend Getao, it's on the question of the emissions and the countries developing the national determined contributions, issues of access to finance, and how they actually measure the emissions the data, the inventories. They continue to use tier 1 coefficients, very general, and we need to move from that to tier 2. And there is pioneering work that's going on in the institute where I work, International Livestock Research Institute. But we need more. We need to support more countries to move to tier 2 coefficients, because then they have better data. They can actually make better measurements and access the finance. Thank you.
No, thank you. I think Sunday has a.
Just a quick one.
Okay, make it very quick.
Yes, somebody brought in the concerns of indigenous adaptation and mitigation systems. Is there something you people know that I don't know that is indigenous? Are they documented? Like weather forecasts? Do we forecast weather, what will happen tomorrow in the environment? Yesterday we had a landslide in Ethiopia. It was not forecasted. Nobody had solution to it. So this word indigenous is what I'm concerned about. Are there documentations so that we can have clear examples of what we knew from our ancestors on mitigation and adaptation? Because when she said it, everybody kept quiet, as if you know certain things that I don't know.
Okay, thank you for the comment. Thank you for the comment. So is there, who was next? I think she's next here.
Okay, I'm Florence from Women Cross-Border Traders. My concern is that you have talked about implementation systems and everything, but I'm not getting something coming out about digital, because everything is turning and we are going to digital way. Why don't you come up with a mechanism of digital in farming and agriculture? Also, how we can adopt the climate change issue.
Thank you. Are we done with the hands? I don't see any hands now. Oh, that's the last one, I think, over there.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Helen Kabama, AU IBA. So I think one of the recommended action that we need to include is the improving access to water resources, especially for fisheries and aquaculture. And as when the presenter also talked about youth engagement, I felt like he left out women engagement, as some of the women are involved in fisheries and fishing as part of their livelihoods. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have.
It was a joint communication. So I'm Nelly Siagi from AUI, but sorry about that. With respect to resilience.
Someone just hijacked my mic over there.
With respect to resilience, it's a two-way process. So in this case, farmers also need to build the capacity of the scientists. Because much of that knowledge is something new and the experience is something new, but the person who has the greatest experience in enduring and surviving is the smallholder farmer. So they have the knowledge on the resilience. And I would also like to give an example here with respect to indigenous knowledge and emergencies. I had visited a small group of cage farmers in Lake Victoria. That time last year, when there were mass mortalities. So I asked them, for them, they did not suffer. They survived that, that episode simply because the fishermen told them a week in advance that they'd seen fish swimming out of that lake, the pelagic fish, as though in panic. And they knew from experience that whatever was the cause would reach their bay within 7 days. So for them, they took the mitigation measures, they sold their fish and did everything. But everyone else who remained, including the large-scale commercial farmers, lost their fish. And the scientists were looking at different things in the lab. So this is something that should be, as we said, documented. We ignore the knowledge, our indigenous knowledge. We look down upon it. But here, when you look at how much it would have saved, and instead we should be investigating, validating, and strengthening our, the knowledge, yes, to validate it so that it doesn't come out as what we are, yes, so that the evidence comes out that actually it works, and how should we improve it to make it more consistent and more robust.
Thank you, Doc. So I'm gonna come back to the two presentations, give each of them maybe 5 minutes. There are a lot of comments that have been made. Those comments, you just take note and you integrate it to your report. But maybe there are maybe a couple of questions that were raised that you can address. And after that, we'll move to the next presentation.
Okay, maybe I can start. If you allow me, on behalf of my convener, I would like to actually start recruiting some people that I think can really strengthen our technical working group.
Go ahead. You can do your campaign after you respond, okay?
Yes, I've actually targeted a few people, so I think we'll go on a recruitment drive. But yeah, just to say, there was very good feedback and good suggestions as well that we will certainly take forward. Some of it is already in the documents, but we probably need to project it better and we need to bring it to the fore. I just wanted maybe to respond to, it's just a discussion around why adoption of climate smart agriculture is not perhaps taking off at the kind of speed that we are anxiously anticipating. You know, in my view, I think it's not even about, climate smart agriculture itself, but it's because if you look at the systems within which we are trying to get climate smart agriculture going, they are broken systems. You know, smallholder farmers are operating in broken systems. There's no way you can expect miracles with whether it's a technology, whether it's a practice, even if it's working. But if these farmers are not connected with markets and the inputs that they require, they don't have access to mechanization, it's very difficult to get things going. So we have to look at addressing the bigger picture, if we want, interventions like climate smart agriculture to really take off. So it should not be looked at as a technology or a practice issue. In my view, we need to fix many pieces of the system that are broken. Otherwise, I think I'm happy to take back many of the comments that came out to my group. And I also look forward to seeing many of you who certainly have an interest in this subject matter, as we convene tomorrow to try and enrich what we have as a technical working group. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, to get out.
Thank you. We received about 25 comments and questions. I'm not going to respond for all of them. They are very important, very, very good suggestions and also questions. So just to respond for some of the questions raised, and my team members can also supplement. Some of them, they are very technical, maybe they are beyond my capacity. So the first one is on gender and the climate issue. I think that's very critical and you have to look at it because I think I also have seen what Helen, you saw that paper, the how heat stress affects disproportionately the women and all those things. So I think we'll think about how to include gender dimension in our report. That's the comment. The other one is early warning system, emergency response, and all these things. I think these are so many confusing things, but still we have to elaborate them and make specific. I think to us, where we are saying that because adaptation is a process, it's an adjustment to your practice, adjustment to your behavior, and adjustment to institutional setups and all these things. So I think the advisory system, in many countries and in many institutions, there is a project called Climate and Weather and Climate Information Systems. That is more advisory service on, planting times and weather information and all these things. And this is one thing. Then the other one is the response. The response. Once the shock is happening, then there should be a response. Probably this response is mainly to the resilience group, but for us is mainly about how to adapt. I mean, we want the farmers to be adaptive based on the weather condition and all those things. That's why we focus on the weather and the climate information service rather than this emergency responses and all these things. I think the other one is about sorghum and maize. That's why we say that's a transformative adaptation approach. That means we cannot change it overnight. We have to do it step by step. I think this is a good concept that's coming in. Transformative adaptation is a gradual change of crops and livestock to adapt with the climate change. That's why we are suggesting that approach for the country. So probably I may not explain it very well, but we do have it in our document. The other one, I think, yes, Greenwald, you raised why the adoption of climate smart agriculture is very low. And I also heard from my colleague that from AU, probably the adoption is not low. But one of the challenge, even to say it's low or high, we don't have measurement for climate smart agriculture. I mean, you may see that the adoption of heat tolerant varieties in some countries, X, might be 60%, but in some countries might be 10%, and all these things. The soil fertility management, conservation agricultures, and all these things. So they are very fragmented practices. In our report, what we did is we just identify key technologies or practices for climate smart agriculture, so that I think we can measure them independently. We don't have index, for example, for climate smart agriculture. There was an initiative to measure climate smart agriculture using index, but it didn't go well. I mean, it is very difficult to measure. But why the adoption is low? I think someone has said the capacity of the farmers is very low. That's true. But more important is, these climate smart agriculture technologies, they have long-term benefits. And there are also externalities. I mean, they help to mitigate. For example, some of them, they help to sequestrate carbon. For that, the farmers are not paid. I mean, there is an efficient carbon market. They cannot sell it. Or the whole benefit of adopting that technology is not being obtained by the farmers. Only part of the productivity increase that's benefiting for them. But other benefits, social benefits like carbon sequestration, which is a benefit for the global community, but they are not benefited from that. So I think I'm getting too much. I don't know. I have to stop somewhere. For measurement of emission, I agree that the data for emission is very, very difficult. But many countries, they are using the Tier 2 coefficients to estimate. That's not really very appropriate and accurate and very general. The conversion factors given by the IPCC, they are very general. So may not be really applicable for African context. So those are works to be done. I think I have also a lot of response for others, but given the time you have, and
yes,
my friend, I have to stop here.
Take note on those and address them into the technical working group. I think time-wise, I really want you to give yourself a round of applause. We did very well because we started at 9:10. We were supposed to do 50 minutes per session, and we have done exactly 50 minutes. Now it's 10 minutes to 11. So we have we stayed within those 20 minutes. So let's continue to manage that time wisely so that we can do every session for 50 minutes so that we can be on time. There was two maybe issues, since we have 1 minute left, that I would like to suggest to the group. The first one is a comment made by Dr. Ojojo. We have already existing frameworks. We have existing instruments that have been developed by the same department. We have the GARP, we have the CSA. So make sure that the documents align to those, because we don't want to have some issues in terms of documents that have been endorsed already by either the member state or the head of state, and then we have something that is now conflicting with those documents. So make sure that the alignment is there. The second one is, I think I heard it from this side, it was the issue on the NDCs. You have to be mindful that this last COP28 that happened in Dubai, people merged basically the issue of climate and food. So we have also to anticipate, since we're going for a whole decade, we have to anticipate on that also, make sure that that alignment it will show up into our document so that we will not be caught off guard. So those are the two comments I want to put on the table for you to consider in terms of revising your document or improving on them in the next 2 days. I was told that there is a group that we were supposed to take yesterday. It's a group on trade. It's a group number 6. They are online. So if you want to, I want to ask your indulgence so that we can modify the program, because that person has been waiting for 2 hours online. So we can take that presentation, maybe take a coffee break, and come back and take the presentation on gender, because I think that one is going to be a very exciting one. And I'm scared even to moderate that one, because I have to moderate my boss. Where is Dr. Janet? So Dr. Janet is over there, so I'm going to be moderating her session. So I'm already scared. So let me ask basically Panduleni to check whether the trade group is online. Is Panduleni around? Okay, so let's ask them maybe to invite the Manyu and Tadao. You are excused. Can I ask you to give them really a very strong round of applause? They did a commendable job. These two groups, I was very impressed by their presentation, by the way. So, and I'm not.
My recruitment drive is working. You see.
So who are you recruiting now? Is the group? Can you ask? Yeah, no, I want to make sure that the person is online to start now, so that we can start. You know, when in my previous job, like when I was in academia, I walked into the office of the dean, and then the dean told me like a very interesting story. He told me in 1963, Mick Jagger at the time was at the top of the rock world in terms of singing. And in the opening of his show, he had James Brown, who was just starting. And James Brown basically stole the show. Then people were video recording the show. Then at the end of the show, Mick Jagger went and bought all the videos because he did not want James Brown to outperform in the future. So I'm hoping that the next session will outperform this session. So Dr. Genevieve start now to get into her pocket to buy all the videos that this session has done before we get to the next one. Can we start?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. We can hear you. You can go ahead. Can we have the presentation, please?
Can you see my presentation?
Give us 1 second. Okay, now you can see it. You can go ahead.
Can you see it?
I can see myself and I can see a lot of names, but I cannot see your presentation yet. Can you put it on presentation mode, please?
Is it on the presentation?
Thank you. Okay, go ahead now.
Is it okay now? Is it okay?
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Sunday Ojo. I'm working as a Deputy Director for the Department on Operational Support at Academia 2063. I've served as a co-convener on this group. My colleague Ismail Shair Zaki will probably join us soon. We worked with a lot of group members. We started very late, as you may know, but over the last 2 weeks, we got a lot of contribution from many group members. So what I'm presenting and the report you received is a compilation of the contribution of those Group 6 members on boosting intra-African agricultural trade. My presentation outline is as follows. We will, in fact, in the report, we have a summary, an executive summary, but the main section of the report has presented here a justification. We made a point on the drivers of change and progress. We also look at future outlook, where we made we put together many suggestions for improvements, suggesting for actions, and then we have a conclusion. So to justify why this theme is important for the post-Malabo CADEP agenda, the document started by recalling the African Union Summit in Malabo in 2014, recalling that government, head of government, and have committed to a number of goals, including boosting intra-regional trade, basically tripping that trade. We also recall in that document the AFCFTA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, has a key pathway for regional trade integration. We show how it will be important to build on this pathway to give the post-Malabo CADEP a better chance to deliver. In terms of justification, we show that intra-African agricultural trade has been increasing, rose since the 2000s, but it declined, then stagnated, but now it is recovering again. But we are in a situation where Africa runs an agricultural trade deficit, a situation where Africa's intra-African share of agricultural trade is very small compared to what we have in Europe and Asia. We also, in the document, show that the composition of African trades in terms of import and export do not match enough. You will see that, you see that imports are basically food products, when exports are dominated by traditional cash crops. The document also indicated that African trade with the rest of the world is basically based on processed products. But intra-African trade is mostly based mostly in processed products. The situation is that there is a fast-growing demand for that processed products, and this is triggered by demography, urbanization, and increasing incomes. But in this situation also goes with the fact that there is a low industrialization in African countries, in many African countries, to the point that it may be difficult to meet the capacity we need to supply that processing demand. And this may be something that will affect the level of participation in regional value chain development under AFCFTA. We point to the fact that given that dependence on external imports, there is the food system, the African food system is exposed and too vulnerable to global supply disruptions. And we think that this has been revealed by the COVID-19 pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war, where research evidence demonstrates how vulnerable African countries are to those disruptions in the supply, in the global supply chain. Currently, we are seeing that African imports of agricultural goods is growing. At the same time, there are some countries within Africa that have the capacity to generate some surplus when other countries continue to depend on external imports. So probably some countries are there importing from outside Africa what other countries try to export to the rest of the world outside Africa. It should be the possibility to probably reorganize things to increase the change between African countries. The vulnerability, we show that the vulnerability to international price fluctuation is important. And in that situation, there is a risk of terms of trade deterioration, currency depreciation, and import capacity reduction. We can also face some situation of purchasing power erosion due to those price fluctuations. And we can, some government can even face a reduction in the expenditure or an increase in the public debt. So we conclude that section on justification by postulating that the post-Malabo agenda is another opportunity to try to understand the factor behind the limited performance of intra-African trade and to embrace new measures and approaches to improve trade outcomes. In the section on the drivers of change and progress, the document starts by making a point on the AFCFTA, recalling its objective, scope, and size, making a point on pending ratification instruments, provisional schedule of tariffs that are outside concessions that exist already, national implementation committee that are established, and some operational instruments to facilitate implementation that are set up. The document also review a bit the last biennial review exercise and show that the progress, Africa is off track in meeting the trade targets. Only Rwanda and Zambia were on track in 2023 exercise of BR. The document states the factors of success of the AFCFTA, has a pathway to achieving the targets under Malabo, under the trade targets. Those are effective implementation of the agreement, infrastructure, transport and logistic improvement, harmonization of agricultural policies and regulations, institutional quality of the member state, and solving the problems related to NTMs, terms of the disparities and lack of harmonization. We will see those in the next slides. So the document also indicated that AFCFTA is currently has a limited coverage of WTO-related provisions, specifically in terms of tariff liberalization concessions. So in looking at the drivers of the change and progress, we saw that tariffs and barriers may pose a problem. Currently, when you look at tariffs in across African countries, and to summarize here, across RECs, you will see that in general, agricultural sector is more taxed, has a higher taxation than the rest of the economy in Africa. And if you look at products that are defined as a sensitive and or excluded in the concessions, you will see that most are agricultural products. And so with high external tariffs. And this is a problem for intra-rec, trade between RECs. Because basically within RECs, the tariffs are low or even zero, but between RECs, tariffs are still very high. For example, we illustrate with the case of EAC and ECOWAS, where those products are imposed tariffs between 50 and 100%, even though in ECOWAS it's much smaller at 35%. But this disparity also has to be solved. Probably AFCFTA will help with that. But this disparity is one of the factors that discourage trade between RECs. We look at standards as one of the drivers too. Currently, you will see that there is a prevalence of SPS measures that are not aligned with science and risk-based international standards. We also have a number of technical regulations, complex, along with differences in the practices of certification, testing, and inspections. So these need to be harmonized across the different countries to facilitate trade at the continental level. In terms of infrastructure, the document indicates that only roads connecting to ports were developed, while other traditional continental trade routes were ignored and perished over time. At the country level, the infrastructure problem is also on trade, on transport, but also storage services, with also weak IT infrastructure, which are all problems facing the production and trade of agricultural products. It is important to mention that research evidence indicate that the poor state of infrastructure in Africa has reduced economic growth by 2% and productivity by as much as 40% annually. As drivers of change and progress, we look at trade facilitations status currently and the behind the border barriers. There we indicate that Sub-Saharan Africa has the longest number of days to trade. This is 7 for exports and 9 for imports. And with that, Africa ranks the lowest among other regions in the world. Again, we noted that many African countries impose taxes beyond the border, such as health and safety taxes, inspection taxes, development taxes, advanced income taxes, consumption taxes, and statistical taxes. All those might be impeding trade among African countries. Another issue we raise among the drivers, a challenge, is an incomplete trade data. As everyone knows, the informal cross-border trade issue is always there, and the level of intra-African agricultural trade is likely to be underestimated the way we do it with official trade statistics. In terms of future overlook, we put together some opportunities, but also some challenges to be faced. And has a big opportunity we see is the gains, if the AFCFTA and the gain we can get from a good implementation of this agreement. It is that the market size in Africa can be a booster of intra-African trade in agriculture. It's a big size, and so demand is there. Again, the implementation of AFCFTA will not only boost intra-African trade, but we see that it will also foster the development of regional value chains in the agri-food sector. However, for African countries to reap the benefits of upgrading along regional and global value chains, it will be necessary to proceed to tariff dismantlement, elimination of burdensome non-tariff measures, and strengthen the policy framework. We want to also indicate the importance of addressing illicit trade and corruption. So in the section on future outlook, we point to some suggested reforms, including on tariffs. We think that African government should deploy more effort to use the AFCFTA and make tariffs more transparent. We also think that reforms are needed in terms of non-tariff measures, including to streamline trade policies and NTM's procedures, to harmonize NTMs across regs. Governments should commit to mutually recognized SPSS and TBT measures. It is important to develop at the national level SPSS policies based on science and risk-based international standards. It is important to train government officials to the implementations of the agreement and increase their capacity to apply good regulatory practices. We made some suggestion of reforms regarding the infrastructure. And there we think it is important to work with the Pan-African quality infrastructure, mobilize private sector investment into infrastructure, and invest in trade-related infrastructure in general. Trade facilitation also is important as a sector for reforms, as we think border agencies should follow the trade rules and apply trade policy measures agreed by member states. It is important to note that corruption can be curbed through automation, as some countries have started. Reforms should also come in terms of capacity building to make sure relevant, timely, and easily accessible data are available, to make sure that transparent, equitable, gender transformative, and accountable trade policy systems exist, to strengthen the efficient and reliable national dispute resolution mechanism, and to generalize and to raise the capacity to generalize and effectively implement the guided trade initiative. Suggestions are also made to improve data quality and availability, and there we think it is important to have a way to put in place national and continental surveillance and the trade monitoring that will help provide market intelligence regarding agricultural products, trade trends, and barriers. It is most important to consider informal trade and the shadow economy in Africa. Other reforms probably which could be considered in other thematic groups land should address land tenure. We should also make sure that trade policies are not, we should not only focus on trade policies, but we should combine trade policies with structural reforms that could, for example, help improve productivity, production, and trade. It is also important to find a way and mechanism that ensure fair prices and help producers cope with price fluctuations. In conclusion, we summarize the message we can derive from the previous sections, and we indicate that agricultural trade is important to address food insecurity and reduce malnutrition and poverty. We know that low transaction costs are important because they can allow food to move from surplus regions to deficit regions, from some countries to other countries, from some regs to other regs. So it is important to work on all trade impediments, basically non-tariff barriers and some tariffs that impede on intra-regional trade. We also want to make sure that everyone understands the importance of trade to make safe and nutritious food more affordable and available and support healthier diets. AFCFTA is expected to contribute to the development of regional value chains through trade complementarities and economies of scale. But upgrading along regional and global value chains requires ambitious tariff dismantling, elimination of burdensome non-tariff measures, and the strengthening of the policy framework. So this is what we currently have in our reports. We still have to work on the goals settings and the smart indicator defining. So we'll see how over the next 2 days, the team can work together to cover those missing sections. Thank you for your attention, and I'll be happy to take your questions and comments to improve this document. Back to you.
Thank you. I think this technical working group deserve special really thanks. They are the last group to come on board. They started their work very, very late. And they have already something that they can share with us. So so I think this is a commendable. It shows like really a high level of dedication to this process. And we would like to really appreciate what they have been doing. Before I open up the floor for question comments, I would like to maybe raise or make a couple of contributions to the work of this technical working group. The first contribution is that the title of the group is still Boosting Intra-African Agri-Food Trade. We're still talking about boosting intra-African trade, which was our policy idea 10 years ago when we started the CADEP Malabo. The question now I'm asking myself is that is boosting intra-African trade still relevant 10 years later? Since we are now into a global system with the disruption of supply chain, should we just focus on boosting intra-African trade or just boosting trade in general? So that's the first question I would like just to put on the floor. I'm not expecting them to answer the question. And I don't expect you also to answer the question, but I just want to contribute this to the discussion. The second one is a bullet on the drivers. I like the bullet on the drivers, but point number 2 on the bullet of the drivers, there is a very
Sorry, Chair, I can't hear you. Sorry, Chair, can you hear me? I can't hear you.
Hi, Sandy. I think we lost them.
Okay.
most countries in the continent have protected basically the agriculture sector. So the question I'm asking myself is that how are we going to boost inter-African trade if the agricultural commodities are still protected? So those are the 2 questions I would like to contribute to this group. I just want them to take note, not expecting for us to get into academic debate on this discussion, but I'm going to open up the floor. Take maybe some hands raised. You are number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we have 13 hand raised. So please remember your name, your number. Okay, you are the last one, number 14. So can I get the mic to number 1? My friend, I have closed the list. Why are you keeping on raising your hand? Okay, you'll be the last one, number 15. Okay, can I have the mic?
Is my docket because I'm a cross-border trader and dealing in agriculture commodity. So I want to thank the presenter, talked about the non-tariff barrier, NTBs. What's bringing the NTBs in our country, African country, is that we are just, we are lacking harmonization of policy, trade policy, especially internal policy. Number 3, political agenda dynamic. Sometimes we bring political in our trade policy, so we fail. Number 3, protection of the market. Everybody, every African country want to protect their market. When the sometimes the one commodity flow in the another country, I want to protect my market. I want to protect my people. How will we deal with this issue? Another thing, trade war. Kenya is very aggressive. Uganda is very aggressive. We are not aggressive. How are we going to come as Africa so I can recognize that the food which I can get to Uganda belong?
Can I ask you to really focus on not making comments, general comments on the document, just make specific contribution on how we can move forward and help them to improve on the document.
That is why I told you earlier that we're supposed to harmonize trade policy.
Okay, so
in our country.
So you have the trade policy, you have the protection of the market.
Yes. So another thing that's we supposed to strengthening the group of women who are dealing in cross-border trade so they can create awareness of the regulations and rules of the trade and in East Africa and Africa as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 2, I think is on the other table.
Thank you very much. My name is David Adama. I have just a quick one. Is it possible? I think from the presentation, thanks to the team, there is a need for technical working group 3, technical working group 5, and technical working group 6 to be able to do some alignment, especially around issues of the SPS, export ban, border procedures, transboundary infrastructure that they've talked about, because this has come up in these 3 technical working groups. So it will be important to take a look at that. Secondly, is it possible for the technical working group 2 to work with technical working group 6 in terms of doing some analytics that shows us the value or what we tend to gain or lose based on the tariff barriers and the non-tariff barriers that we put in place that limit or boosting intra-Africa trade. So it would be nice if we are able to get some analytics around that guides Ministry of Finance to then make the decisions, because currently what we're saying is don't do it, do it, don't do it. What is that evidence that will help ministers of finance make decisions? And the third is around connecting the conversations that have been presented from Group 1 in terms of the growth corridor. Thematic working group 6 also talked about the area around transboundary infrastructure plus agro-industrialization parks. Can we look at how do these suggestions that have been made around these areas help us address the issues of some of the challenges that the group is talking about around the tariffs and the inability for the countries to trade? Because if we learn from the example of the Benelux, which gave birth to
second.
No example. I'm saying now we want examples, cases, So I'm saying, can we study what did the Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg do using some of these ideas we're talking about, cross-boundary infrastructure, trade corridors, growth corridors? How did it help them to get to where they are today? I think that these are the kind of cases that we should be bringing into this process. Thank you very much, and apologies for taking much time.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Kifilwe Malusi. I'm working for the African Union Development Agency as a nutrition and food safety officer. I like the conclusion from the presenter that say that the group actually concluded that to make accessible to safe and nutritious food, it will have an impact on that. But my question is that 2 days ago, there was a launch of the Food Security and Nutrition in the World State Report. And in that report, it stated that 60% of the population cannot afford healthy diets or healthy meal per day. So I want to know the impact of having standards to access healthy diets in Africa. And also considering that most of the African member states don't have stringent food control systems. So how are they going to embed on that statement? Thank you.
You are the next. Who is number 4? Oh, it's right here. Number 4 is here. Oh, you are number 5. Number 5 is here. Guys, you have to remember your numbers, please. I cannot be spacey of the number. Go ahead, number 4.
Yeah, sure. Thanks a lot. Just a quick one. It has to do with suggested reforms. And again, it goes across all the groups. We're still focusing on what? I think what is important for us now at this point is how. Having worked with some heads of states, I think when you say, for instance, mobilize the private sector for investment in infrastructure, when you're talking to heads of, what exactly do you want us to do? So I would like us to revisit our suggested reforms and deal with the how question. And one possibility could be, if you were to ask me, mobilize the private sector, somebody like Dangote, who is Africa's richest man, says, I still need visa to 42 countries to do business. We're talking about free movement of goods, investment, and people. What is happening to the common African passport? Why are we not implementing it? If you do get to mobilize private sector, I will quickly tell you, get the assembly to establish an AU-level business council that's equivalent to the executive council. It should dialogue directly with the heads of state and assign responsibilities to the billionaires we have on the continent. The second is like we did for the Presidential Infrastructure Champion Initiative, where as responsibilities were given to heads of states on infrastructure. You do the same thing for agriculture. And lastly, I think I want to agree with your suggestion. It should be boosting intra-African trade, not just agri-food trade. And then the issue of intra-African payment system is very important. Without all this in place, it will be difficult for you to boost trade. So giving responsibility back to the heads of states, telling them exactly what we want is the only way to go. Thank you.
So, Ojuju, I think the comments are well taken. Maybe I will ask the group working on implementation to take the issue on the governance structure with the champion into consideration into the deliberations. So, who was next?
Yeah, number
I
5.
see Sukati like raising his hand, but can you just wait? We're gonna go through like the numbers. What's your number? You don't have a number. Okay, then you wait.
Number 5, yes.
Number 5, please.
Right, thank you. My name is Doris Marley. I am from Mama Mia Soko. It's a digital and financial inclusion marketplace. We participate in the guided trade initiative. And I would like to contribute some points to the group that AFCFTA has in place different platforms that if they are put into use and if we can put them or we can place them in the hands of the targeted agribusiness owners, let's say, they'll be of use to them. I didn't know they existed until I participated in the GIT, the Guided Trade Initiative. Sorry. One of them is the Africa Trade Observatory, the WTO.Africa. This one, I think we have to put emphasis that it has to, we have to feed it information. Because if you want to do business with another country, you can simply go to it and you get information about the other country, but there's not much of information in it at the moment. So we need to feed that platform information so that it becomes a go-to point for information in Africa, to do trade in Africa, for intra-Africa trade. It's something similar to ITC, what ITC has, the International Trade Center. And International Trade Center is the one helping ATO, AFCFTA to set up the ATO. And another one is that some of the regions have dealt with NTBs in a very good way. Say COMESA, EAC and SADC, they have one platform that you can go to for non-tariff barriers. The only thing is that these platforms are not known and people don't even know how to use the digital platforms. So if we can put emphasis on how to use these platforms, simple ABCs, so on how to report, monitor and eliminate these NTBs, will be grateful. Thank you.
Which one is the next? What was your number?
6.
Okay, number 6.
Yes, my name is Protas Ekesa from Agra. Two comments, one on the issue around data. I think the presenter focused more on data around informal cross-border trade, but we need to think broadly around issues around strengthening agri-data systems. For example, issues around regional food balance sheets that are dynamic that can be used to inform decisions, especially in the present circumstances where we are facing a lot of shocks. Number 2 is looking at our region. Most of our small cross-border traders and businesses are unbankable, and they're largely disconnected from conventional financial systems. I think we should be broadly think about how we can deepen our innovations, financial inclusion space, as well as issues around policy and regulatory environment around financial inclusion. Thank you.
Okay, there is a succinct contribution, but a good one. I think it's here.
Number 7 is here.
Oh, number 7 is where?
Yeah, it's here. Yeah. Yeah. Prof.
Oh, number 7, go
Yes,
ahead.
yes. Okay, so thanks very much. My name is Greenwell Machaya. Thanks very much to Dr. Sunday Ojo for the nice presentation there. You did a good job right from the justification part all through. I just wanted to find out though that, or to suggest that maybe you should also include the role of intra-regional trade in reducing the negative impacts of climate change. Yourselves, I think at academia, research, IFRI, etc., you have done a lot of wonderful work that shows that if you engage more in bilateral trade, intra-regional trade, you're likely going to minimize the impacts of climate change, say, for example, droughts, etc. You have concepts there like virtual water, the way you can move water from one area to another, and therefore ameliorating the negative impacts of climate change in areas which are heavily hit relative to the other areas. So I just wanted to suggest that maybe you can include that concept under the justification part, because as the director said, we need to be seeing that evidence and justification. Over to you. Thanks much.
Thank you. Number 8.
Thank you, Bethel from FAO. Women are highly involved in agricultural trade, in intra-regional trade. They make up 70% of the informal cross-border traders, but they trade more informally because they're not able to move into the formal trade sector because of a lot of gender-related challenges. So I think it's important for this section to have a strong gender component and call for the implementation of the Women and Youth Protocol of the AFCFTA, budget allocation and monitoring, call for the establishment of a continental simplified trade regime call for the representation of women's business associations in national trade facilitation committees, and call for making infrastructures at border crossing points gender responsive to meet the needs of women small scale cross-border traders. I think this kind of gender sensitive recommendations should be integrated in this section. At the moment, it looks gender blind.
Okay, so this is well noted. Which one was number 9, number 8, number 9? Okay, so number 9 has foregone his turn and gave it to Sukati. Go ahead.
For me, thank you so much, moderator, not even to hijack the line, because it's one that I want to throw into the technical working group 3. We have a very strong SPS component, you know, that is probably leaning across, towards the transboundary animal diseases, their economic impacts, transboundary animal and plant diseases and their impact on the economy. And then the food safety component, extremely important for Africa, and then the trade component. So we need to decide where the SPS will sit. Should it focus a lot on trade, or should it focus on human health, plant health, animal health? I think it's something that we will discuss probably when we are a small think tank, but it needs to be known here in the bigger forum. Thank you.
Okay, good, good. I think this goes along the comment made early on by David in terms of having some technical working group working in and to cross-fertilize basically what they are doing together and alignment. So I think at some point of time, maybe toward the end, this will come handy.
Just
okay?
to add on.
So are you number 9 or number 10?
Yes, I'm number 9 original.
But why did you let him jump the queue?
Yeah, because he was raising his hand since we started. Yes, just half a minute. And one is in terms of the caution, the utilization of the African Continental Free Trade Areas, backdoor to floods Africa with goods from outside the continent. Maybe that is just like a caution. Then number 2, because they presented that we are selling or we are exporting raw materials. Number 2, in terms of this came from the SADC group, in terms of the 111. So I think from the SADC group, they called for the harmonization of the infrastructure, telecom tariffs, but also even things like electric plugs, and the SPS labs across the African continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So number 10. We're almost there. We still have 6 more to go, and then we're done for this.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ndutum Biko. I am from South Africa. I'm a farmer with development roles. So today I'm wearing a cap of Women Economic Assembly. Chair, just before I forward my input, I think we can all agree that women and any gender-related matter is. But my input is focusing on making sure that as a continent, we are gaining the dignity we deserve. Obviously, we can all agree that we are the face of poverty, face of beggars, and face of beneficiaries. So for me, at the gains of the Africa Continental Free Trade, we must make sure that we gradually increase the dependency on the donor funding. Number 2, let's work on owning our own African currency. That's why I'm saying it should be glaring at the gains of this free trade. Then the last one is to enable us, right? Because other continents are depending on us on some of the commodities. So it's critical that we develop our own terms when engaging on trade and investment platforms. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, number 11.
Yeah, here.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so good morning. My name is Nomatemba Mhlanga from FAO. We'll just make 2 points, suggestions to the group. The first one being that given the perishability of agricultural products, due consideration to be given to investments in cold chains and other logistics, and also market infrastructure. I think they mentioned infrastructure in general, and I think that can be aligned to technical working group 2 on investment. And then the second point is there's a lot of emphasis at the moment on trade in goods. If we could also give equal consideration to services, trade in agricultural services. Thank you.
Number 12.
Thank you very much. And Muzi on aligning the different working groups working on a space. But regardless, I think although the agriculture sector subjected to relatively higher taxation, globally, actually, if we see the trend, tariffs are going down. So I think this group, if they balance tariff barriers, non-tariff measures, and the capacity issues related to infrastructure, I think they will do justice to this document. The other thing is, they mentioned the Pan-African quality infrastructure related to infrastructure issues. So similarly, I think if they can consider, I don't think mentioning organizations is critically important. If we have to, I think considering also the African Standardization Organization as the go-to organization for harmonization of standards, that's also designated by AFCFTA. I think that will be important. Thank you very much.
Number 13.
Mr. Chair, Metatul Helipi, United Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA. Very quick 4 comments. So the first one is value addition. Where is it exactly?
Excuse me, can you speak a little louder?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, I think, and I apologize, guys. I have been between you and your break, but I guarantee you in few minutes we'll go on break. So I know the energy level is going down, but we have just to go through this one and finish this one. Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yep, thank you. So let me reintroduce myself. United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Very quick comments. So the first one is value addition. Would very much appreciate that this should be turned as the focus of this group. We want Africa to move away from just exporting raw material and to process the material, to retain wealth in Africa. And here I specifically would propose that the title of this group to be amended to Intra-Africa Trade in Agriculture, Commodities, Goods, and Services, to consider equally those 3 important dimensions, and to link this program with the CAP, the Common African Agriculture Parks that we indicated yesterday. This is first. Second, we've been talking about for the last, I don't know, 10 years on the non-tariff barriers. We need the great brains in this group to come up with concrete, some sort of measures, how to break and dismantle those non-tariff barriers, including to facilitation constraints. Third, financing. If you African traders, what's the issue to trade with other countries? Financing and insurance will come as one of the major constraints. Interestingly, he or she doesn't have these constraints if exporting products to outside of Africa, but within Africa, it's a problem. This is why we need to come up with these strong recommendations as how to facilitate financing within Africa. Lastly, and maybe this is very much related to your question, Mr. Moderator, which is we need to change the mindset in Africa. How are you asking to encourage intra-Africa trade in agricultural products in Africa while all countries produce the same products? I mean, what
So,
exactly?
ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Delta Airlines Flight 133 non-service to Detroit. For your information, we're ready for boarding our customers sitting in zone numbers 1 up to 4. Zone numbers 1 up to 4 during the sky clarity lane.
Regional sufficiency. My country can't produce everything, but I can count
Please
on
to keep your boarding pass and passengers ready for inspection to speed up the boarding process.
Thank you so much, Mr.
We thank you for choosing Delta Airlines today and we wish you a pleasant flight to Detroit, Delta Flight 133.
Number 40 is here, right here. We have 14. Yeah, go ahead.
So thank you, Dr. Sande, for the presentation. My name is Naliaka. I'm also from the Economic Commission for Africa. On the drivers of change and progress, and this is borrowing from a comment from the previous discussion. I think it will be critical to assess what are some of the frameworks that we already have in place and what needs to be addressed, and that can be the focus of the drivers of change and progress. And here an example is SPS standards have come up, but at the continental level, we have the African Union SPS framework. Under the AfCFTA, we have an annex on SPS, and one of the issues that has been raised, which is on harmonization of standards, features especially in the annex on SPS, and there's already work ongoing in the continent being done by like institutions such as ARSO that have been mentioned. But now the question becomes, we already know what the challenges have. There's work which is ongoing, but what more needs to be done to move the needle? And moving on to the reforms, because we're talking about intra-African, either whether it will be trade or agricultural trade, and this is happening under the auspices of the AfCFTA. And we know the AfCFTA has other components. It has the annexes, which are going to be really critical. The issues of women and youth have come in. We have the issues related to NTBs. So it means that there's still a room to step back and critically assess what do the annexes and the relevant protocols say about what needs to be done in the continent, and we align some of the reforms that you are suggesting to what is in these existing documents. And lastly, on informal cross-border trade, here I'd like to mention that ECA, AUC, and Afrexim Bank have spearheaded efforts to develop a continental methodology for ICBT data collection. And this methodology, which includes a common definition, was actually adopted at the STC on trade, which was held in May. So here the question becomes, now moving forward, what do we need to do to actualize collection of the data on ICBT, which is actually sex disaggregated, to ensure that we address some of the issues related to having incomplete data?
Can I stop you there and ask you one question? Are you a member of the technical working group on trade?
Yeah.
Okay, so can you bring all those issues into that document?
Sure.
Thank you. Number 15.
I'm here. My name is Jackie Gowe, representing AWAFA Zimbabwe. I'm a trader, and my challenge with trade on the continent remains the standards. We need the standards that ASO has made for us to be implemented. So the challenge I face is governments are not adopting the standards. Hence, you'll find trade is better with Europe than amongst ourselves. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The issue of standard. I think the last one is on this side. This is the last one. Vous êtes le dernier. Après ça, we close the session. No, it's over. We just take one more and then that's it.
Hugo, je viens du Mali. Le commerce suppose qu'on ait confiance. Je vous donne l'exemple du son. Le son avait commencé par le niveau global, après ils ont régionalisé. Il faut qu'on soit réaliste pour les 10 prochaines années. Il y a des possibilités de commerce intra-pays. Il y a des possibilités de commerce intra-région. Est-ce qu'on ne va pas avoir des cibles régionaux et des cibles pays au lieu de mettre tout ensemble? Parce que sans cette confiance, cette pratique de commerce intra-africain risque de prendre du poids. Mais quand même, je vous donne le cas du SON, mouvement dont je suis le point focal. On avait dit que, parce que quand le SON a commencé, on avait pris tous les pays, mais aujourd'hui, ils ont créé des hubs régionaux pour engager les choses dans leur contexte spécifique des sous-régions. Et de ce fait, je pense qu'on va évaluer le SON.3. Ça peut vous servir pour prendre en compte les besoins spécifiques des sous-régions, afin que nous puissions développer cette commerce pour les années à venir. C'est vrai, la vision de SON3 peut rester, mais il est temps qu'on soit réaliste dans notre planification de Post-Malabo pour prendre en compte les comptes, parce que la technicité, les données, tout ce que vous venez de... L'argent ne va pas suffire, mais c'est la confiance et le réalisme qui va nous conduire à sortir de ce que nous avons de plus grand potentiel qui est aujourd'hui l'agro-business. C'est ce que je vais ajouter. Merci.
Merci. So let me ask our colleague who is online, if he's still here with us, to take 5 minutes, not to answer, not to just take into consideration the comment made, but if there are 2 or 3 questions you want to answer, please, we give you 5 minutes so that we can close the session. Is our presenter still with us?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, as you said, we will receive a lot of comments, but a lot of them are suggestions for improvements. We've taken some notes, and I have some team members in the group there that also have been taking some notes. But I would like to ask contributors if they can suggest some readings or put their ideas in a few bullet points that they can share with us, because we don't have too much time to do some literature review. If you already have some ideas, please send us some bullet points or direct us to some readings which we can quickly take on and finalize this document. We've received a couple of questions, but I think my presentation was not complete on some aspects regarding, for example, the mechanism for payments. I think AFCFTA has already that among the instruments for trade facilitation. And of course, somebody mentioned the Africa Trade Observatory that already exists. So we will make those clear in the paper so that people can see them easily. I really thank Greenwell for his suggestion. When I was preparing this presentation, I realized that this is missing really. There is a connection there where we can make a point on the importance of intra-regional trade to mitigate or to adapt to climate change, or even mitigate, or also to have a better management of water resources. So we will take those into account in the document. So I want to thank everyone for their comments, and please let us receive your bullet points and suggestion of readings. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, colleagues, this group came really into this whole exercise very, very, very late. So maybe you may feel like some of the work they have presented is incomplete, but they have been doing a tremendous effort to get to where they are. So there is a plea for you to suggest maybe something through written stuff. So whatever you have, you can send it to Augustine. You all have the email of Augustine because he's the one who has been coordinating this whole process. And then he will make sure that it gets to them. So just send an email with some bullet point recommendation to the group so that they can also take that into consideration. But with that, I really want you to give them a very, very strong round of applause because they have been doing a tremendous job. Thank you very much. So let's break for let's take a break, and I stand to be guided by our moderator, Dr. Rukuni. 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour. Well, No, it's 12. Okay. So look, guys, I apologize that I have been between you on the tea. So we're going to take 30 minutes break, but I guarantee you the next group is going to be very, very lively because it's on inclusivity, gender and women. And yesterday you have noticed when the commissioner was here, you have been asked, we asked the group to stand up, and the group that received the standing ovation yesterday was that group. So I really invite you to go take your coffee, take your tea, and be ready for the discussions, because I think that group is going to be very intense. So let's take 30-minute break. Over.
To stand up, we want to identify them.
Can group 4 stand up? Technical group number 4.
Those
that are here. So I see one here. Can you show of hand, group number 4? Okay, we have 1, 2, 3 here. Okay, there is another one over there. Okay. Thanks.
Sorry, I don't have the voice, but can we quickly meet here for 1 minute? I just want to organize this so that we can have the presentation. You can't let it.
I saw an email.
Something.
Yes, so I put your out. Dimensions of it. Is a member of against second thing.
Not decades of those. That's right. And they're just walking around. Yeah. Mold. This the mold. Yeah. Mold is coming out of the carpet, causing all these allergies. That's right. But perhaps when these taken to office, even if they have to leave at midnight, but leave time. Talk to whoever will facilitate. Because 1,500 people, then one person speaks for 5 minutes. Exactly. And you can write down your questions. So what's the next step? Okay, move on. In fact, history was supposed to be in the technical on, yeah, to put up issues and livestock on the fence. And second, why? That's it. Just continue this thing, this thing. Please say this, you want to say it. Okay. Yes. Don't make sense. They gave you yes. Never said. Morning, August Sunday. She found that there was a weakness. And even if you don't get to she kept saying, when I was in coffee.
Modernization. She gave money pressure. Children. Modernization. Money. My niggas sharp broke. My niggas sharp broke. Cover face like badger. Get feel up, but we don't take up. Sit up, boss them, tap, tap, tap. Pass all this shit, rababa. Oh boy, eat your rababa. Feeling good, banana. Music don't need permission to enter your street.
Can you take your seat, please, so that we can start our session? Can I invite Dr. Janet to come to the front? Do we have Dr. Janet in the room? Ah, here she is. A quick announcement. If you have not registered yesterday, sign in yesterday or today, please on your way out, stop by the table that is at the door and sign in front of your name. Dr. Janet, are you ready? This is my pen.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Let me turn this off. Am I audible? Technical Working Group 9. Our focus was on inclusivity and equality in agri-food systems, with a strong focus on youth, women, and the marginalized groups. You can't hear me? Because I don't want to have my back to you and I need to see my screen. Okay, so here we are, the convener and the co-conveners. Co-conveners, Madame Estherine Fotabong, she was represented by my colleague Edna Kalima. Edna, are you in the room? Okay, yes, she was my co-convener on behalf of Madame Estherine. And then we also had a representative from the UN Women as a co-convener. Do I have a rep here? Yes, thank you very much. So a bit of a background. We are all aware that our continent is still facing a very severe food crisis. And it has actually really escalated over the last couple of decades. And with the results and reports from the FAO and other institutions, global institutions, we have seen that millions are still expected to be at risk of worsening hunger. And also this is due to the prevalence of insecurity. We know that there are lots of conflicts that have escalated again on our continent, the issues around climate change, the global economic slowdowns globally, and we are still having those challenges, the after effects of the COVID-19. And we have also noticed that the social and gender inequalities are also on the rise, with women, youth, and the marginalized groups also being most affected by these threats. I know I'm speaking to the group of converted, so we know that our women constitute about half of the percentage of our agricultural workforce. And 80%. Thank you. Thank you. Percent of them reside in areas. Over 60% are involved and employed in the ag sector in the rural areas. And the group has recommended and empowering them. We have seen in terms of productivity, nutrition, and also household incomes. Since we started by the fact that our continent has the youngest population globally. It's a very young continent with 60% of the demography of our continent. Our youth also face some specific age-specific challenges, employment or underemployment. Some of our youth who have master's degree holders, but they're drivers. They're driving Uber, etc. That's on us to finance and also decent job opportunities. But we can't leave out the marginalized groups as well. They are also challenges as well. Such as the disabilities, those with special needs, etc. They also experience discrimination, and this discrimination also limits their access to resources, markets, and services. And this lack of inclusivity of all of these groups, we've seen that it has a negative impact on our agricultural production and productivity, the low economic growth. And the outcome of all of these challenges is persistent poverty, cyclical poverty, food insecurity, malnutrition, and social upheaval like we have experienced in some of our AU member states. There's a lot of social upheaval going on at the moment. All right. So the group believes that having a well-functioning agri-food system that is inclusive to all of these groups, the marginalized groups, the youth, the women, the elderly, those with disabilities, special needs, can act urban and rural developments and also provide opportunities for entrepreneurship and also wealth creation. So therefore, for Technical Working Group 9, we are very convinced and we're very passionate about the fact that inclusivity and equality are very important if we're looking at Africa's agri-food systems, because it will ensure that everyone, including those who might otherwise face exclusion, which I have talked about, are included, and they're also given equal access to opportunities, to the resources that they need for their livelihoods. So inclusivity and equality, you see what I put there in big red? They need to be central. So I think Madam Esther would also support me in this, that Technical Working Group 9, the other technical working groups will have to find a space in this technical working group. Okay? Because we are central in the development of this post-Malabo CADEP agenda. So a little bit in terms of situational analysis and justification. Like I mentioned earlier when I'm speaking to the converted. So I'm only just underscoring what we already know. Okay? So we've tried to go through some literature, and there's been some reports we have looked at from ADB and from the International Finance Corporation that women and marginalized groups face very significant, like I mentioned earlier on, if you're looking at issues around access to land, to credit, insurance, and any other resources that are necessary for agricultural production. And IFAD reports as well had identified the fact that smallholder farmers, particularly women and youth, also still face challenges in accessing markets and benefiting from value chains. The presentation we had on the AFCFTA and the discussions we've had over the past couple of days has also highlighted this issue. An FAO report has also indicated that women, youth, and the marginalized groups, they are also underrepresented in agricultural decision-making processes, including in farmer organizations. I think I have the CEO of PAFO here in the room with us, and even when agricultural policy formulations are being put in place. Then the BR report of the Commission of 2023 identified the fact that there is a lack of disaggregated data and statistics on the participation and contributions of women, youth, and marginalized groups in agriculture. And so this makes it difficult for us to track, to report, and to identify what the challenges are to present to our policymakers for informed decisions. And then the 2019 and also 2023 BR reports of the AU also identified the fact that the policies and programs, they have been failing to address the needs and the constraints of the women, the youth, and the marginalized groups. So it limits these groups from also benefiting from agricultural growth. A UN Women report as well had identified the women and the marginalized groups are also facing significant cultural and social barriers that also limit their participation in agricultural activities, and they don't have a seat at the table in decision-making processes. A report from GIZ identified the fact that the lack of access to training and capacity building programs is also limiting the ability of women and youth and the marginalized groups from adopting new technologies and practices. I know the CEO of PAFO had mentioned the issues around capacity building that had been a challenge even in terms of uptake of smart agriculture. A report of ADB in 2020, and my colleague Medat, when he made his presentation yesterday, when he was asking us to give a guess, give a number around how many youth graduate and how many are actually underemployed or out of employment or are not employed on the continent. And this report from the ADB also identified the fact that an average of between 10 and 12 million youth get into the job market in Africa every year. Let that sink in for a minute. If we have only 3 million jobs available, and every year 10 to 12 million of our youth get into the job market, leaving many young people unemployed. So, the group believes that if we empower youth and women to participate in agriculture, that will lead to increased productivity and efficiency. We have some studies that had been done by the UN Women. There was a study that was undertaken in Rwanda and found that when women participated in agriculture, they were able to increase their crop yields by 20%. A report from FAO as well had also identified the fact that when we include marginalized groups in decision-making processes, this can lead to more informed and equitable decisions. A study that took place in Ghana that was undertaken by IFAD identified the fact that when we include women in agricultural decision-making processes, this led to a 30% increase in household income. GIZ also had studies that were done that youth and women can bring new ideas and perspectives to agriculture, driving innovation and entrepreneurship. There was a study in Kenya in 2020 by IFC, the International Finance Corporation, that a youth-led agricultural startup increased maize yields by 50% through innovative farming techniques. An ADB report as well in 2019 identified the fact that ensuring equal access to resources such as land, credit, and training can actually optimize allocation of these resources. And this was also verified by a study undertaken by UN Women in Tanzania. There was a program providing land and credit to women farmers, and this increased their agricultural outputs by 25%. The AUBR report of 2019, also of 2023, identified the fact that inclusive agri-food systems can actually reduce inequality and also promote social justice. A study by IFAD in South Africa identified the fact that when we support marginalized farmers, the poverty rate came down by 20%. So we identified about 8 drivers of change. There are existing legal and regulatory frameworks. There's a lot of uptake in terms of digitalization and agri-tech, investment in agriculture. I think there was a sister here who had also been talking about issues around social protection systems and programs. And our consumption patterns are also changing. The dietary diets as well is also changing. Issues around climate change has been core in our discussions over the last couple of days. Market access for the women, for the youth, marginalized groups, under the AFCFTA, and of course the demographic change. And we identified 9 key mega trends. Issues around the digital technologies in agriculture to transform farming practices and market access. There's an increase in terms of youth and women venturing into entrepreneurship, creating innovative businesses and jobs. There's also been an uptake in the adoption of sustainable agricultural practices and ensuring that these agricultural practices also have environmental, social responsibilities. The uptake in urban agriculture, leveraging on innovation, and women also gaining economic empowerment through agriculture, improving their livelihoods and communities. I would like to recognize the presence of our commissioner. She's just coming into the room. Commissioner, welcome. Women and youth. Clap, colleagues, if you want to clap. Thank you. And also there's been an increase in the movement of marginalized groups advocating for inclusive agricultural policies and practices to address their own specific needs and constraints. The issues around land rights and the challenges faced by the youth, women, and marginalized groups, and also the increased call by women, the youth, and these marginalized groups for policy change. So what have been some of the factors that have been responsible for the past changes and also the progress? So I'm going to dwell a bit in terms of the past changes. If we look at our continent just before independence and also after independence, there were some historical policies and programs that influenced agricultural development and trade, either positively or negatively, and that had an impact. The Green Revolution, and we also know what had happened with the structural adjustment programs that were brought onto our continent, stressing the issues around liberalization and privatization, which are market-oriented, and reducing state involvement and increasing private sector participation. But our private sector was very nascent at that time and couldn't fill that space. Then, of course, the changing demographics I mentioned before, the increasing demand for food, and also our shifting agricultural priorities. Issues around climate change, the rising temperatures, the changing rainfall patterns, either we're having so much rain, we have landslides, like had happened recently in Ethiopia with hundreds of people who have passed on. Soil degradation also affecting agricultural productivity. Then some progressive changes that we have seen. The issues around adoption of new technologies, mechanization, innovative practices to enhance productivity and efficiency. And then the gradual shift towards climate resilience, environmentally friendly and socially responsible agricultural practices. We're seeing increasing investment as well in agriculture that's driving innovation, regional markets and trade, and also digital technologies, data analytics, e-extension services, and a very strong increased focus now on how we're going to empower our youth and women in agriculture and addressing their specific needs and constraints. Implementing practices that would address the climate change and enhance resilience and reduce emissions. We had some discussions this morning on how we can address the issues of the greenhouse gas emissions. So an agri-food system transformation towards more inclusive, sustainable, and nutritious food systems, addressing hunger, malnutrition, and health concerns. So what are some of the future trends the group has identified? One is the demographic development, our rapidly growing youth population, the high levels of urbanization and rural transformation, issues around climate risks, soil degradation, biodiversity loss, and our consumer preference and the double burden of malnutrition, digitalization, artificial intelligence, mechanization, and of course the AFCFTA. So the group have identified these as the future outlook for our thematic area. And then when we look at our key priorities, we've identified about 5 of them. How do we go around enhancing access to these productive resources and the services? We talked about issues around access to land, the e-extension services, new adoptive technologies, etc. How do we provide enough economic opportunities for our youth for employment and entrepreneurship? How do we support them in terms of innovations and digitalization? And the policies and institutional supports to empower them to be able to have a voice for decision making and building their resilience to shocks, and also ensuring that they can participate access to markets and trade. So the key goals and ambitions we have identified: we want to foster inclusive agricultural growth that will benefit the youth, women, and marginalized groups, increase employment and entrepreneurship opportunities for these groups, the uptake and the adoption of the relevant technologies and innovations, building climate resilient agri-food systems that will address the needs of youth, women, and marginalized groups, enhancing market access, including within the AFCFTA, and either developing or strengthening existing policy, legal, and governance frameworks at either the national, the regional, and the continental levels to support youth, women, marginalized groups participation. We came up with a few indicators. I won't go through them. But we have identified a number of indicators. For example, the number of youth employment rates in agri-food systems, including formal and informal sectors, number of youth and marginalized groups and women-led agri-food enterprises that are established with a focus on innovation, technology, and so on and so forth. I know you might not be able to read this, but I just took a snapshot of our theory of change where we identified 5. Do I need to move to the other screen? Where we identified 4 intervention areas. The first is on access to and control over resources. So we have the intervention areas here, the outputs, the intermediate results, and the expected outcomes. So we're looking at 4 key intervention areas. First, in terms of access to and control over resources. Second intervention area, empowerment and capacity building. The third, on economic opportunities that will lead to increased economic opportunities for women and also youth that are active in our agri-food systems. And of course, policy and institutional support, where we are looking at how we can make sure we have sex and age disaggregated data collection and analysis, support of women and youth-led organizations, gender responsive and people-centered policies to support the participation of women and youth, and reconstruction initiatives in conflict-affected areas. So we have a couple of outcomes as well on the policy and institutional support. We can come up with an outcome where women and youth are active in agri-food policy settings. Investments that are made in agri-food systems also reflect gender and youth priorities, including the marginalized groups. Policies and implementation are gender responsive and also youth inclusive, and conflict-affected areas recover economic activity. Those are key outcomes. And as I begin to conclude, we came up with 4 points. Achieving inclusivity and equality in agri-food systems would actually require concerted efforts across various sectors and areas. We're talking about policy, capacity building, resource allocation, both at national, regional, and continental engagements. We also need to harness the demographic dividend. We can't continue to have our youth perishing in the Mediterranean Sea. It's very heartbreaking for mothers, for fathers, for the family. So we need to see the youth as a human capital, a huge capital for our continent. We cannot continue to lose them in the Mediterranean Sea. So let's see how we can harness this opportunity and also leverage technological advancements and ensure inclusive growth. Challenges such as climate risks, socioeconomic barriers also need to be addressed through concerted efforts and innovative solutions. And we believe that by empowering women, the youth, and marginalized groups, our continent can transform her agri-food system, build resilience, develop and promote healthy diets, in creating an inclusive society where everyone feels they belong. Now, this is a snapshot of the members of the group. Can I ask them to stand, please? Technical Working Group 9. Technical Working Group 9, please stand. This is a snapshot. Yes, but I thought it would be important that I also recognize the input from my group. So thank you very much. And they will respond to the comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Janet. I have told you that when the boss is doing her presentation, I don't dare to stop her. And then also to intimidate us, she asked everybody to stand up. So, but don't feel intimidated. You can ask your questions. You can ask your questions, okay? So we are not intimidated by the inclusivity group. So let's go around. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, we have 11 hands raised. Can you pass the mics? There is one here. Oh, number one.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Shadrach Agaki. I'm affiliated to the UN Food System Coordination Hub as an alumni. And thank you, Dr. Tari, because of the issues that you raised. And one of the issues that you've touched on is the inclusion of the youth brings new ideas and perspective. Then the other issues that you've raised also is that empowering youth to have a voice in decision making. So my question is, did you, as you're doing the research, did you try to find out the platforms that we can use to engage young people who are not in this room, who are outside? Because I saw my friend Olumide was there. But did you try to find out the platforms that we can use to engage these people? And how have they been used before? And what do we do to enhance their usage going forward? That's why I raised the question with the moderator in the morning, whether we were using the existing social media platforms to share what we are doing here, because that helps to raise the visibility of the issues that we are raising. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. Number 2.
Okay. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. C'est Abakar Mohamed. Je suis de la CAC. Et juste faire des compléments d'informations qui vont être très nécessaires pour le travail qui sera fait dans les travaux du groupe. En ce qui concerne le contrôle et accès aux ressources. Donc, à ce niveau, je crois que la notion des personnes vulnérables doit être élargie, notamment aux réfugiés climatiques, aux réfugiés de conflits, de guerre, et également aux personnes déplacées internes. Parce qu'on sait que ces 3 catégories de personnes vulnérables affectent, ça dépend maintenant des pays, de manière positive ou de manière négative, les systèmes alimentaires. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Abakar. Number 3, I'm not going to make any comments, so I'm just going to pass around. Number 3.
Thank you very much for the floor. And thank you, TWG9, for all the great work we have done. I am from TWG9, so this is just an addition, which I think I will take ownership of the omission, which I think is an omission. I think when we look at policy and we look at empowerment, to be able to cement results and to be able to actually make this empowerment impact the youth and women, I think we should consider introducing legal frameworks for empowerment mechanisms. An example of Kenya, where in their procurement processes, when they advertise for a tender, every tender has got lots which are specifically for youth and women. And it's a legal framework such that historically the patriarchal system of connected men do not overtake the youth and women. So I would just like to propose to add to our TWG, I think it was on an omission, that we look at legal frameworks for empowerment systems. Thank you.
Okay, number 3.
Thank you very much. Looking at the situation on our hands, it's good to know the size of the cake available for this segment of our society in relation to the job opportunities. that is making it impossible for them to stay here. They are migrating out of the continent. Is it possible for us to compute the opportunities that exist, even using the food imports into the continent? That is the jobs for our children. Each time you bring food in, you take the jobs out. So is it possible to compute the job opportunities that should exist based on the existing food supply level on the continent? And based can now find a way of providing the ways and means of engaging the youths and women in the production activities. Thank you very much.
No, thank you for that contribution. Number 4, is that? Number 5, sorry. Number 5.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Olawale Olaide from West of Ibadan, Nigeria. Thanks to the team for the excellent presentation and being inclusive, I would say. Okay, I have a few comments. In your theory of change that you presented, you mentioned that you access and control of resources to be different from empowerment, because the second one you say is empowerment. But I wanted to observe that access to resources is a component of empowerment, because if you look at as we currently measure women empowerment in the BR, we have different levels that we call domains. There are 5 of them. Access to resources is one. Then I also wanted to know whether you interacted with IFPRI people on the empowerment, because the way we are currently measuring it in the BR is not the original concept of the empowerment. So people just put different figures there, which we cannot really compare from country to country. So I think going to Post-Malabo, it will be good to refine or maybe redefine that particular indicator. The second thing I want to mention is, how do you see youth and women separately, or you see them together? I think that would be very critical, the way we move forward. So just think about it. How are you defining youth, and how are you defining women? Are youth women? Are women youths? So please look at that critically. Yeah. The third thing I want to emphasize is, maybe you are aware, there's an ongoing effort which
You have 30 seconds.
Yes, please. There's an ongoing effort with IFPRI and other NEPA. I think you see also trying to develop what we call Youth in Agri-Food Performance Index, YAPI. I don't know, since I saw Agra in the team, I wanted to know whether you also learning from that development. And if that is the case, are you defining the same index for women, since that is for youth? Thank you.
6.
Yes, thank you very much for the very interesting presentation, one of my favorite topics. Dr. Janet, you mentioned about how 50% of women are involved in agriculture, of which 80% are rural women. But it would be very interesting to also see in the evidence, just to find out how many of these 50% of the women are actually involved in high earning activities within the agri-food system. Are these women just stuck at production levels still with a handheld hoe, or are they involved in high earning activities such as processing, trading of foods? It will be very interesting to see that. And if my suspicion is right, that most of them are stuck at production, where there's the least amount of gains, financial gains, then we need to ask ourselves how we can ensure that women and probably also the youth more included in these high earning activities, how we can empower them and have activities that are specifically and intentionally ensuring that women are involved in high earning activities to ensure higher equity is reached. Thank you.
Thank you. Next was number 7. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Chris Miunda, Vice President Msika. Sadly and unfortunately, a big chunk of our young people have already lost all hope in this continent. Some of our finest young brains have already lost hope in the continent and prefer to walk across the Sahara, swim across the Mediterranean into Europe, and some get on illegal boats across the Indian Ocean to Western Australia. I was just wondering, this technical working group, in terms of an inspiring outreach strategy to these young people that will make them change their minds and turn this tide to bring them back to the continent. Thank you.
Next. So are you asking them how to make agriculture sexy for youth and women? Go ahead. Yes, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Nkatha Ntoburi, Social Policy Officer at FAO. A few reflections on the presentation, very good presentation. Now, the informal employment accounts for about 89% of women in the informal sector. Now, we have mentioned that 50% of them are in agri-food systems. I'd like to bring in the social dimensions of agri-food systems transformation. Only 3.9% of those women are covered by any form of social security, compared to 10% of men. The social dimension of agri-food systems, I think, needs more emphasis in this discussion, because we cannot assume that agriculture alone will solve all the social issues. We need to bring on board all the other social actors to ensure that the inclusivity agenda is heightened within agri-food systems. Now, a question on the dimensions of inclusivity. I saw a lot of focus on gender and women. What about children, people living with disabilities? How are we going to make sure they're included in the agri-food systems, recognizing that disability is not inability? Aging, elderly. Agriculture is intrinsically linked to aging. In fact, we know that in the rural areas, the elderly are often assumed to be the farmers. How do we change this dynamic and ensure an inclusive approach? And finally, equitable redistribution of the growth, agri-growth. How do we ensure that embedded within an inclusivity agenda? Thank you.
Thank you. I think I have more left here. Oh.
I'm number 9.
You are number 9, you have number 10, and then we have one on the other side, and then we're gonna stop this. Oh, no, she was the last one. I'm not taking. Okay, so I have to be flexible and maybe take, okay. So you are number what? You are number 11. Okay, you are number 12. Is that a new hand? Okay, number 13, 14, and we stop. Because for the sake of time, I don't want us to go overboard on this issue. So you go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Betel Tarafa from FAO. I'm part of the technical working group 9. So I'm also mentioning something we have missed, I think. So we haven't talked about social norms. And social norms is gender-based social norms are one of the underlying causes of gender inequality in agriculture. For example, even when we have laws that protect women's land rights, they are not implemented because of existing social norms. Women don't have access to extension services because there is the social norm that it's not a woman's role to access extension services. They don't use digitization. They are the lowest users of digital advisory services and technologies, not only because of lack of digital literacy or lack of access to smartphones or internet, it's also because of social norms. So social norms is something we need to address within the agriculture sector, and we have various gender transformative approaches and indicators developed by programs implemented by FAO, IFAD, WFP, addressing social norms. So I think we need to say something about that and try to see how we can include it in the Post-Malabo agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you very much. I think one of the biggest pains we have, which I also feel I haven't heard people commenting, is how to create those jobs, or where are those jobs actually? If we really harness our dividend, our youth dividend, they should generate between 11 to 15% of this continent's GDP. But we find that even how we look at our strategies on this continent, we don't take this into consideration. I think the Montpellier report recently said 24% of youth are involved in the livestock sector. Many of them are non-wage labor. I was in Egypt, they were looking at that and coming up with a bill to say nobody should be under non-wage labor. But interestingly also, if you look at our regional agriculture investment plans, they tell us something, but we take a different direction. For example, ECOWAS, it says that is one of its fastest growing value chains was poultry. It grew by 85% between 2005 and 2015. But they don't have a strategy for poultry development. Maybe they do right now, today, but they don't have that. And yet they have 20% of the market for poultry. 50% of that is imported. That is selling jobs. ECAS region, Central Africa, has 7.4% of the poultry market. About 60% of it is importation. East Africa has only 3.4%, but this is a sector that is driving economic development because it's domestic growth. That's where the jobs are. We need to go back and look at our regional agriculture investment plans. We need to look at our national agriculture investment plans and say, what are the fastest growing value chains? How can we change them from being driven by, let me say, the big boys who are importing, and create jobs for our youth in there? Secondly, I want to emphasize the point that we keep putting women in a position where they must convince banks to give them money. No, we handle children. We handle children. That's the biggest asset we have. We handle people. If we can handle children, why can't we handle money? Money should see our value and understand who we are, what we are bringing onto the table. All these figures, we keep on saying them, but we keep on playing them because we don't ties them. We don't say this is bringing value. I think you must have an indicator here that shows how the financial sector is turning itself around to listen to women and stop being elitist, stop using men's collateral only and saying that that's the only way we shall give you money. Women, if you give women and say, attach your loan to insurance for education, insurance for health cover, women are ready to pay that money back. But women start many businesses and they fail because they have to feed children immediately. They have to do health cover. They have to make sure they pay education where the men. And we are still penalizing women. The financial institutions must pay attention, and there must be a demand on them to change the way they are passing money on this continent. They must put money for women. They must put money for children, for youth. There must be legislation. There must be regulation that say this percentage of what you're putting out as loans should go to women and support them concretely. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Who was next?
Here. Yeah, number 11.
Oh, number 11 is there.
So I'll start by commending the group for the comprehensive work that they have done on this subject. I found the presentation to be really interesting, but I have a suggestion on the theory of change. Perhaps you can have a look at the treaties establishing the REX. You'll note in the presentation, and this is just to ensure that some of the existing efforts that are being done or are anticipated to be done to promote women empowerment actually feature in the theory of change, especially in the outputs. And for this, we have done a bit of work on ECA. We have reviewed the treaties establishing the REX to see what are the key components that are featured, and we will be happy to share this information with you to enhance this section. Thank you.
Thank you for this valuable contribution. I think there is someone next to you who was supposed to take the floor.
prendre la
On the
parole
other side,
de l'autre côté.
I think she's trying to jump the queue. She was not on the list.
Elle n'était pas dans la
I'm
liste.
sorry,
elle
I'm
était
a new hand.
sautée.
I'm a new hand. I apologize.
Si je m'excuse,
Bonjour, je suis Sandrine Témy, je suis
Hello.
médecin vétérinaire
I
et
am
je
a
suis
veterinary doctor
consultant
and
en
I'm
politique
consultant
agricole. Je viens du
at
Cameroun. Et je voudrais dire
agricultural
merci,
policy from
comme ma
Cameroon. I
voisine
would
l'a
like to
dit,
thank
votre présentation a
you
été
as
vraiment bien
my
faite et on
neighbor
a
said.
vu que
Your
vous avez fait un travail
presentation was
détaillé.
very good. It
Je
was a
voudrais
well-detailed
apporter une
job. I
suggestion.
would like to put a
Lorsque vous avez
suggestion
parlé du
where you
empowerment, en
spoke
français,
about
ça se dit
empowerment.
autonomisation, donc
In
rendre
French,
une
it
personne
means
autonome. Et je voudrais
how
juste
to be
attirer votre
empowered.
attention sur le fait que
I would like to put
des petits travaux que j'ai faits auprès des femmes
emphasize
m'ont fait me
on
rendre compte
the
que les
little
femmes ont des
job which
problèmes
I've done on
particuliers,
women.
surtout ces
Women
jeunes,
have done
les femmes
have
plus jeunes
got
que nous.
particular
Je me
jobs
suis rendu compte que la
and
jeunesse
noticed
est
that the
de
youth
moins en moins résiliente,
is
c'est-à-dire la
more
génération
less
de nos
resilient,
enfants sont plus
meaning our
faibles que nous.
children generation
Il
is
y a
weaker than us.
cet aspect
There's this
qui n'a
aspect
rien à voir
which
avec
has
la
nothing to do
compétence,
with
qu'il faut prendre en compte, de bâtir
competition.
l'humain. Parce que
So,
ceux qui sont plus jeunes que nous
those who are younger than
sont
us
vraiment nés
are
dans la
really
facilité. Nous, les
born
parents, on leur a
into
rendu la vie facile.
facilities
Et
where
lorsqu'on parle des métiers de
parents would
l'agriculture, c'est des
give them
métiers
everything.
qui
So
vous
when we talk
demandent
about
de
these skills of
vous-même. C'est-à-dire, si vous
agriculture,
n'avez pas
it is the
certaines capacités
skills
humaines,
that
vous ne
comes
pouvez
from
pas.
you.
C'est
So
pour ça
if
que
you
vous
do not
voyez,
have a
la
certain
plupart de
human
nos enfants
capacity,
sont sur les
that
réseaux
is
sociaux
why
en train de vendre les
our
perruques, de vendre les
majority
chaussures,
of our
parce que
children,
c'est plus
they are on
facile
social
que de s'asseoir et
media,
de
they are
monter un
selling
projet agricole.
wigs
Donc, il y
and
a
shoes and
dans
clothing
l'aspect
because it is easier.
empowerment, il faut
So
travailler
when you
l'humain.
talk about
Il
the
faut travailler la
empowerment
personne. Il faut leur
aspect, we need
montrer
to work
que c'est après
on our own.
l'effort
We
qu'on
need
peut
to teach our
récolter. Donc, c'est
children that
cet aspect
you need to
que j'ai
work and
pu voir
learn.
dans mes petits travaux.
And this is the
À
aspect
part la
which I've
compétence, il
noticed
faut
in this
travailler
little
l'humain
job.
dans
Beside the
la jeunesse,
competency,
dans les jeunes
we
femmes, dans
need
les
to
femmes,
work
chez les
on
femmes et
our
chez les
own
jeunes.
when it comes to
Merci.
women and the youth. Thank you.
I think there is one hand in the
Je
back, and
crois
then I'll
qu'il y
come
a
back
une
to
main
this group
levée
here,
là
and then you
derrière
close.
qui
I have
peut
1,
venir
2, and then that's it.
une, deux.
No. You are trying to extend our list. Now we have to stop here
J'essayais
sometime.
d'élargir notre
Sorry.
liste. Non, je vais vous donner la
Thank you very much,
parole.
moderator. I
Merci
just want
beaucoup,
to,
modérateur. J'aimerais juste
to put my point on
donner un
when
point
we talk about
sur
women and
lorsque l'on
youth.
parle sur les jeunes
You
et
cannot talk about
les
women
femmes.
and
On ne
youth
peut pas parler des jeunes et des
without
femmes
talking about
sans
access to
parler
land.
de l'accès à la terre.
Because now
Parce que maintenant,
in our settings,
dans
there's so much land going to
setting, c'est
private
quoi?
foreign lands,
Installation,
foreign private
installation.
sector. If we're going to talk about
Si
agriculture
on
and
doit parler
creating
de
jobs,
l'agriculture et
it
de
will be
création
through
d'emplois,
land ownership.
sera au
Therefore,
travers de
how
l'appropriation de
then
terres.
do we
Dans
provide for
comment allons-nous
legislation
fournir des
and policy
législations, des
to
politiques
ensure that a
pour
certain
assurer
percentage
qu'un certain
of
pourcentage
agriculture or
de
valuable land is preserved
terres
for young people
est
and women?
préservé pour
Thank you.
les jeunes
Thank you.
et
We
les
have
femmes.
2 heads on this side, I think. I will take them. You came late, right? She was in already. Let me give her the floor, and then give
Je
the
vais
floor
leur
to the.
donner la parole et lui donner à Dr. Regina.
Thank you.
Merci.
I'm Sylvia Henga from
I'm
IGAD,
Sylvia
food
Ika
security
from
expert.
IGAD, expert
I'm
en
just studying some things that they could improve.
alimentation,
Sorry, as part of the indicators.
food security.
Because
Can you give her another mic? I think the
Sécurité
mic
alimentaire.
has problem.
Expert.
Yeah. So when
Elle
we're
est
talking about
expert
youth
en sécurité
inclusion,
alimentaire.
looking at when we're doing preservation of indigenous knowledge,
Lorsqu'on parle
because one of the
de
challenges we face
préservation
with
du,
youth uptaking agriculture and agricultural activities is probably
des
lack of awareness. So as we do
manque de
preservation,
sensibilisation,
gene banks,
besoin de
collection of some of
sensibilisation,
those information
collection
and
de
breeds,
ces
it could be important
informations,
to involve
il
them.
était important
Again, the
pour
aspect of
inclure,
youth
mais aussi
in
l'aspect
trade
de la jeunesse
and
dans
the
le
issue of food
commerce
security and
et
health of the
aussi
youth
question
should be
problème de
considered
santé
because
et
a
sécurité
case in
alimentaire.
point, they are the ones who consume,
Ils
for
sont
example,
le
KFC,
consommateur de
and you
KFC,
notice
par
that all these
exemple, et
products
ils
are
savent
actually
tous ces produits
outsourced from abroad. Yeah.
proviennent
Yet
de
we have
l'étranger.
production of potatoes here, we have chicken,
Pourtant, nous
and a
avons
lot
la
of youth involved
production
in
de
chicken
patates
farming. How
ici
could we
et
protect
aussi
them?
de
As you
ferme,
scale down your
poulailler,
indicators, maybe those are some of the things
et
that could
ceci
help
donc
at
par
protect,
terre,
because
ils
then
peuvent
even as we
protéger.
fight against
Comme
seed
nous sommes en train de
colonization,
se baser
those are
pour
some of
combattre
the
la colonisation alimentaire, ce sont des choses qu'on a laissées chacune. Les continents souffrent encore une fois sur les femmes, technologie.
either
La
cannot
majorité
access,
d'eux
but
ne
also
peuvent
when we
pas
do
accès.
infrastructure and
Lorsqu'on fait aussi
industrialization, you find most of the women are
la
the ones
majorité
working
des
in cold
femmes
rooms,
sont
post-harvest
dans,
handling, the chemicals that are involved there, and that
dans
affects
des chambres
maternal
froides
health.
et
That I hope can be
aussi
captured, and maybe you need to
une
combine it with the
santé
One
qui
Health
était
approach to
là-bas,
development
cela affecte
as you
aussi
look
la
at the
santé
aspect of
maternelle
women.
et on doit aussi
And
considérer
for
cela.
youth, one
Et
of the
pour
ways
les
to
jeunes,
attract them, because
une des
I
façons
think
de les
the main
attirer,
challenge
je
is
crois que le technique
they are modern, and so they're not in
sont
line. They
modernes,
do
ils ne
not
sont
want
pas
to
en
be
ligne,
involved
ils
with
ne
the
veulent pas être
soil and all
inclus
that. So there is soilless
dans
agriculture and other forms
l'air,
of technology
sol.
that you could
Il y a
promote
beaucoup
that could capture the
d'énergie
youth,
que
including
peut
just
promouvoir pour
agri-tech,
attirer
the
le
application of
jeune,
digital
l'agilité,
approaches to
aussi
farming, aquaponics, many other things
l'aquaponie
that you
et
could
les autres
cover
choses
that
qu'on
would really
pourrait trouver
attract
qui
the youth.
pourraient attirer
And
les jeunes.
finally, when you're talking about
Enfin, lorsqu'on
inclusion,
parle de
I maybe missed
l'inclusion,
on child
il se peut
health,
que
which is
je
very important,
pas
but
bien
also
compris sur la
a
santé des
growing
enfants, mais aussi
problem that we need to look at when we're talking about
Excuse me, can you conclude?
gender. Finally, gender. You're talking
se
about
basant sur le
supporting the
genre,
girl
on
child.
parle
Can you
de se
balance, especially
soutenir
when
la
you're dealing
Non,
in
mais
the
ça vous dit,
Je
very
veux équilibrer
so,
cela.
okay, I have a background on education,
J'ai
and we are having increasing deaths caused by
Et après, c'est vrai que faut
sorry,
pas
I'm
aider
trying to say
beaucoup
the
pour
boy
pouvoir
child
avoir des
against the
petits
girl
s'occuper,
child.
donc il faut pas passer
But
de
because of biased empowerment of women, we are having
Ouais,
a
ouais.
growing menace and the militia groups
Vous
that are
mettez,
causing a
Kelito,
threat
soit tu fais à
against the
manger,
security
pour
of the
que tout
very
soit
women that we are
en deux ce
protecting.
soir.
So inclusion should
Et on mange
cover
plus, on
as
va
you bring
manger
the young
à la
people,
long
both
terme.
boys and girls. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moi, je préfère manger
I'll
ici,
take the last
mais
one
bon, je vais
here.
être ici longtemps, donc on peut aller à l'antenne. Oui,
Okay,
non, puis
so
non, puis
maybe
je
you
pars pas de ça. Je suis là pendant
can
un
you
moment
make
et
it
on va
short,
marcher dans la
please?
nature. Donc,
People take the floor and they lecture like for 5-10 minutes. Let's keep it short so that people like.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you very much.
Merci
I'd like to
beaucoup.
add my voice to the team for doing a great
Je
job.
remercie
I thought that for the justification section, we should look at the whole issue of sustainability. You know, sustaining food systems, especially in Ghana, for instance, women are involved in food crop production. Men tend to go for cash crops. So if you have women marginalized in this sector, then it means that food security itself is going to be compromised. And that's a very important argument. We also have, because of youth migration, we also have aging populations that are not able to keep up with farming activities. We have food security problems in those areas where there's youth migration and you have aging farmer populations. That's also at the heart of the sustainability issue. The last point I want to add is about measurement. Strengthening data and research for evidence for continual advocacy on this issue, because we cannot relent. We cannot relent on this agenda. It is at the core of the sustainability of agri-food systems. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take the last one.
Just taking off from where the last speaker. So if we have to bring in sustainability, it means the group may want to consider a title that's inclusivity, equity, and sustainability of the food system. So the title is something that you may want to revisit. Secondly, I like the theory-based approach. Sort of change the I was thinking whether this can be universalized across all the groups, how we can bring in theory of change as we look at what we're bringing in terms of the inputs, intervention, the outcomes and the goals that we want to achieve. And lastly, empowerment. We need extensive financial sector reforms, not only domestically, but also internationally. At the domestic level, I think we may want to consider getting financing institutions to include some kind of women, youth, or marginalized empowerment points in their loan facilities. In the private sector, before you get a government contract, you must demonstrate that you have been able to provide support for women, youth, and marginalized groups. And then at the international level, the Green Climate Fund, we have to push to ensure that it has a gender-responsive financing framework. The same thing applies to the global environmental facilities. It's not very clear when we write our Africa position papers on agricultural financing. It's not very clear whether members of the African community that sit on the boards of this, especially the Green Climate Fund, whether they do push for this kind of recognition for women. So gender-responsive financing framework is critically important in the kind of financial sector reforms that we should be pushing for. And it will start with having the AU, like I said initially, establishing a business council that is equivalent to the executive council. That is where you can begin to push to get countries to implement such policies. Thank you.
Thank you. There is someone who handed like a paper. I think he was shy to take the floor because I have closed the list. And he's asking whether this technical working group should be a standalone group or a cross-cutting across all the team. So I said it should be, and it will be. So, Dr. Janet, I will give you the floor. So if something is just a comment, ignore it for now, take a note of it. Just if there are 2 or 3 critical questions that you want to address, just respond to them so that we can close this session. 2 to 3 questions. 2 to 3.
Okay, so thank you very much for the comments that had been made. So just like we had mentioned, this group is inclusive. So I'm not going to answer all the questions. I'm also going to give the floor to some of my working group members to speak for themselves. We've been talking about making sure they are also at the table for decision-making processes. So if we're talking about issues of whether youth and women should be handled together or separately, I would want one of my technical working group members to please respond to that. You would have to be the ones to speak for yourselves on whether or not youth and women should be handled separately or together. But in terms of platforms, we already have a platform that's looking at youth involved in agriculture and climate change. Kayak, which we had launched at the last partnership platform that we had. So this is one of the platforms that we're using to ensure that we're engaging youth. We've always been massively involved bringing the youth on board. But Kayak has been very strong in terms of ensuring that it's a network of several other youth platforms across thematic areas. So we've been working very closely with them. We had quite a bit of discussions with regards to marginalized groups, people in pastoralist areas, disabled, etc. Lots of groups. So we have not left out the refugees as well. What we presented is not an exhaustive group. We did not want to unpack what we mean by marginalized groups so that we don't end up losing out on any of the groups. So we had quite a bit of discussion. And then we agreed that we would just have it as marginalized groups. And then in the report itself, we would now give some definition that we agreed together as a group
on what we mean by marginalized groups. Dalitso, I had mentioned the issue about the policies and legal frameworks and the drivers of change. I had identified that as well in the presentation. I take notes of the comments with regards to our theory of change. The team can have a look at it and see whether or not we need to have intervention points on access to resources separate from the issues around women empowerment, or whether we need to have it as intervention points. I think the team can look at it again. For YAPI, the youth in the Agricultural Performance Index, my colleague is there, highly has been participating. The meetings have been taking place, organized by AGRA to develop that particular indicator. So if given a chance, he may be able to speak, but we are actively involved in developing the YAPI. Yes, the issue about making agriculture attractive to the youth, I think that is basically what that question was about. And the facilitator had already begun to respond to that. Issues on social norms, I had captured it in the situational analysis. Where I said that in the situational analysis, I talked about women also having these barriers in terms of cultural and social norms that are standing as structural barriers to women's active engagement in agricultural development. Sarah, yes, this is why we're having the Post-Malabo. When you talked about we have to review our knives, our ripes, and how we can use them now to ensure there's job creation, this is exactly what the Post-Malabo is supposed to support us in doing. So that when we're developing the Post-Malabo, we need to start talking about where exactly can we target in terms of creating jobs for our youth. And I think that will now speak to the comment from Sunday about whether or not we have opportunities to be able to identify job opportunities. I think this is where the Common African Agro-Packs also comes into play, because we're talking about developing specific regional value chains. And on each sector of the regional value chains, there are jobs that can be created. Yes, our youth may not want to touch the soil, but they can still get into logistics, they can be aggregators, they can come up with market information systems, platforms, etc. So that is also how we're seeing the CAPS being able to contribute in terms of creating jobs for our youth. Yes, Wezi, in terms of evidence on how many of these women, 80% who are in the rural areas, and whether or not they are involved in high-end agricultural earning sectors. So of course we know that's not the case. They will most likely have to be in the lower end in terms of downstream. And so what we need to do as well is looking at how we can better capacitate these women, providing them with the necessary technologies for them to have value added to their products and their crops before it is sold. On agri-tech, I had captured it as a driver of change as well. We take note on the issues around child health. That is also part of the marginalized groups that we have not wanted to expand to start naming which are marginalized groups and those that are not. But thank you very much for the comments and the guidance that has been provided. And I think this would help us in terms of refining the work of the group. So thank you. Commissioner, I don't know if you would want to add anything as well, because Commissioner has also been championing this technical working group.
Thank you, Janet, for giving me the floor. I did not follow in depth when you were presenting your presentation, but I hope that we took also into account the issue of education, because those rural women, they need education for them to adapt themselves with the new technology. Otherwise, we cannot have any move. So education is very important. And the second point also to bring the issue of our strategy on mechanization so that women can benefit. That will follow our initiative of confining the hand wool into the museum. This is an initiative that already exists. So we should drive on that so that women will have access to mechanization. We are not talking about tractors. We are talking about tillers. We are talking about all the value chain, removing the mortar and the new technology of processing maize and all these commodities that we consume. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Thank you, Commissioner. I think this will bring this session to an end. So I would like really for us to give a very strong round of applause to the group. And also I want to indicate that if I join the high table, it's going to be gender balanced. So you can upload for that too. So with that in mind, let's bring this session to a close. We have done a marathon this morning. We have pushed for 4 groups. It wasn't easy, but I think you guys have done a commendable job, and you all deserve like to clap for yourself again. So let me hand over the floor to Prof. Mandi.
Thank you, Dr. Hamadi, for brilliant job this morning. Unfortunately, a little bit, not too unfortunate, we are still a little bit behind schedule. It's 10 to 2 now. So if we break for lunch now, we should be back here by 10 to 3, right? 10 to 3 for 3. Yeah, that's good enough. And then we have a cocktail at 6 o'clock. So as an incentive for us to finish the remaining 4 groups between 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock. Is that good enough incentive? I understand if we delay, they may cancel the cocktail. So I plead to you and the facilitators after lunch to get that 50 minutes in, because I think 50 minutes per group will still get us out of here at 6 o'clock. Now I've got an announcement for the AUDN NEPAD sponsored participants. Please bring your boarding passes and visa receipts, and bring those to the registration office and see Elizabeth. It's in your interest, apparently. So if you didn't bring your boarding passes this time and your visa receipts, just bring them later to the office. Thank you so much. A big round of applause to those groups and to the facilitator. Thanks, Dr. Hamadi. See you after lunch, please. Thank you.
And for those that already know all this by head, basically these two groups really talk to what I would call CADA processes, yeah? So they are feeding into all the many, many other areas of focus. So I'd like to welcome my dear brother, Dr. John Ulimwengo, just to take us through Technical Work Group 10, which is talking to theory of change and research framework. You'll all recall that everybody has been trying to also talk to theory of change within their other various respective groups. So let's see how they have been summing it all up to inform the next post agenda. So we have 20 minutes for you, and I'll have my timer.
Thank you, Panduleni, and thank you, everyone. This is so unfair because I'm presenting after the most popular technical working group and after lunch. So this is at all. Can I move this thing? Or not again? Sir? Okay, might be one maybe. Oh, okay. All right, so this is a technical working group number 10, working on the theory of change and the result framework. Of course, the first thing is, what is it that we call the theory of change for food system transformation, and why we need it anyway? A theory of change is really a framework for interventions. It's a framework that allows us to map up pathways and mechanisms that link interventions to desired outcomes. So we have, on one hand, a set of interventions, and we would like to know how this set of interventions help us achieve the desired outcome. So we need that framework. Second, it's also establish a causal mapping between activities, outputs, and long-term goals. Those who are causing, so we have causes and effect. So we need to make sure which one are causes and which ones are effect. And of course, it also helps better understand the steps to achieving those sustainable food system transformation. In addition, it is also an evaluation tool, because with a clear theory of change, you can do better the planning, evaluating, and communicating the impact of initiatives. Of course, it has the alignment with measurement. Now, why do we need it for post-Malabo agenda? Let's take a little bit of history here. From Maputo to Malabo, the Maputo Declaration was quite simple. Invest 10% public budget into agriculture. It will achieve 6% agricultural growth and ultimately reduce poverty by half, then by 2015. So it was easy, quite a linear, so to speak, theory of change. Then when we move to Malabo, Malabo is Maputo plus. Malabo brought those 7 commitments. So now we move to a very simple framework into a little bit more elaborate framework. It required a theory of change, which unfortunately we didn't have. So what did we do? So what did we do after the first report, the biannual review report in 2017? With some of my colleagues, Sam Benin, myself, and Wonderson, who's here almost 6 years ago, we came up with this rather unofficial theory of change, just trying to make sense of those commitments. So what we did was like, well,
every country starts with the CADEP principles and values. And if you adopt those principles and values, you should have evidence-based policies and plans. Altogether, the CADEP principles, evidence-based policies and plan should then produce the policy outcomes, and then after the policy outcome, development outcomes. And all of that is covered under the mutual accountability framework. So that's how we try to manage all the 7 commitments plus the performance categories. But then we didn't have enough data to empirically test the theory of change. Well, last year, we had already 3 rounds of data, so we could test that theory of change. So this is how it looks like. So for those who are interested in the paper, it was published under the Resax et al. So you can read the paper, but here just a few key results. Out of the 45 BR performance categories, only 14 had significant total impact on the agricultural transformation of sorry. That's what it looks like. So, you know, what it means is that either we were overly ambitious in the number of pathways that we needed to use to achieve the ag transformation agenda, or we had some problem in the implementation process, or we have issues with the data. In any case, this made the case for a need for an official, coherent theory of change for post-Malabo agenda. If you are not convinced with that, the food system approach itself calls for a theory of change. Here, I just use a very simple framework. When we say food system transformation, what exactly do we mean? What exactly are we trying to transform? So when you look at the food system, regardless of how you put it, there's different framework. You have those 3 components. First, the food system outcomes, when we can slash it in socioeconomic outcomes, food security outcomes, sometimes we put health in there, and then environmental outcomes. So we look at those outcomes and we say that, well, there are outcomes that we do not like. They are not what we want, right? So that's where the entry point for food system transformation starts. It doesn't start from food system activities. We start from the outcomes, and then we look at activities, how we can change the way we produce, we process, we package, we consume, we manage waste to relate to the outcome. But all of that doesn't happen by chance. We need to provide incentive. That's the other part of the food system policies, because we need to send signal to the food system actors, for them to change their behavior to align with the type of outcomes that we need. So if we are serious about food system, then we need a theory of change. It is unfortunate that often we see a lot of documents flying around the food system transformation program, but when you look inside, there is very little in terms of actual food system transformation. Then if you are not convinced with that, when you look at the issues that Africa food system is facing, you know, if you've been here since the beginning, we shocks, the multiple shocks and the related impact. When you look at the 19 countries classified as major food crisis each year since 2016, 16 of those countries are African countries. So whatever we've been doing it's not yet working, right? And smart guys say that a fool is the one who does the same thing every day while expecting different result. And I don't think, we want to be considered as fools. So taking all of this into consideration, this is what we came up with as the long-term vision for the Post-Malabo agenda. It is the African agri-food system that are sustainable, resilient to shocks, and inclusive in delivering economic prosperity, livelihood, a better diet and nutrition for all Africa population without leaving anyone behind. We are a smart group of people, but we didn't come up with this. This is already in the Agenda 26.3, in the Africa Common Position on the Food System, and recently in Africa Climate Summit Declaration. But what does it mean exactly? So it means achieving resilient agri-food system that can withstand various shocks. I raised the question in the previous session that it's not about the resilience of component of the food system alone. It is the resilience of the whole food system and all shocks, not only climate-related shocks. COVID-19 was not a climate-related shock. The war in Ukraine is not a climate-related shock. So it's very important for those who are working on resilience to get that right. And it means ensuring food system operate within environmental boundaries, achieving adequate investment to support the magnitude of accelerated development required, promoting inclusivity, empowering smaller farmers and marginalized groups, promoting safe and nutrition diet. So there you have it, the long-term vision. And we hope that all the technical working groups in whatever you are doing, this should be the end game. So the question is, from where we are, how can we get to where we want? So there are some implications that we didn't have in the Malabo declaration. So I'm going just quick because of time. So it means that we need policy coherence. When we are dealing, that's a problem I'm trying not to rely on anyway. So when you are dealing with a system, what it means that within the system, there will be different type of policies, even within the same government. My favorite example is on fertilizer. The Minister of Agriculture will push more. The Minister of Health, Minister of Environment say, oh, hold on, there are some negative impact on fertilizer. How do you make sure that in the system you accommodate those trade-offs, those conflicts? That's very important. Second, we need to account for the political economy of food system transformation. There are people in the system that don't have the same power. Left alone, some will hijack the transformation system against other groups. So it's very important to account for that. Third, we need a robust food system governance. Who is in charge of food system transformation for the Post-Malabo agenda? When you go country by here in Zambia, I know it is at the Vice President office. In Ethiopia, they have a steering committee with 15 ministers. In Rwanda, Malawi, with help from AGRA, we are trying to, set up what we call Food System Coordination Hub. It is important not to leave it alone, that somebody will somehow be in charge. It has to be explicit. And of course, that coordination hub will need a strong food system M&E system, establish food system data cluster, set up digital platform for food systems transformation. If you need details, we can talk about that. Well, after all of that, if we put all of the pieces together, ladies and gentlemen, this is the visualization of the post-Malabo theory of change. So you are the first group to say it. And you know, there are more details. There is a, if you see the report, but so here's the narrative. So you start from the enabling environment and agri-food transformation. That will define type of interventions and, of course, intermediate outcomes. All of this, remember our long-term vision, African agri-food systems that are sustainable, resilient to shock, and inclusive in delivering economic prosperity, livelihood, and healthy diet and nutrition for all Africa population. And you probably, you can see, notice the TC, we tried to play around with, instead of technical working group, we use thematic clusters, that it's more or less the same. But you can notice also that we had to group some of the technical working group. We couldn't in a visualization, we cannot have everything. So we selected key enabling environment and agri-food system. You can see, so technical working group 1, we took something there, technical working group 2, and all of that. But how did we do this? In our group, we had spies into other technical working group. So we were listening to what you were saying and doing. And that's how we ended up with this, of course. Thank you. So what it means that before we finalize, we'll have to interact again with you to confirm or not. So this is a summary visualization of, we call ourselves liaisons, but actually we were spies. And well, you cannot have a theory of change without a result framework. I know Director Godfrey said yesterday that we don't have to talk about indicators. Well, in our group, we were allowed to, because we were asked to not only develop the theory of change, but also look at the result framework. So that's what we did. And a couple of innovations here. So here, I mean, I could not present everything. So just on the resilience, read it here, building resilient agri-food system for withstanding climate and other shocks. So what we did, for every single intervention under this, whatever we will call it, we have the output, expected output, intermediate result, outcome, and impact, which we did not have under the Malabo declaration. So we have this for every, now, as I said, we are calling them thematic cluster, but they are all more or less aligned with the technical working group. So let me conclude. Yes, we need, post-Malabo agenda needs a clear theory of change. Second, we need align all the effort with the long-term vision. Now that we know it, we need everything we will do for each individual technical working group. Let's ask ourselves, is this in line with the long-term vision? And as I said, we need to enhance policy coherence and governance. This is critical. In the Malabo declaration, we did not even have indicators to assess the coherence of policies. We didn't have indicator to assess the governance, the quality of governance. Yes, I know we have that commitment number 7, but that's not enough. And of course, we need a robust food system knowledge support system, which will include data clusters, digital platform and collaborative network to support stakeholders in making informed decisions, fostering innovation, and scaling successful intervention across different countries and regions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc. You saved exactly 49 seconds out of your 20 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, there we have the visualized Post-Malabo theory of change. Added on to that is the newly innovated result framework. We will now allow questions and queries for the next 25 minutes. And like we said, he really just took 19 minutes and 20 seconds almost. So we hope that we can also keep to that time. Everything is coming to shape. Liaison officers, we should not call them spies. So I hope you have noted that what you were already planning as part of the theory of change is already in here, because they had spies in all the other groups, right? To make sure that your mind is already within this draft. Let's have your hands up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then we end with Benice at 10. Is that good? Yes. My director. I think we do have 2 or 3 rolling micro. No, we're dealing with 10 now, and then depending on my 25 minutes, that will be it. This afternoon, we are on time.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, John. Very nice presentation, obviously. So let me start by clarifying my comment yesterday. Somebody came to me later on, I will not mention her, that I was sounding harsh in my comments yesterday. So, but basically what I meant by that comment was, given that we had short time between now and the end of the month, we needed to spend more time looking at the data and evidence to inform the discussions in the paper. Regarding indicators, I meant that we shall have a lot of time, even after we have developed the strategy at the end of August. Because the biannual review for the Post-Malabo, the earliest you'll have it will be 2027. 2027. Because you still have to do the 5th biannual review for Malabo next year, 2025. And you are going to do that based on the current set of indicators, not the indicators that we are discussing now. So once you have done with this strategy, you have the whole of 2025, that whole year, to go back to all the priorities in our Post-Malabo strategy and say, how shall we measure progress? And that's when you will spend a lot of time on indicators. So I thought, given that we don't have too much time here, it's not very good investment of our time to invest and have a discussion on indicators here in Lusaka. So that was the comment I wanted to clarify without sounding harsh. Now to my question. Yes, I'm following the logic. Of course, the devil is always in the detail. In your paper, and we are looking for evidence, are you starting to see causality between inputs and outputs? Because I'm really expecting you using the biannual review data to answer this question around key pathways, okay? And you have that complicated diagram around pathways. But I see a start and an end, which means however complicated it is, you can still have pathways from inputs to outputs to outcomes. So I'm expecting in your paper to see these details and be able to make some things to see the linkage between investments in, for example, increasing public expenditure in agriculture and seeing improved nutrition or increased job creation, food security, and so on. So I'm really hoping that this will be in your paper, but you respond. Thank you.
Oh, 2 is here, 3 is there.
I am too. Yeah, thanks, John. An excellent presentation. Yeah, 2 comments, perhaps questions. I see 2 terms, food systems and agri-food systems, and you're using them interchangeably. So maybe you can clarify if they mean one and the same thing, and if there are differences. That's one. I think the other one perhaps is related to what Godfrey is saying. I think in an ideal world, this would have come first, isn't it? We would have the theory of change and the activities and so on, and everything else to follow. Do you see this as a handicap to this process? And what are your thoughts about how to actually address this? Thank you.
I'm speaking from experience, and I want to see whether you can shine some light as a note of a kind of sensitization to the countries on the responsibility for implementation. Because at the end of the day, it's not just enough to get ministries reporting to vice president or group of ministers. I found myself as if I was the scapegoat when it was time to coordinate stakeholders' inputs for the medium-term investment plan. While we talk of long-term theory of change, at the country level, they have a medium-term plan, inside which there are projects that may be short-term and medium-term. And these projects have to reflect the expected outcomes, and the locations of the projects are not where the government seat is. After preparing the National Agricultural Investment Plan, we ended up, even though we used their inputs of all stakeholders, we had to go for validation at the subnational level because the real people who are doing the work are there. How can we at this level shine our torch so that when it comes to implementation, people understand what we are talking about? Please just look into that aspect and see if you can do something.
Yeah, let's move on. I hope that the next group, Technical Working Group 11, it's on a delivery mechanism. It's talking about implementation and coordination. So that will be something that could be responded once we have the next presentation. Number 4, please.
Thank you very much. I think that was a very significant presentation. And thanks for being a double agent. Now, at the conclusion, you spoken about digital platforms. But I wanted to find out whether you also went ahead and looked at what we call digital platform imperialism. That the digital platforms that we're using are not our platforms, or we're going to build platforms on platforms that we don't have control over. How do we address that such that now when we talk about digital platform imperialism, then we look at sovereignty of the digital platforms that we are going to use, because we don't want to get to a point where we have invested in digital platforms, but at the end of the day, somebody wakes up and say, we are going to change the rules of these without us being involved in the changes. So maybe that's something that you can look at, or you can also say whether you looked into that aspect of this.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really want to commend the group for this presentation. It's very illuminating. I spent 6 months working on development effectiveness theory of change for the UNDP OECD. It was quite an elaborate work. What is not clear here first is your preconditions, your assumptions. If you want to achieve specific outcomes, you've got to state your preconditions. So those will have to come. I think I want to agree, the sequencing of these presentations, this should have come first to define the path for the various technical working groups. But the way it is now, we are not losing ground in the sense that we've got to build backwards, agree to the expected results from the various technical working groups, and then plug them back into your theory of change so that we have something that reflects what the technical working groups have proposed as expected outcomes and final results. So the first thing has to do, define your assumptions and preconditions. Secondly, there is this term intermediate results. Again, when we see the narrative, one will be able to understand what you have there, because when you say results, it implies 3 things. Results consist of your output, which define your objective, your outcomes will reflect your purpose, and the impacts, which reflect the goals. So those are the 3 things. So if you compound all of them within intermediate results, then we are mixing too many things at the same time. So for now, I think let me stop there. The enabling environment, again, we've got to go back and revisit it once the various technical working groups have finalized their work. But it's really a commendable work. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go straight to the question. I'm sure with this, you see the narrative, the background of all this paper, then those aspects you can see whether they were covered by the group or not, right? So let's really try to keep it short. Number 6 was 6 here before I went that side. No, David, you were last. Okay, 6 here, then we're moving then to that side. I know I ended eventually there. Million.
Thank you very much. I really liked this presentation. 3 commendabilities, and one, it's very good that they did the previous Malabo theory of change before they moved into this. That was very good. And I agree that putting a political economy lens to look at agriculture, African agriculture, is so critical. Political economy and political ecology, and they say they did that. It's fantastic. That's what I was missing in most of the presentations. And also, they have identified a key part of the crisis that we are in the food system. By the way, we have studied the African food system. So the policy coherence is a very, very, very critical element into that. So they have identified, and that's commendable. I also agree that this is the core of the whole of the presentations. I think if we agree on this one, then it will be easier to agree on the others also. In that sense, I liked the vision and also the outcomes, but the interventions have a lot of questions. I'm not sure what they have listed in the interventions will bring us or will get us into the achieving the vision on the outcomes. There I have a question. How can one participate in this group? It's a very important group. I asked her to participate in this group because I know that this is the heart of the document. But one glaring miss for me is the cultural appropriateness of our food system. That is missing in all of our discussions. I think as a continent, please let's not forget our food. I'm an Ethiopian and live in Uganda now. I can see the diversity of food in Uganda and the diversity of food in Ethiopia. I think that's related to our culture. I think we should really put our culture at the center of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alison, move fast. You are youth. Youth. Oh, you said you are out of youth now. Yeah, I remember now.
Thank you. Thank you, Panduleni. And first of all, let me really commend the team, because this is not easy. This is where the thinking goes, thought process. This is where you're looking at the bigger picture. And I so wish it actually emerged right from the concept, so that when we do the technical working groups, this theory of change would have already been there. Nevertheless, it's coming this time. It's okay, because it opens eyes. And I would like to commend you really for this wonderful job. I particularly like the diagram that you presented, the diagrams, because theory of change is better presented in diagrammatically, because then you see the conceptualization.
Question, Raila?
Yeah, my question is, okay. When is the long vision supposed to be achieved? Because in Malabo, we started with we said 2025, and I know there was a lot of argumenting going into that 2025. What are we talking about here in the long vision? Which year are we targeting? Basically, what is referred to, now coming to the theory of change itself, what I see referred to as intermediate outcomes in the theory of change diagram are the key performance indicators. That's the third column. And also the third to the last, actually the middle one. The diagram, for the key performance indicators for achieving the desired outcomes, which in this regard appears to me that this would be the benchmarks for measuring the Kampala commitments, if that's what they are going to be called. And then it will, of course, we desire to measure the outcomes that it's the last column but one, and of course, vis-a-vis the long term. My question is, will this then mark the end of the CADA BR process and initiate a mutual accountability system that is framed by this theory of change? That's the question. Just on a minor note, I think enabling environment, which is on the bottom of that diagram, actually to me, they look, when I read them carefully, they read like drivers. I would call them drivers of change, and or factors of change, or change factors, because they really are factors rather than enabling environment. To me, should be the overarching working environment, policy environment that will bring that up. That would be government policies, will be institutions and systems that are put in place, rather than what picked from the groups. Those are factors to me. Thank you.
I think we had somebody close to Mark. Yes. Yeah, you can have it before we move to the last two that side.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Stella here. Just to commend the group that presented, I like the fact that you have institutional structure mentioned in your theory of change. I will recommend that you also consider putting the policy and the legal frameworks there. Is very important, because that will also set the tune. Then on a lighter note, there's a diagram you have that looks like a spider web. If it's possible to put some explanatory note for people like us that are not able to really understand what that is. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure in the main narrative, probably those descriptions of the cyber web is there. Let's move the last two this side.
Thank you very much, the moderator. We have been discussing a lot of issues here, and I'm not quite sure whether I've heard much about the informal sector. And because the informal sector is very, very important, and how can we integrate the informal sector? Because if we do not integrate them into all these analyses, then because we don't have data on what is happening in this formal sector, and data is very important for us to be able to capture all the dynamics of that sector. So I don't know what we can do to really bring them into the system, so that we'll be able to have policies that address the dynamics of the informal sector. Thank you very much.
Right, then the last is Benis as number 10.
Very much. Thanks very much. I won't repeat the commendations because that's been done extensively. Just to ask a quick question, the long-term vision, you mentioned that came from the Agenda 2063. And do the goals as well come from the Agenda 2063? I'm speaking specifically on goal 4 around inclusivity. And if there's a possibility of adjusting the language there a little bit, because it's speaking only about smallholder farmers, rather than in the rest of the document you talk about food system actors. I think that would be useful and more inclusive. And then my second point was around the key intervention areas, just to ask whether the group, the one on intra-Africa trade, it's very, very clear and very important interventions. I just wondered whether there was any discussion around the issues of the geopolitics around the global trade. My worry is that if we only focus on intra-Africa trade as a headline, that we will miss our positioning in the global sphere of things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 6 minutes, so I'll be able to take 3 more people, and then I'll leave the other 3 minutes just for John to respond. So I had 2 hands there, starting off with David, and then I move the last 2 on the other side. Sarah, you'll have to wait for my next session, the next Technical Working Group 11. David, please.
All right, thank you very much, Panduleni, even though I was counted as number 6 earlier on. John, thank you for the presentation. There's been several questions around the intervention areas, which maybe because of time you had not identified. One of the other things that will be important to see is the policies that have been mapped against each of those buckets that you have, the way you have clustered them. Do we have policies, interventions that will help address those specific challenges that you've identified and then get us to the results that we want to get to at the end of the 2035? The second thing I see, you talked about the importance of the governance structure, the institutional architecture and framework. But in the theory of change, that needs to come out clearly because it's going to be instrumental in terms of how we achieve all of this change that you're looking at. Thirdly is a question for the entire continent to respond to. In your theory of change, you talk about somewhere there is the use of the word poverty alleviation. Are we trying to alleviate poverty in the continent? That is something that we need to reflect on. What do we want to achieve? So I think it will be important because I think using such description, it seems as if we're not ready yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Dalison, just behind. Oh, this is okay. I don't see the hand anymore up. Okay, so let's allow Sarah to then be the last, and then I will do my last remarks before handing over for John to respond. We have 4 minutes. 1 minute only, Sarah, please.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you to the presenters for a very interesting and engaging presentation. I wanted to raise the issue of resilience versus early warning. Because to me, I see early warning should be systemic, how you work, how you function, and it should be something that you engage around
all the time. Resilience is when you have a stress and a problem, and then at the end of it, you have to rebound. And I think it's a mistake that we are making in our systems to get to the point where stress now kicks in and then you have to think about rebounding. Instead of looking at your systems and in building in them your early warning, which allows you to take your action at an earlier point, and which there should be regulation that says you must take that action. And it should have this kind of result to get you back before you actually now become vulnerable. And then when you have a stress, you now have to have an emergency and you have to have resilience. So I was wondering, when do we get to that point where we now build in that early warning system that we can react to immediately before we even get vulnerable and before we have to go through shock and then rebound from that shock? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. John, if you could please respond in the next 3 minutes. I think also I just want to highlight to all members of the technical working group that while it looks as if this was standalone, I think you'll all recall that already from the start when we were putting up everything in terms of the write-ups, all the technical working groups were requested to ensure that there is a piece of information within their thematic area that talk to or contribute rather to the theory of change. And it is some of this piece of work of which we have earlier on extracted and provided to this group. Okay? Over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, very good comments, suggestions. Respond to them one by one, but I'll pick couples, and for the others, we will include them into the revised document. Yes, the graphic that looks like a spaghetti ball, it's part of a paper that we published last year, and we can make that paper available. Indeed, in that, Godfrey, we have highlighted very interesting result in terms of causality, including the link between investment, different type of investment, and expected outcome. There are some counterintuitive results, and some of those were significant. We put them into, the way we explain them is that when you have a system, you are dealing with trade-off, right? It's like, you know, you increase yield increased use of fertilizer. Well, it's maybe great for yield, but maybe not so great for healthy diet, for example. So those are the trade-offs that we need to account for. But indeed, in that we have some very good result. The question on the use, agri-food system, food system. Well, when we started, and I'm among those who thought that food system was enough to describe what we are trying to do. And then some came and said, well, when you say food system, you are leaving out agriculture. So it's good to say agri-food system, which I don't really agree with, but it's a battle that I'm willing not to continue, because when you say agri-food system, it means food that coming only from agriculture, but all food are not from agriculture. There are people who eat snakes here. Nobody's farming snake for food, right? Some are farming, but come on. When we go back to our villages, we just go to the forest and then you know. So anyway, so that's where it's coming from. I am those who think that food system is enough, but others, I know my friends from FAO, they think that it must be agri-food system, but it's fine, you know, as long as we understand what we are talking about. The graph that I use. Now on the sequencing, indeed, the ideal would have been that we start first, but given time constraints, all the technical working group had to work in parallel. So that's the reason why we came up with this spies and liaison thing, so that it's more a dynamic, it's a interactive process where people who are in our technical groups are also involved in other technical working groups. I'm involved in technical group in number 1, number 13. I know some of the colleagues here, Boaz and Wale in technical working group 1, Professor Amos, who's leading technical working group 3. So we had that arrangement to make sure that we are not working out of nothing. So that's, but as I said, at the end, we'll have to submit all that we put together to each individual technical working group to now, on the assumptions, we do have the assumptions in the write-up. So that's, is it the end of the KDBR process? No. Laila? It's not the end of the KDBR process. However, and it's with help from AGRA, we are helping some country to revise the KDBR process to include the food system approach. But still the KDBR, it's a KDEP, you know, it's KDEP. Maputo is just an implementation of KDEP. Malabo is implementation of KDEP. The post-Malabo will be an implementation of KDEP. So the KDBR process is not ending with this. So that's, I think I wanted to say that. I agree on the, which one is it? Yes, on the long-term goals. Yeah, the number 1, we will change, we will revise some of the terms. You know, even the one that when we say that we need to make sure that the production processing is happening within the environmental boundaries. It means that when we look at those environmental issues, we are not looking at the production sector only. We are also looking at downstream activities. We want the logistics, we want the distribution to be, I mean, when you look at the issue of aflatoxin, for example, it's not happening only at the production level. It is the management of moisture all the way from production, harvest, all the way to the, you know, the flour, the fufu, and all of that. So it's very important to take that into account. So I will leave it here. Thank you.
Please. Thank you so very much, John. You did good and justice, just over 3 minutes. I think that's quite acceptable. Allow me to call upon my last group that I will be chairing, that is Technical Working Group 11. Could you please load the presentation? And Rudo, if you could please come up, and as you start, I will time you. Let's do good justice with the timing the previous group just did.
Good afternoon, everyone. Bonjour à tous. Je m'appelle Rudo Makunike. Je travaille avec l'Agence de développement de l'Union africaine à Johannesburg. I'm going to make my presentation in English. So, merci beaucoup, merci beaucoup. All right, so I'm going to make this presentation on behalf of Technical Working Group 11 on implementation and coordination capacity, looking at delivery mechanisms. This technical working group was chaired by, there were two chairs, the African Union Commission as well as Auda NEPAD, and there was one co-chair, which is FAO. Also several members of the technical working group include REX, CADAP Focal Points, Academia 2063, Policy Link, the CADAP non-sector group, IFAD, UN Food Systems Hub, the CGR, AGRA, EURI, World Bank, and other notable and distinguished individuals who have had an experience in the whole CADAP process. So, listening to the discussions that have been going on since yesterday, you know, I was reflecting on it and thinking to myself, nothing is really new. The things that we are discussing here, it's not new things. It's not things that we have not heard before. And the same issues that were of concern to our heads of states in 2003 when they met in Maputo are still the same issues of concern today. And the question is, what is the issue? What is the problem? Of course, evidence has shown that some achievements have been made, but we are not where we are. So where are we missing it? When our heads of states met, one of the biggest concerns was the issue of, you know, for example, Africa being the biggest recipient of aid, issues of malnutrition, issues of productivity. You know, there's still the same issues today. So what is the problem? Where are we missing it? According to Technical Working Group 11, we think that implementation, coordination is the missing link. If we're able to fix it there, I believe that all our ducks line up nicely. So, sorry, I just need to put on my glasses. Right. So we say it's the same issues. It's the same issues that were in existence more than 20 years ago. Okay. Our heads of states made a commitment, you know, to increase allocation of budget towards agriculture. But 20 years down the line, that's 10%, out of which we've been averaging between 56%. Public expenditure, you know, as a share of total budget expenditure is actually going down from 3.9% in 2000 to about 2.4% in 2020. Just to give you if you look at the East Africa community, evidence shows that the 2020 budget, there are about $59 million US. And out of this, a minute 0.01% was allocated to agriculture. It's not because we don't realize how important agriculture is. We do realize, I mean, all of us are in agreement, the REDs, all the key stakeholders, we all speak the same language. Agriculture is important. So what is the problem? When you look at agricultural productivity issues, you know, looking at cereals in particular, we've been averaging about 2 tons per hectare for the past 3 decades or so, far way below the continental, the global levels, 10 tons per hectare. So what is the issue? What is the problem? And yet we've been investing, we've been pouring in money. Where is our money going to? Looking at agriculture share of the GDP for the past decade, it's been stagnant in the range of 20 to 30%. it's actually supposed to increase, like a parabolic, and then eventually come down as other drivers, take a share, industrialization, development of a small and medium scale business come in and, inject into the GDP. Then agriculture GDP is supposed to go down as the other contribution of other sectors go up. But for Africa, it has been stagnant along those ranges. And looking at the issue of food import, this was also one of the biggest concerns of our heads of states in 2003. If you look at the food import bill, it was estimated by the UNECA that is going to increase between 2018 and 2025 from 15 billion to a staggering 110 billion. We're just a year away from this figure. So where are we missing it? The issue of implementation and coordination, it's usually taken for granted that things will just happen. We put in place beautiful policies, and then we just assume things are going to happen. We're going to implement. We've got a beautiful policy document. We're going to implement and deliver. But there has to be a deliverable, a deliberate effort to ensure that there are systemic and systematic capacities that have been built into the whole mechanism for ensuring a coordinated delivery approach. So what is the issue? The bottom line is that we are saying that implementation capacities, we have a roving mic. I wanted to move over to that side. So
can you bring one rolling mic in front, please?
So implementation and implementation coordination is the missing key. That is the glue that is required to bring all these different. Can you hear me? Okay. The missing is required to different pieces together. So we are saying local implementation capacities have not effectively but on the results, particularly in terms of the systemic, in line with the set goals and targets. When you look our very own Malabo, Malabo targets, also the same targets included in our Agenda 2063. Yes. Better here.
Your time is going as you move around.
Sorry. All right. Sorry, I have to give you my back. I beg your indulgence. All right. Things that we've been stagnant and issues as a result of several issues. Ineffective high operational costs that are linked to duplication and multiplicity in parallel efforts and work streams with no really proper coordination in place. And also a lack of proper inbuilt evidence-based, support looking at data, science and knowledge, analytical support being provided to the country teams for decision-making and implementation. So when you look at progress that is being achieved as well as performance, I hope it's better here. So there seems to be a disconnect between the progress and performance discussions, being disconnected from accountability issues. So the very fact that they are weak or non-existent mechanism to be able to foster, and provide in terms of public-private negotiations that will lead to tangible blended programs is also one of the key underlying issues. So this is with evidence being provided from the past 4 BRs that implementation and coordination capacity has not really delivered according to what was expected. And those are the underlying issues that I've already mentioned. So essentially what we are saying is that this calls for us to do business differently. This calls for a different approach to implementation and coordination.
So the issues of country ownership, this has been coming up since yesterday over and over again, the integration of the NAIBs into, existing national development plans, and also integration within the budgeting cycles. This has been missing. And the issue of regional cooperation and integration in order to address issues of cross-country challenges and opportunity. The issue of mutual accountability and learning, when that is properly in place, it then will automatically result in improved delivery and implementation for delivery. Another aspect that also has to be taken into consideration is the issue of the whole legislative and regulatory processes, within the bigger macroeconomic environment, playing a critical role in terms of prioritizing policy actions and political and financial commitments towards agreed actions. So there is a weakness, an inherent weakness in these drivers. The country ownership is currently weak. This came out yesterday and in the previous discussions that we've been having. And also regional cooperation has not yet been fully explored on. So when we're talking about success 10 years from now, what are we really saying? Vis-a-vis implementation and coordination, we are saying that we want to see strong institutional capacities at the country level. Perhaps one of the things we might want to consider is looking at, for example, having a central coordinating body at a national level that is going to bring together these different, related pieces to coordinate implementation. We need to see effective implementation of these policy frameworks and country ownership. When you have country ownership, then accountability becomes easy. When we have the NAIBs being part and parcel of the National Development Program, then it becomes easy for the CADA focal point to run with the mandate that has been placed on their desk rather than seeing it as a additional work that is just, adding to their workload. It will also then result in, demand-driven support being provided to member states. Again, when the member states begin to see this as their own nationally owned agenda, then there is, that subsequent demand to get supported channeled through the countries. So another thing that was mentioned in the previous group was the issue of a theory of change. Post-Malabo did not really provide recognizing the centrality of implementation and coordination and the need to enhance systemic implementation and coordination for Africa's agri-food systems transformation. And we propose about 4 key intervention areas moving forward. So firstly, it's about developing capacities to develop and articulate a business case for agriculture. I think for a long time, Africa's agriculture, we have, to a certain extent, we've treated it like a social service, but there has to be a business case. If there is a proper business case for Africa's agriculture, we will not struggle, for example, to bring on board private sector investments. It's like what they say, when there's a dead body, the vouchers will just gather. You don't need to go and look for them. Excuse my language, I'm not, but yeah, what I'm essentially just saying is that things will automatically line up. So we need capacity to develop and articulate a business case for investments in Africa's food systems. And such a business, case will then, it will bring out a balance between the commercial value, social value, environmental, climate change related values. Looking at the different trade-offs, avoiding, losing out in one area by investing in another. It will also be the basis to attract public and private investing and financing into the agriculture agenda. So we need these guidelines to connect investments and implementation, which will then subsequently lead to wealth creation, wealth generation, and economic growth, thereby realizing value for money. We are saying, yes, our governments are putting in some money, a certain percentage, you said between 4 to 6%, but what is the value of the dollar invested on that money? What is the actual end result of that? So this business case will also help us, to see, to have foresight, to have viable growth trajectories with clear and trade-offs and mitigation measures. We are able to see where we want to go and how we're going to get there, how long it's going to take us, what are the trade-offs, how do we mitigate? It also helps us in terms of catalyzing small business, including youth and women. This was one of the biggest discussions, I think, today. And, when you're talking about youth and women, we are also talking about, we're talking about delivery. We're talking about transformation, but it's transformation for who? Who are the people? We're talking different investors. So essentially what we're saying is that, developing a clear agribusiness case will make sure that African agri-food systems is bankable. Point number 2, moving forward in terms of the face of success.
I'll suggest that you give an example per intervention, but if you go all throughout, you'll be out of time.
How many minutes?
You have 5 minutes.
All right, I'll deliver in 5 minutes. Thank you. The second one is the need, to have a collected, integrated capacity for delivery. It has to be integrated, delivering together as a whole. So we're talking about guidelines, tools and mechanisms and systems to be able to deliver as a whole. And when you do that, then it means that when we are delivering as a whole, we are also leveraging and incentivizing, different, for example, different existing interministerial committees. We are also able to leverage on high impact constituencies. For example, look at the parliamentarians, the Pan-African Parliament, private sector bureaus, as well as national and regional development banks. When we do that and we are creating and forging partnerships, not just ordinary partnerships, but partnerships where the whole is actually bigger than the sum of the parts. So that's point number 2. Point number 3, it's about knowledge, analysis, and scientific support for implementation and coordination. We're talking about issues of data management. It's interesting to note that when you want data, on Africa's agriculture, you go elsewhere. You don't get it on the continent. But those people who are providing us data, where are they getting it from? They are getting it from our countries. And yet we have not leveraged, we have not taken advantage of what we have at country level. We know that ministries they will produce project data. But for example, administrative data, there are networks and systems in place which are already collecting this data. So we've got, for example, Network of Africa's Statistics Director Generals. I think they meet once every year. Have we fully taken advantage of them? How can we work with them? We've got also existing Africa Union has got a statistic infrastructure, which we can also build on in terms of the data that we need for our accountability. The regional economic communities also have their statistical programs, which you can also leverage and build onto. And on this aspect also is the issue of leveraging knowledge and research institutions for the desired research and analytical support to be able to provide that foresight. So in essence, we're talking about leveraging science, technology, and innovations. And then point number 4 is about developing and harnessing human capital for agri-food systems transformation. It's agri-food systems transformation. So that capacity has to be developed. We have to consider things like, skills training. And it's when we're looking at skills training, it's both technical and soft skills. For example, negotiation skills. Do our country teams have those skills in place? And again, we don't have to rebuild the wheel. We can leverage on what is already existing. During the earlier days of CADAP, we used to have the pillar institutions, your FARAs, the research institutions. Where are they? How can we capitalize on that? How can we build on that? Also, another aspect is on leveraging technology for enhancing implementation in capacity and decision making. Again, looking at what is already existing in the continent. Another aspect that has not yet been fully explored that we can build on, that we can capitalize on, is private sector, investment in terms of capacity and skills building. This is a strong area that we can build on moving forward. All right, so those are the 4 concrete recommendations in terms of the face of success vis-a-vis implementation and coordination. So in summary, we are saying that when there's greater country ownership, it will provide that opportunity to be able to establish, sustainable implementation structures. We are capitalizing on existing complementarities at regional level, at country level, at different levels. And we are also able to capitalize on existing systems, national data and regional data systems, for example, to inform accountability and learning lessons. We don't have to redraw the well. So we need to strengthen the institutional capacities for starting right from the design, the implementation, as well as the monitoring of the progress. and then provide, again, just to buttress that issue of support to access for information, knowledge, technology, innovations, and tools. Yes, I've spoken about leveraging existing the national coordination and accountability mechanisms. So, in conclusion, we are saying that existing CAADP implementation mechanisms have not been fully adequate to achieve the expected outcomes as set out by the CAADP Malabo goals. So we need to do things differently. This calls for a drastic change in approaches. Let me stop here and not eat into the discussions. Thank you.
Wonderful, Rudo. You made it with savings of 22 seconds. We'll now move on. So you are safe with your next 25 minutes. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Implementation, implementation, implementation. I think that has always been a cry on the overall CAADP. Moving on to the BR, still the same issue. We always believe that it is ownership and implementation that is the problem. This time around, I'll start from this end. No, with my director. Did I see your hand? No. Yes. Number 1. 2, 3, Sukati. 4, I can't see the bluish 4. I'm going to leave out first Sarah and Lila. 5. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I'm sure 14. Yeah, the 2 depends on the time savings. We still have 3 groups. We have a cocktail event at 6. Yes, we need to work hard, but we also need to make sure that you are socializing and prepare yourself for tomorrow and the next day, other critical discussions. Director, please. Can we have another mic here, please? The youth has, okay. Thank you, Emmanuel. He just came out of the youth category. He keeps reminding me.
2 quick ones. Well, thank you, Rudo, for the presentation. 2 quick ones. I was listening carefully and I did not hear you talk about politics, political leadership at country level. I think it is very, very important. If you have a switched on head of state, if you have a switched on prime minister, things get done. And it is glaringly missing in your presentation. Volume. Okay. I'm saying point number 1 that is missing in the presentation is political leadership at country level. I listened carefully. I did not hear that phrase. And if you have a head of state that is switched on, a prime minister that is switched on, and following up on investments in agriculture, it makes a huge difference. I think that's a point you need to consider. Second and last, I also did not hear the word corruption. How can you not talk about corruption in your group? Thank you.
Number 2, it's no, we 2, 3, and 4 up to 5 before we move here.
Thank you very much. I would like to make a comment on the business sense, the business outlook. I think that one of the gaps we have is that we have never valued the input of our traditional smallholders. Every year, whether there is public investment or not, there is food, albeit the fact that the food may or may not be inadequate. And that is totaled into the national food production. So if we valued their contribution both in monetary and non-monetary terms, you may find that they are contributing even more than the public sector. And once that value is put on the table, that presumption that they are a sink rather than, you know, a contributor to the development of the country may shift and improve national ownership, because someone will, or the country will stop taking them for granted. that we are getting grants to develop them, they will start seeing them as partners. And that is the reality. And I think that is something even in the text, like in the preamble, and that is some of the data that we need to collect. And when defining the private sector, as was earlier mentioned, they need to be put as an independent category in that private sector because they are contributing financially and non-financially, but it's never valued. It has never been valued. Thank you.
Okay. Hello.
Yes,
thank you.
Sukati.
Yes, thank you. I'm number 3. Well, probably I shouldn't say anything because what I wanted to say, the director has said, one of the biggest shortfalls of the previous PRO when we're working with it, we seem to realize that the political support has been lost. I think the directors kept that. And then the second thing, I noticed that technical working group 13 is going to be dealing with data. And one of the shortfalls of the PR was the quality of data and how we manage the data at country level. And then the last thing I want to raise on the implementation, we need to be aware that as we are expanding to agri-food systems, whatever we want to call it, we will work beyond the Ministry of Agriculture. In fact, other countries, the Ministry of Agriculture, there is Ministry of Livestock, Fisheries, and all over the place. I think we need to be aware of that and set up multi-sectoral coordination teams at country level. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the one in blue. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to the presentation. Then my question is around the coordinating structure at the national level. If you look at all other programs that are managed by government, the point person is the secretary, whoever is designated at that level. If this is to into national, then I think that structure is maintained. The moment we have a structure that is like outside the project and it may be not part of the overall government sort of projects and programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very nice presentation. I just wanted to speak on the ownership. And this is a continental framework, but it's being implemented on the ground in the rural space. So why can't we think of democratization and the decentralization of the CADIP to the village level, whereby farmers who are the key stakeholders in this would be demanding accountability right from the grassroots, from the district governments, all over to the national governments in terms of implementation. Yes, the head of state can say, okay, but in fact, the people should be demanding accountability from the ground. And number 2, I don't know if that is possible, but we can start discussing. Africa is very politicized. How can we have CADIP mainstreamed in the election manifesto? So that there is that continuation in terms of implementation is not just relying on someone's wishes. Thank you.
Moving to the middle. Yes, yes. We have 2 people on that table before we move.
Thank you.
Side.
Yes, it was. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. And thank you very much, Madam Presenter. We are quite pleased now to see that the way you have presented the future outlook with the first bullet indicating capacity to develop and articulate business case options for investments in agri-food systems and presenting the African agri-food systems as a bankable opportunity. We think that this is appropriate, and we are now presenting African agriculture as a great opportunity for private sector investment. We would like this to be so, even as we go forward, because there was a feeling that in Maputo and Malabo, those were government programs. That's what most of the private sector felt and chose to stay away. So let's now ensure farmer organizations, processors, bankers, and other relevant private sector players are at the table. We believe that if we do that, we are more likely to achieve better results. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. My input tends to agree with your proposal to have a separate mechanism to accelerate implementation. However, I think that it might be good to consider having a coordination unit that is made up of representatives of various institutions that have various mandates, instead of having it separately, because if you have it separately, then it will have also its new mandate and a need to implement certain things. But if it is formed as a coordination with representation from the organizations, then there's no other mandate outside of just ensuring accountability of various mandates implemented by those organizations. Thank you.
Right next there before we move.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. We're worried about the GDP, the contribution to GDP by agriculture. On the hindsight, I'm not worried. My worry is the manufacturing that is lagging behind in our plan. Because when we were preparing our investment plan, research showed that we were losing between 20 to 80% of harvested crops, 20% of the grains, and 80% of the vegetables. As a matter of fact, I stood up to say, let us just concentrate on that component of the value chain and prepare our NIP on post-harvest losses. But the group prevailed on me and said they are doing everything. It's the whole value chain that we must do. And now nothing has changed on post-harvest losses through the years. So I think it's not about contribution to GDP, but about the fact that we are losing harvested crops, movement of perishable goods. Nobody talks of perishable agricultural produce anywhere except in Africa. Because once it's harvested, it's properly handled. It's either in the cold chain or it's properly packaged. Why are we not doing that? So if you are losing 80% of your harvest, you will continue to be poor. You are poor forever. So now, the issue of legislation must come here now, because the fact that the president signed a declaration here, he can't implement unless he has an executive bill to his own parliament. If the parliament does not approve it, they won't have oversight, they won't allow implementation, and the ministries cannot move because they will have no budget. So the issue of legislation, no, I've not seen where CADEP was sent as an executive bill to the parliament for mainstreaming into the country's budget, except in 1 or 2 states in my country. There was a particular state. If you see their budget, you see CADEP inside. You see CADEP inside. Okay? On the linkages and mechanisms for implementation, I wish I gave you my memo to the system on this process, because we saw it and we have a recommendation on what needs to be in place at the country level, because that's the skeleton. If you don't have skeleton, it means you have no structure. You cannot achieve anything. The president cannot coordinate anything. Nobody can coordinate anything unless the linkages and mechanisms, the right people are in the right places to communicate and ensure that what needs to be done is done, including data management, including forecasting, including reporting. everything must be in place. Otherwise, we cannot get results. So I think the recommendation packages mechanisms for CADEP implementation at country level, they will complete your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good one. So what we will do is remember that tomorrow and the following day, the technical working groups are sitting only with their members, reflect, make all the necessary adjustments, and even pick some of those specific inputs if you believe that they ought to be part and parcel. So what we have intended to do is that you can be moving around, visiting other technical working groups to share those key recommendations. So please take note of that for the next 2 days. Let's move on. We have 11 minutes. Yeah, it was here and then there and then moving here before I get to that side. No, Chikonde, you are not part of it, not yet at all. Yes. Yes, here, please. Yes, and then Manyeo, and then this side, and then we move there.
Thank you. As smallholder woman farmer, I was touched with the implementation, but I was not seeing the financing because you can't be implementing without finances. That's the reason why we have good NIPes, but they are not being implemented. And we can have a CADAP focal person without budget. Thank you.
No, you are not part of. No, let's move on.
I was number 9.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I think for me, this is one of the most important points that I'm going to contribute here. In terms of the legislative arm of government and how they are supposed to contribute to funding of the food system. When we talk about the food system, I like what Sunday, we had a conversation with Sunday yesterday about the vision of the CADAP when it was a system. So when we talk about food system in the budgeting process, I was wondering, and this is the conversation that we're having in Kenya, can we have some of the activities that are allocated to different ministries being put together such that the budgets, like now, if there is a budget from the Ministry of Water that is supposed to fund water conservation, and then there is some budget from the Ministry of Agriculture that is supposed to fund some bit of water conservation. This money will be put together at the budget making process such that the amount of resources that goes into some of the food system activities will be increased. And I think if we do things in this manner, then we'll have a lot of more resources going into the food system instead of just focusing on the agriculture.
Thank you. Move on to Manyeo. A quick, very urgent announcement. Emmanuel, because I'm not seeing where you're sitting. Emmanuel Male, not the policy link. Okoth Anyango and Gowe Jacqueline. There's somebody that needs to go. You are super delaying. Please step out quickly to that door. There'll be a lady waiting for you. Emmanuel Male, Okoth Anyango, and Gowe Jacqueline. Thank you. Manyeo, please.
Thank you. I'm happy to hear that this technical working group is really emphasizing the fact that the food sector is not a social sector, and I totally agree with that. And the idea of making a business case, to me, I think it's a good start, but I think you need to go beyond that, because if you really want to emphasize this as the business of food, I think you need to go that. In my view, where we really need capacities would be, particularly at the governmental level, would be capacity to formulate truly enabling policies, truly enabling business environment. To me, that's what will unlock, the interest of the business sector, for them to invest. To my mind, I think this is where we've really not been able to make progress. You know, that's a central role of government, to really direct investments where we want them to go, and to demonstrate that there are opportunities that are worth pursuing for the private sector. So for me, I think that's as far as you would need to go if you really want to see private sector investment, because I think just trying hard to convince them that, oh yeah, there are economic opportunities here, I think it's probably not going far enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was number 11.
Oh, you're 11? Okay. Okay. Move on, please.
Yeah, thank you, Edgar from the Sun Movement. It's really great that we are seeing this happening, because for you to influence action and change at country level, you must be able to influence the strategies, you must be able to influence the action plans. And so this process really needs to plug into the already existing coordination structures that also look at delivery mechanisms, because then that's the only way that we're going to influence what really happens at the country level. But then again, also we need to reflect, because sometimes what we're discussing at this level might not be the country priorities. So maybe they're
Oui,
seeing
madame.
this just as advisory.
Alors, attendez, je faisais
An advisory, you take it or you leave it. So I think also let's also
En
reflect and
fait,
see,
il y a
are
celui-là,
these
il y a
also
par rapport à
country
celui qu'on a
priorities? And you
copié,
can run a survey to check whether they're country priorities or
signature,
not.
il y a signature et c'est
Thank
pas
you.
un technical
Yes.
amendment,
No,
celui.
that was him.
Donc, c'est toi qui vas expédier, non? Parce qu'il y aura un courrier à envoyer.
Je me nomme
Ouais.
Djibril
Donc,
Bogo, je suis
expéditeur, je mets toi.
merci. Moi, c'est toi, un des
Non?
autres. Pays, le cadre législatif et réglementaire suffisant.
Alors, je te mets expéditeur, là.
Mon pays, le Mali, il y a 21 qui ont été
Expéditeur.
qui suffisent aujourd'hui de
change ton
monter des
nom, c'est
bons
ça?
business.
Et tu feras tu fais le classement en même temps, en fait.
Mais pour cet exercice, on a besoin des champions partout. Ce n'est pas au niveau de l'État. Si on a...
Ouais, bah, c'est ce qu'il y avait eu pour le
Il faut que
dernier.
chacun
Donc,
de nous
j'ai fait pareil.
inspire.
Je sais pas pourquoi, moi, j'ai fait
Comme
pareil.
les
En
Anglais
fait, hein,
inspire. Parce que sans quoi, on va beaucoup parler et normalement, il n'y aura pas de résultat.
Donc,
On vient
expéditeur,
de voter une constitution dans laquelle le droit à l'alimentation adéquate est un droit constitutionnel. Qu'est-ce qu'on veut encore qu'un État fasse de plus?
Voilà.
Mais cette vision doit être traduite
J'en ai
autant
déjà
par
au
le secteur
signature, je
privé
le signe après, on voit après.
et du coup, c'est un problème du niveau de conscience. Cette implémentation, c'est une question de niveau de conscience. Est-ce que nous-mêmes, dans toute cette salle, on est conscient que l'avenir de l'Afrique va dépendre en particulier de ce système agroalimentaire? Si oui, chacun de nous va faire de mieux parce que ça ne va pas sortir de l'élite politique, de l'élite intellectuelle. Mais il existe à chacun de nous qui pourra responsabiliser les autres dans leurs tâches au quotidien. Sans quoi, on va faire ces réunions. Après,
donc voilà, je vis
chacun
pas.
sait que
et bon, après
le quotidien
tout
ne changera pas.
il y aura
Au finish, les extraits ne vont pas changer, les effets ne vont pas changer, et du coup, il n'y aura pas de résultat. Est-ce qu'aujourd'hui, au sortir de cet exercice, on ne doit pas mettre quelque chose pour changer le niveau de conscience des acteurs du food system?
Le
pour
plutôt le
donner,
mieux.
je vais faire une petite enjeu. On m'a appelé pour donner des formations dans une université. Quand j'y rentre, le maître dit que
il n'y a
si
pas de
tu ne
deadline, parce que
pas,
de toute
tu iras
façon,
au
il
champ.
doit.
Cela
On
veut
n'est
dire
pas
que même pour l'enseignant, le fait d'aller au centre, c'est comme une sanction.
Tu peux pas commencer
Et
avant
nous-mêmes, c'est la même chose.
Donc,
pour
on n'est
nos
pas
enfants,
non plus à la bourre terrible, hein,
alors
mais
qu'aujourd'hui, il n'est plus
comme ils
possible
ont
pour
fait une
l'État de
demande
créer des emplois.
d'avenant il y a
privé, les
18
collectivités,
on a
les
30 jours
entreprises
pour répondre,
familiales
donc
qui vont changer la
il faut
vie.
qu'il y ait quelque chose qui se
Comme
passe.
ça a
Quoi.
été fait en Europe dans l'après-guerre.
Comme moi, je reviens le
Sans
20,
quoi, on va
c'est plus
rester
de 30
ici.
jours après.
L'État
Donc,
n'aura pas les moyens, il n'aura pas les ressources, et du coup, il va s'endetter éternellement.
Voilà.
Et que quand ces ressources viennent, le directeur l'a dit, ça va être encore détourné à d'autres faits, et finalement, ça ne va pas réussir. Voici moi ma compréhension. Merci.
You have just killed up all your time. So Greenwell Chikonde, I'm sorry, I will not. Yes, I'm having the second last and Rodo after that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Madam Makuneke.
I would say the very existence of us here, from the approach that we do in Zimbabwe, we have robbed us of that opportunity, which we say we do private sector led and government facilitated implementation approach. The reason why we are here is to probably shape the direction for the next 10 years. But I would have liked an approach where this could have started at national level. We gather everyone, the private sector, the public sector, the development sector, the civil sector, fit into what we are presenting today. But in actual fact, if 10 or so people or 30 people have contributed what a national government could have contributed in consultation with all the stakeholders. Now, when you want to do the implementation, you want country ownership. Am I going to go back and say, this is what was agreed, instead of saying, this is what we agreed as a country? While the private sector was supposed to be contributing to what they would want to invest in, I think it's going to be the opposite, to say, this is what you can contribute in. We are now going to tell them what to do instead of them committing their resources to what we are going to be implementing as Africa in the next 10 years. On the second thing is, you talked about the reduction in public expenditure from 3.99% to 2.4% in 2020. As we go for the next 20 years, yes, there are talks to increase the share of public expenditure. But with this trend, what exactly are we going to do with regards to the issue of public expenditure? And how are we going to be sure that we are also able to increase the share of agriculture to GDP, while it has been stagnant from 20 to 30% when we wanted it to be above this figure? And also in terms of the contribution of this public expenditure to poverty reduction, we also need to see the evidence on all these aspects. Thank you.
Thank you so very much to all of you. Let me call up Rudo just to kind of reflect on some of these. As Director already indicated yesterday, you may not need to give your views here, but again, the next 2 days, we will be able to indicate where all the 13 technical working groups are sitting. Feel free to go there, take a note. So your time is up, Rudo, but I'll give you 3 minutes additional. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and thank you so much, everyone, for your comments, questions, additions. I think they were mostly questions, Director Bahigwa. The point you mentioned about political leadership, yes, it's key, it's critical. We did discuss it in our group, but I think it was not properly presented in the presentation. Issues of corruption, yes, we did talk about that, because when you talk about agriculture plans, we are looking at it, within a macroeconomic environment, political economy environment. So issues of corruption also do come into play. There was a comment on the, putting a value to the contribution of smallholder farmers. It's a point that's noted. And again, I want to reiterate that if you've got concrete suggestions that can be taken, that should be taken into board in the final report for the working group, please do bring written submissions in that regard. I want to comment also on the issue. I think the issue raised by Mr. Muyunda, it was just a comment, about presenting Africa's agriculture, as a bankable business case. The issue of financing mentioned by Madam Tiwonge, smallholder farmers, yes. that was reflected within, when we're emphasizing the need, to have the cut-up investment plans not being divorced from the national development plans and budgeting cycles. When it is embedded within, then there is assurance that we do have resources that will be allocated towards that, so that it's not considered as a separate issue. I think there were mostly comments. Another comment made was about contribution to GDP. So we are not saying that agriculture should continue, its contribution to GDP should continue to increase. No, that was not the point. But what we're saying is that the contribution of GDP, agriculture to GDP has been stagnant. But when you look at developed countries, the share of agriculture to the country's GDP is actually low. Why? Is because, as you develop, as other sectors come in and push out, agriculture GDP, they're increasing contribution to the national GDP. So it's about other, sectors coming into play. Talk about, the whole value chain of the agricultural value chain, processing, product development, and so on. So it's not about increasing, but it's about the movement in the agriculture GDP. I was surrounded by a team of very intelligent people, Monfrey, JP,
we've got two more groups to go, and my young brother here is more ruthless than you think. He looks handsome, but he can we do the following? Can we allow people just to walk out to grab their cup and come back here with it?
I will suggest something else.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I will suggest that anybody who needs coffee can stand, go get his coffee and come back, but while we continue doing what we need to do. So, sorry about, I'll be standing between you and the cocktail tonight. Not me, but the two presentations that are left. The good news is that these are the two last ones, but the bad news is that we may extend up to 6:30 instead of 6. 6:30. Yeah, so that's the bad news. So if you need coffee, just go grab it, but come back in right away, because we are now gonna start with the two last presentations. The first one on communication, we're still looking at the processes, and the last one on the biannual review.
Oh, take the word before not presented.
You have not presented? Oh my goodness. Okay, we just learned that instead of 2, we have 3 technical working groups that are not presented, because technical working group 4 did not present at all. 3 groups. Well, we start with Peace. Can you come up for technical working group 12? Can we load the technical working group 12 to the screen? No, we'll continue, because if you wait, we're not going to finish now. Yeah. So we're starting with technical working group 12. Please. Can we load the presentation for technical working group 12? Presentation, technical working group 12. Please, I'll let you make a few comments while they're loading the presentation. Okay. So you have 20 minutes, yeah. No, we're not taking a break. If you want coffee, you go grab the coffee and come back.
No, after 12.
Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, can we have your attention, please? So next we'll have technical working group 12, communication, advocacy, and knowledge management. The conveners of this technical working group are African Union, Information and Communication Directorate. I think we have Peter in the room here, as well as African Union Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, myself, and we have our co-conveners, our policy link. We have Edwin Otiambo, who can probably join us up here, and Bob from Police Link. So this technical working group being a unique, and we are very excited that is part of the, the development of the post-Malabo agenda, knowing the glaring gap that was in the Malabo that not give space to communication advocacy. We are so excited that this has been given the utmost attention to be part and parcel of this agenda. So I'll call upon Bob to run us through the presentation, and we appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Please, thank you very much. I see that I have almost an empty room. Hopefully we'll have a few people joining us back. But good evening, and thank you very much for staying patient after loads of presentations. We want to try and make this fairly snappy so that then you can go for the networking session. My name is Bob Okello. I'm a communications advisor with Policy Link, and I'm going to take you through the presentation for the Technical Working Group 12. We were focused on communications, advocacy, and knowledge management. Our task, we had a number of things that we needed to do. I think it's coming up. Yeah, we had a number of things that we needed to do. But the most important was we were asked to develop a comprehensive communications, advocacy, and knowledge management strategy. But as you know, this would be an operational strategy that enables a bigger strategic vision. And because the Malabo or post-Malabo agenda has not been finalized, we were not able to really develop this strategy, obviously also in the interest of constraints of time. However, what we will be sharing with you during the course of this presentation is a set of high-level recommendations to strengthen communications, advocacy, and knowledge management. We've done a big body of work that we think if we recommend to develop a comprehensive strategy post-Kampala, then the work should be fairly easy. So I hope that you'll beg our indulgence in that regard. So why is this, let me call it function just because it's a mouthful. Why is this function important? As I did indicate when I opened, this ordinarily would be a support function in any organization. It really enables a big agenda. And over the last 20 years, there were the 7 commitments that needed to be delivered. And our job would have been to help the achievement of those commitments. And they were fairly ambitious. But we want to say from the outset that this function was not really at the core. But we did deliver a couple of things. Number one, if you remember the Africa of the 1980s and the 80s and 90s, it was an Africa of hunger and famine. But when CADAP came, it elevated agriculture to the table of state actors, and it became something that was given attention. And our job then was to be able to take it to the media and build tailwinds, for it, and that really happened. So if you think about, one of the biggest achievements since this started was really to bring agriculture to the front line and change that narrative of the stories and the photos that you saw in Reuters in the late 80s about this Africa that is synonymous with famine and hunger. The second thing that we did was to be able to help elevate the brand. So the CADAP brand during the days that it started was quite something big. Many of you consume brands every day, and sometimes you buy certain products just because of the brand itself. Those of you who've been around know that the CADAP brand was quite something. In fact, in our group, somebody told me that you could think it was a company. If you are going for CADAP, it would almost be something equivalent to going to Davos for the World Economic Forum, something like that. So we did elevate the brand to then be able to, use it as a pull factor to attract collaborators, partners, and support. I won't belabor most of the other things we did, but also we developed the toolkit for BR communication, which would be cascaded to partners to use, and a few other things that we did. But what's critical is we did this without resources. We did this without being anchored as a core function, and for that reason, we have lost the shine on the brand. We have lost the premier or the primacy of agriculture as an agenda on the table for these actors, and we have lost the political will. We have lost the championship, and we have now started to see the proliferation of competing summits, and you can see them on your screen. These summits are supported by partners and stakeholders who are involved here, and they're actually overshadowing CADAP. That's really what we have lost. So you can see that the lack of investment in communications, advocacy, and knowledge management has really then created these problems that we have. So we think that with the limited successes that we've been able to demonstrate as a function over the years, if we were able to get the front or the seat or the table backed with the resources, backed with the political support, then we can do more to help accelerate the realization of what would be the Kampala Declaration, which is the Post-Malabo agenda. Now, what are some of the things that are driving change in our space? So I'll just cover a few of them very quickly because time is constrained. So number one, on communication, lots of things are changing. Many of you know the transition from your traditional media to digital media. Lots of things are happening. You can see on your table, on the map there, that people now consume a lot of news on their phones. If you look at the map, mobile penetration is averaging about 50-something% across most of the countries. It's higher in many countries, and it's projected to be in the 90s or 80s by the 2030. Smartphone penetration, which is really where people get the news from, is going to be fairly high. So there's a report that I've put here, which was from the Reuters Institute and Oxford University, that shows that a lot of people on the continent and across the world now consume most of the news on their phone and not on traditional TV and not on traditional newspapers. In fact, if you look at the numbers there, and I wish that this was stable. If you look at the numbers, just pointing at this, the people who actually view news on a weekly basis online in Kenya is about 94%, Nigeria 92%, South Africa 82%, Morocco 80% on a weekly basis. These are significant numbers. So you can start to see those changes. So then there's the emergence of video, audio, there's the emergence of content creators and influencers. People go to news to follow certain people who have news content on their sites. Influencers are now very big. People actually, previously big TV anchors have set up their own content platforms where people go to follow the news. So the traditional newspaper could be good for agenda setting, but really the platform now is actually on this on this online. So lots of things are happening there. So even in terms of if you want to communicate, and today I'll focus on TikTok, the numbers are crazy. So where people get their news, 31% get the news from YouTube, 21% from WhatsApp, 13% from TikTok, and TikTok is really, really growing. I'll share with you some numbers. Twitter is now down about 10%. Facebook is down 4% because of the decision they made to move, news content from their site. So you start to see that traditional media only occupies about 25% of media consumption. So that's really low. Anyway, to move on pretty fast, there's then the AI. This is also going to be big. AI is going to change how people consume news. Both our media houses generate content. What journalists that we speak to tell us that consumers do not want AI to generate the news. They want AI to do back office stuff like translations, transcribing, but not really to write the content. But AI can also be used for a lot of misinformation. If you've been following what's happening in Gaza, Russia, Ukraine, there's a lot of deep fakes that AI could generate. So it comes with good sides, but also lots of negatives. Yeah, and in terms of advocacy, corporate things, geopolitics, this is a big one, and I don't have to belabor it. I mean, if you think about the China-Russia alliance and its challenge of Western powers, this is really undermining multilateralism, which all of us would know by now, that then affects how we're able to engage with some of the most important stakeholders. You start to see summits for African presidents going to Russia, start to see Russia starting to work with certain African president, African countries. And these things obviously affect our ability to be able to engage. Of course, I've talked about changes in media. Technology, very, very interesting. If you followed what happened in Kenya last few weeks, the young people, the Gen Zs, use technology, social media, to put pressure on parliamentarians. They actually published their mobile numbers, including the one for the president, to say, call these guys and tell them to reject the finance bill. Everybody's mobile number. So you can actually use technology to put pressure to create advocacy for the things that you want to do. And of course, people have moved on also from our topic because climate change is now in vogue. So I think that's also a big thing that we have to realize, that we're in competition with topics that are now more important for the decision makers and the movers. And then knowledge management, there are a couple of things happening, and I won't spend too much time, but post-COVID, work from home, big thing. People want their talent working from home to access the content. So they are really trying to say, okay, fine, you're not going to have the analog access to content because most of you people are very distributed. They're working from home, and all of us know about that. It's a way for us to pave way for AI. AI can really bring a lot of efficiency in managing data. There's lots of data to crunch. I mean, if you just think about a simple PR agency, they have a lot of photos, videos that they have to curate. They start to think about how do we store it, cloud, all those things. And then gig economy. A lot of people now have many jobs, not just one job. They need to be in, because they're part of the fraternity. Start to think about how do they access data, or how do you get the data that they have to be able to centralize that. So those are some of the trends that we're seeing. But regulation is one of the things that will shape this, because many countries are starting to pay attention and say that if we don't regulate some of these things, for instance, AI, you start to see what Elon Musk is saying about the potential for AI to really, really do damage. So African governments need to start thinking about how do we regulate some of these spaces. Now, I'll run very quickly through some of the systemic issues that we see. Many of them have been covered by many of the presenters, but I'll talk about a few things. So one, we lack championship. If we don't have a political champion for CAADP at continental, at regional, and at national levels, then we are going to struggle. We can't harness the resources. We can't get our topic back on the table. We can't get our brand being, top of mind. So this is a real problem for us. Then there's also the concern that CAADP is a silo. If you go to the ministries, they say it's that thing. You want CAADP? No, go to, it's their thing, it's there somewhere there. We need to be able to address that one so that we have full ownership. Then we don't have full knowledge of what our range of stakeholders think. We have not been doing those surveys to say, what do the farmers want? What does the private sector expect? What is on the, how do they perceive this and what works for them? And we have some ideas about that. There's also this planning inertia that we've just been planning many meetings, and we don't have a bias for action. And this is something that requires to be fixed. We lost the brand power, I talked about that, but changes in government is a big thing. And this one we can't control, but really, when governments change, and that will always happen with election cycles or with coups, the reality is that if we've not institutionalized CADAP, then new governments require that we start new relationships. That takes time, that requires resources. And then of course, we're just marking time and going around in circles. But also, agriculture is not sexy, allow me to use that word. I mean, it's a lot of acronyms and difficult, words. It's complex, so it's not really a subject that people like to read. And many people feel that they're better served with political news, it's easier, and sports. Those two are the ones that are covered the best. Agriculture and other sectors, too complex. So this is a challenge for us. Then of course, budgets. And finally, the design of certain CADAP products and processes is not working for communications, advocacy, knowledge management. It should be, and those processes should be, but the way they're designed, I think initially they started very well, but today, one of the comments I got is that they are just jamborees. They are not really being sweated for the value that they should bring, and we'll be asking for a redesign of some of them. So this is a demonstration of, we know there's a big agenda which we need to enable, and we've supported that. And once we are post Kampala, we'll be able to design the strategy to support that. Now, we did a SWOT analysis, and don't worry about laundry list, but we really packed a lot of things. What else?
You have 3 minutes to wrap up.
So I'll jump the strength because I've covered them, and you can read on the wall the weaknesses, because I prepared for 30 minutes, but we have to understand. Anyway, so we did a mapping. So we look at our stakeholders and say, okay, fine. We do this 2x2 matrix where you look at the influence of the stakeholder to support the program to move forward or otherwise, and the impact of the program on the stakeholder. And so we kind of plot them, and you think about your third quadrant, where is the sweet spot between high impact and high influence. And so we've done that mapping. And then we did a filtering process, also using the same matrix. Because you have limitation of resources, then we are focusing on, based on your laundry list of things, and you want to surface your big opportunities, you want to say, okay, which ones are the most implementable and which ones can move the needle on your big topic? So in terms of implementability, then you think about resources and the ability of you to influence the stakeholders or for them to come through. And then we use that to do our filtering. And then we surfaced a couple of things. So moving forward, we got a couple of principles that we are adopting. There's the whole issue of, do you create one strategy for the whole continent and then have everybody apply? Not possible. But we think we need global guidance and then allow for local adaptation or as required. And then also that we need to make progressive guidance and leapfrog. So focusing at the high level and yet ignoring where the rubber meets the road is not something that we are recommending. We also need to create incentive systems, because this job, as we've understood, the structures are not such that you can't have sanctions. So what sort of incentives can we create? So we'll design a strategy that thinks about that. Dial down on too much planning and remain iterative. These things will always change. Lots of things happen. There could be a change in the US presidential election results that could affect things, so you need to be able to adjust. Finally, we are saying that we can do this job directly or indirectly. So directly from the center, reaching some of the stakeholders, driving our communication and managing comms, but also we can use third parties, and that's fairly powerful, and we have a good network of third parties that we can use. And so we have a set of recommendations. One, we need these CADAP champions. We also think that it would be nice to have some full-time staff to focus on this work, and also recommending that we have continuity for the technical working group, whether we recruit new people or otherwise, but that's critical for us. We also think that we need to conduct a public perception survey amongst the stakeholders to understand really what do they think, what kind of framing has been done, and is that the right framing for the narratives that we want to be able to communicate. We think that we can develop this comprehensive comm strat post this. We need to empower some of the national and national focal points and communication champions to drive this plan, so that BR reports are not just events, but it is a continuation. So you're able to be able to build through that. We need to invest in rebuilding the brand so that we can get the shine on the brand back. And we need to resuscitate some of the networks that we had, the journalist network. There's now the Agenda 2063 media network. And of course, then start to work with influencers, content creators, so that we are adapting to the realities that we are facing. And then finally, can we redesign these processes and products that we think today are not fit for purpose to support this function? I'll leave it there because we don't have a lot of time, but we got some prerequisites. And we also think that over the next 2 days, we will do some deep dives to come up with how do we measure our work, which is mostly qualitative through pulse surveys and the like. So I'll leave it there because I think that that's the time that we had. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think you just took about 1 minute away from the time that we have for questions, but you did a good job, very good. So now we have time for a few questions. Number 1. Number 2. Number 3. So we start with those 3 questions first. And do we have a mic?
Just to say, we really don't have much on knowledge.
Hold on just because
Not really a question or anything, just to say, in terms of what I have heard, this is excellent, but there isn't much on knowledge management. I will suggest, if it is going to be considered, to move knowledge management to Technical Working Group 11. That is where it belongs. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Number 2. Behind you, Marcus.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation on communications, knowledge management, and advocacy. Bob, well presented. Just to indicate that perhaps as we go forward now, on the aspect of the CADAP champion, that the process of appointing the particular head of state who will be CADAP champion must be more visible going forward, must be more visible, well publicized, and ensure that that particular CADAP champion is given clear terms of reference that he needs to do during his mandate as the champion, to encourage all countries to do the needful, to avoid killing this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 3. Okay. The number 5.
Merci pour la présentation. Moi, je pense que cette session, pour moi, me semble la plus importante. Parce que on a besoin de ces champions partout. Mais il y a une compétence qui leur manque cruellement. La capacité de négocier à la recherche de consensus. De fait, quand les champions n'ont pas ça, parce que ça ne dépend pas de l'autorité, c'est surtout dû au leadership. Et de ce fait, est-ce qu'aujourd'hui, on est dans les démarches, au lieu de avant de proposer le terme de référence, de renforcer les gens en cette compétence qui est peut-être la compétence la plus recherchée dans le XXIe siècle, c'est de négocier à la recherche de consensus. Parce que les ressources seront rares, le contexte sera compliqué, mais celui qui n'a pas ces compétences, il risque beau d'être champion, mais tu n'auras pas de résultats. Voici ce que je voulais. Merci.
Thank you. Number 4.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for this presentation. But my first remark is I don't see the roadmap because yes, you develop some tools, you develop the communication content, but we need to have the roadmap. So I don't know what's happened. And the second thing is, I don't see the development of communication pack, because the communication pack is one of the part of implementation of the communication strategy. So it's really important to give a clear view about what the communication can look like. And I'm proposing something. We can also look at how we can put the negotiators, the youth negotiators program, so that these different youths can have abilities to talk very well about the CADEP and also market the CADEP program around the world, around the continent. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment, Director. Number 5. Number
My
6.
5.
5 here. No. 5 is here.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to respond to Chris on the champion. Heads of state and government in 2017 decided to have Ethiopia as a country, as the CADAP champion. So unless you say you change that heads of state decision, Ethiopia is the CADAP champion on the continent. And it's not about change, because the heads of state decisions don't change that easily. Unless this group makes a case, such a strong case, that you will kick out Ethiopia, which is, what you could think about, and we thought about it a few years ago, was having regional champions, regional CADAP champions in each of the 5 regions, working with or under the Prime Minister of Ethiopia. So this proposal needs to be taken forward. So I would invite the group to think about it a little bit more and make proposals on how we could advance the proposal to have regional champions that work with the Prime Minister of Ethiopia.
Thank you, Director. Number 6 is here. And after number 6, we'll go for a second round of questions.
I feel this is a very important technical working group because in the late 50s and early 60s, Africa moved on this independence through journalism. They exposed the colonial masters and it became a stigma on them. So they decided that, okay, we'll give you independence, whichever way. So they gave us independence. And here we are today. Now, this issue of top-bottom approach, we have to be very careful. The people who are busy producing food, processing food, marketing food, in fact, you can't stop them. They wake up every morning and they are on the road to their farms, they're on the road to the market and all those things. Those people are not online yet because the data he's showing is about the Gen Zs that are on the phone. Some of them have no phone. Most of them even have no phone. And if they have phone, it's not the complex phone. It's just to make call and receive text messages. The case I want to make is for those people because I see them toiling every day. They go to the farm, they produce, they bring to the market. We go and buy and eat. Those people are still on radio and at best on television. So I think our communication strategy should look at the base. And the championship should also look at the base. It's not at the continental level, not regional, not even at the country level, because they have a responsibility. The president has a responsibility. He's a champion himself. The president of a country is a champion because he signed the declaration. But within the country, at subnational levels, up to the communities, we need champions who will become, somebody mentioned this morning that there was need for a grassroots mechanism, which makes it a bottom-up approach. and the president only approves what the people want, not what he wants to tell them. So I think the communication strategy should focus on the base. And focusing on the base is not on this phone that we are using here. It's on radio and at best on television. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. So second round of questions, we start with number 7. Do we have another question?
Good afternoon. Basically what I wanted to say, some of what I wanted to say, Dr. Bahigwa have really cut me down because he's moving in the same direction. We are making a recommendation of not one person as a champion. And the reason why we're making a recommendation was because the people who signed and agreed to do this are the heads of states. So they should have the greater responsibility to ensuring that it works. So the recommendation was that we have a group of heads of states that will ensure without undue pressure on their comrades to ensure that the CADAP as it is will work. Because most of the time, they sign the agreement and then leave it to the Ministry of Agriculture to implement. And if the head of state does not bring that to cabinet level, for the minister to get the other ministries involved is very difficult. And that's where the major challenge is. The second thing is, we as non-state actors have been very active over the years carrying message. We were not mentioned, if I can remember, in that communication, in that report that was made. Secondly, the language that we use, the language keep changing. I was discussing this afternoon with someone from FAO. Our farmers don't understand what food systems are. Today is food security, tomorrow is food sovereignty. Talk about responsible agriculture. You guys who are designing this stuff and creating this language, you have to realize that the people you are dealing with who are producing the food don't understand that language. We have to bring that language down so our people can understand. And I said this because I work with the farmers. And fortunately for me, I have been exposing them to these different languages. And they are not people who don't understand if you take the time to explain to them. So the language we use is very important. And I just want to add on the issue of politics.
Can you try to wrap
yes,
up?
yeah, well, let me get a chance to express myself. We are trying to develop something that works better.
I know, brother.
One of the legislators from ASPAN has suggested that she is going to, from Liberia, she's going to make sure that a law is passed. Because if it's not enacted in law, every president that comes will do what they want to do. So that idea of legislation is very, very important. And someone from ASPAN, the parliamentary group, is already recommending that that be done in Liberia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Number 8, all the way back to the left. Behind you. There was somebody at the back. They don't want to talk again. Do we have any other questions? Okay, we're taking one there and one over here. Okay, you have a mic.
Thank you very much for the good, for the great presentation by the TWG 12 team. I would like to, my question, I had one question and 2 recommendations. My question is on the percentages presented on the online consumers of news. Were the percentages based on country online population or general country populations? The other thing is how the target audience was defined. I feel like the weight was, there was more weight on external stakeholders other than internal stakeholders. which I think it's very important for us to also reiterate more on internal coordination among all experts internally for them to continually assess and assess their progress, analyze challenges and opportunities. The third recommendation was on the use of AI. I think apart from our governments and Africa as a continent setting regulations on AI, I think it's also important as experts here in the room and also more specifically the communication and knowledge management experts, it's important for us to look into ways of training AI into harvesting the knowledge and information that we have on our laptops. This is very important because I believe the original coded language among leading AI platforms was mostly done based on Western Western ways of doing stuff. But for us to give the African voice, it highly depends on us. So it's important that we start now training the AI platforms on the kind of information that we have on Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. We have two last interventions. Please make sure that you make them short. I mean, I remind you that you will have a chance to go and interact with individual groups in the within the next two days. So it doesn't matter for you to make a lengthy presentation here. You can always go and discuss at length in those different groups, and you will have all the points that you want to come across. Okay, I have number 9 on this side and then number 10, the last one on that side.
Yeah, please. Yeah, Edmond from Cameroon. I think communication, advocacy, and knowledge management has a very important role to play when we talk about the post-CADEP. And I remember some years ago, we were working with youths all over Africa, talking specifically about the CADEP Youth Network. And also, we had friends who had a platform known as the CADEP Journalist Network. I think those are initiatives that we wish that they can be implemented at this stage of this implementation. So please, the group should take this into consideration because communication plays a very important role. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Last intervention.
Yes, thank you very much. And I am going to be very short. The first one is a recommendation on targeted communication. I think the toolkit on communication and advocacy needs to be clear on who we are targeting. Is it the president or are we targeting the masses on CADEP? And also the funding that goes towards communication. And linked to Technical Working Group 11, I think it's also about where the NAIB is placed. You know, it actually supports in attracting attention on the communication that comes out. If it's placed out sometimes with the Office of the Vice President in some context, that helps with the comms that comes out. And sometimes when it's placed elsewhere, it doesn't. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, my sister, for being brief. So the communication team, you have a floor to respond to the question. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you, sir. It's a moderator. I think most of them are comments and we appreciate them. I'll take a few and my colleagues can add. So I just want to respond to the gentleman who talked about a communication plan. So typically you have a strategy first and then you develop a plan. So you reduce your plan from the strategy. So you can have it the other way around. So because we don't have a strategy yet, then we can have a plan. So you then develop a tactical plan, which says that the activities that you'll undertake. So I hope that's clear. It wasn't clear to me what you meant by a lack of a roadmap. So we'll reach out to you after this just so that we know that we are on the same page. Then the speaker from the back end was talking about the data that I showed on the screen. So this data is available. It's actually a report that was done by, it's titled 2024 Digital News Report by Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism in conjunction with the University of Oxford. It's available online. So it wasn't focused on that. It was a global study covering 47 countries, and it covered a few African countries, some of which I presented there. So it wasn't focused on internal, and the parameters for the study are available if you'd like to take a look at it. You also asked whether we did not recommend AI. We just said it's one of the trends that we'll be monitoring because it affects how we will communicate. It affects media. It affects how journalists package the news. It affects how we can communicate with the stakeholders, with the challenges that it brings. A lot of fake news, deep fakes, but also the efficiencies it can bring with regard to AI. So we didn't recommend it was in the section for trends. So I think that's all I can say. The others were good comments that we will be looking into over the next 2 days. But Edwin and Peace, maybe you have something to add. Thank you very much.
You have 1 minute, please.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the questions. Thank you both for the presentation. Well, I'll just, for interest of time, I'll just go through 1 or 2 questions that were raised. One, why isn't knowledge management part of Technical Working Group 11? Well, communication advocacy should really go hand in hand with KM or knowledge management. Why? Because what are we communicating in the first place? And secondly, as we generate the information and the data, we need to, have the insight, add value to the information for us to know the trends and impact that is trying to put forward. Also, the issue of, I think, champions has been elaborated a lot, and we shall take that as a recommendation to our group, having champions at different levels. That's a very good suggestion. And then also terminologies. I think someone raised the issue of language and terminologies. And as part of this working group, we think this is something that we can also focus on, to have a taxonomy of sorts and terminologies on CADEP and communicate this clearly to our stakeholders. So we'll take that as a recommendation and build on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give them another hand of applause. Thank you. Now, we just learned that Technical Working Group number 4 didn't make a presentation. It means that we still have 2 presentations to listen to before we go for our drinks tonight. So your drinks are being delayed a little bit, but bear with us that we need to do this because this is what we came here for. So I will call upon the convener of Technical Working. The screen. So you have 20 minutes.
Yeah, can I have a improving mind? Because I need to see the screen.
Can somebody bring me a mic?
So good afternoon, and very much aware that we are in the moment they call the cemetery period. I know the energy levels are also very down, so let's try and see how we can spark it up with some data matters. And this is a Technical Working Group 13. Like they said, some of us belong to some religions that they say many are called, but few chose themselves to be active. So we had about 55 members, but currently we can say about 10 are actively contributing, and we appreciate that. We still look forward for the rest to join us. We don't want to leave anyone behind. So I would go straight into the presentation so that we can share the team has together so far. It is still work in progress, but we hope that we can wait. Now this mic will be a problem. Let me see if we can stand. All right. So we start with our introduction, and really the team looked at data management and mutual accountability and reflected on issues of governance. We also reflected on ethics. Ethics seems to be one of the missing pieces. Always go on our blind eye. Not everything that is legal can be ethical. So we also look at issues of ethics, and then we also look at collaboration on data issues in a changing world. See on there, I have a quote there that says, who is telling Africa's story? Who gets African data? Data and knowledge means power, and thus the struggle for Africa or states to have data is inherently a political struggle. And this is a quote from his brain, Sheikh Mbo. So look, going forward, we also reflected on a few questions that we thought thought-provoking for the team to really take into consideration to say, if we talk about BR data, who is collecting the data, who holds the data, and where does the data reside? Sometimes you collect the data, but you don't hold it. So let's be very clear on that. Whose data are we collecting and who is holding it? We also said who assesses the data and who maintains its quality, stability, and metadata. That is so important. How is the data assessed? Why and for what purpose should access be granted to data? And we also asked ourselves, who sets the criteria and oversees the process? And that's where the mutual accountability kicks in strongly. So I would have wanted to spend more time on this background, but this is a choir in front of me, I believe. So let's fly through it as quickly as we can to save time. As you know, one of the CADEP principles is providing evidence-based analysis and reliable data to guide decision-making in the agricultural sector. And when we do that, the objective is to improve the sector governance through benchmarking, creating platform for dialogue, review, mutual learning, and ensuring accountability. We also established, since CADEP, in 2008, the CADEP monitoring and evaluation framework. During the Malabo era, we established the result frameworks, which then go across the 7 commitments of Malabo, where we have noted that the framework consists of indicators for monitoring progress and tracking towards meeting the commitment, and also strengthening the mutual accountability of the using the BR process, as well as the joint sector reviews across the 7 commitments. The BR reports on indicators, some of which are coming from the result framework, and it uses the agriculture transformation scorecard approach. We will come back to some of the contributions that we received so far that criticize the scorecard approach, that hence we wanted to note it right from the beginning. We also want to underscore that the BR system and there's CADEP, I think we also have to rethink that carefully and not deceive ourselves or overpromise.
So we also said that we have also established the EBR system, which is an online collaborative platform for managing the BR data. Colleagues, this side, I'm sorry that I'm giving you my back, but I have to look at the screen. I don't have that brain capacity to pull it all out without seeing the screen. So in terms of the questions that has been posed to all the groups to answer, we start with the justification to say why CADA data BR management and mutual accountability is important in the post-Malabo agenda. Why is it still important? Of course, it is important because we need to enhance accountability and progress tracking. It's something that post-Malabo is still relevant. It is still relevant because we need to promote data-driven policy making. We also need to adopt holistic food system approach as one of the mega trends or the new framework that we are asked to embrace. And Africa, as you hear from yesterday's opening remarks, that we have a common position on food systems. So post-Malabo has to embrace food systems, simple as that. We also have to facilitate a continuous improvement on our processes in terms of regular data collection, analysis, and we have to be part of the process, and a robust data management that is for evidence-based decision-making will still be very important. So just to highlight few of the issues that we need to take into consideration. Now, what are the persistent challenges that the BR data management faces in terms of gaps in data collection, the compilation, analysis, and reporting? So we have identified few of these. The list is longer than this, but these are the top 7 that are reflected here. Issues of weak integration of BR across the institution. When it comes to the national statistical systems and the BR, that integration is one area that we think is a challenge to have a full integration. Also, issues of data discrepancies. When we release the BR report and you compare some of our indicators from what is in the national data system and international report, there's not always alignment. So who is right? Is it the BR that is right or the other one? So discrepancies need to be looked at. We also looked at issues of coordination between our CADA focal point and the statistical offices. Also needs one area that needs improvement. We also look at weak capacities and investments that need to come into the space. Data need budget. I mean, there's no two way about it. So we need to also think about improving investment. It's a challenge to attract and cloud in financing in the data issue. Data is always a footnote on some proposals to say, oh, we'll have some M&E, but it's always a footnote. So we need to bring it to the fore. Low quality of metadata. This has been, came out strongly in the critical analysis performed on the BR. And we have all the published papers, articles backing that the BR system currently, its metadata is weak and not very useful for statisticians out there. We also noted incomplete data on the agri-food systems. Is also there are gaps that need to be filled, and the BR data analytics and its use also is one area that pose a challenge for us. Now, what are the key drivers? There's a whole lot of drivers that the team has compiled from published literature, from expert inputs, and other submissions that have also come through this process of post-Malabo. We have also reviewed few of the independent memoranda that have been submitted. So just to give you sources of information that got into putting in these drivers. So issues of stakeholder engagement, there's a demand to have a strengthen the coordination of stakeholder engagement issues, the issues of having a framework and the infrastructure to be very strong in terms of data systems to improve the infrastructure that currently exists. The institutional capacity issues were identified. Also advancement in the BR data and knowledge products. We need to begin to start creating more of these BR-based knowledge products that can become a planning tool and inform our national and regional level policy, repurposing, reformulation, and so forth. So we also looked at issues of, thank you very much. You asked me to swim with my broken voice, so thank you. So issues of adaptability to emerging technologies. We cannot be standstill with our data issues. The world is changing and changing very fast. So we need to be very adaptive to the changing technologies that are emerging, issues of AI, issues of crowd-based collaborative platforms. Are they good for us? Are they not good? What are the risks? What could go wrong with all these emerging issues? Those are some of the reflections that the teams have been discussing. What could go wrong, as well as the opportunities. So clear governance issues need to be looked at. We need to strengthen the data clusters. So data clustering came up as one of the key drivers for the next post-Malabo. We will elaborate on that shortly in the preceding slides. And also the issue of having the BR data knowledge. Okay, I've talked about that. So I will just move on to the outlook and look at some of the important trends that this thematic area also reflected on as they embark to engage and review existing material. So issues of strengthening the country data systems, it came out very strongly that for us to be very successful with the post-Malabo era, we need to strengthen the national BR data systems. It's something that we must take it as a priority. We also have to identify and include the missing food system indicators. There's a clear acknowledgement that the CADEP, as it stands in its current form, does not necessarily cover the entire scope and spectrum when it comes to food systems and its indicators. So embracing the food system indicators will be something that we should look forward integrating going into the future. Going forward, and then improving the quality of the statistical systems, that is issues of enhancing capacity building to assess technology. We also looked at issues of strengthening capacity for data management analysis at the local level by establishing local networks, incorporating advanced analytics like issues of big data analytics, AIs, geographic information systems, and other tools that are available that can complement the data collection and analysis. We also reflected on promoting joint sector reviews as part of the mutual accountability mechanism so that there will be a proper feedback loop into the planning processes. And the last one is improving and adapting existing mutual accountability framework that will also promote shared responsibility among the stakeholders, effective performance monitoring, and also faster trust. We need to trust. So we need to trust our own data and use it for our development agenda. So still on the outlook, we also look at some of the opportunities arising from the trends that we just outlined. And one of them would be enhancing the decision-making process. I just have to move a little bit closer. So we need to leverage on food systems clusters to be able to effectively take advantage of the enhanced decisions that we need to make. We also have to increase the data reliability. Is one area that needs to be looked at, and look at conducting a comprehensive assessment to upgrade the infrastructures that are there at the moment. We also have to look at advanced analytical insight that can be generated from the BR data processes. We also have to look at issues of collaborative policy making. And here, the issues of the joint sector reviews can provide useful contribution to that, and also facilitate regular stakeholder engagement that will consistently have update the processes. Transparency and accountability issues need to still be looked at. They are there, but the evidence that is coming up is that they are not very effective or they are not efficient. So we need to re-look at them and strengthen them, as well as the existing BR governance system. The team looked at what is working, what has not worked well, and some of the recommendations has been to strengthen the oversight and the ethical mechanisms that the BR process need to follow. And here we have referenced the AU data policy framework, which is a published document, clearly outline what needs to be done, but implementation is in short form. Okay, all right. So we also talked about the issues of the adaptability and the needs. Now, core priorities to shape the post-Malabo agenda for the next 10 years, the team came up with the establishing the comprehensive food system data cluster. This is something that has emerged and tested in the BR process already with few countries, about 10 countries, in terms of data clustering, not necessarily under food systems, but have been tested under the current BR, and it can be something to be taken forward into the post-Malabo. Also, we need to enhance the quality of the statistical systems. We need to improve the national systems, as was earlier alluded. And then we need to strengthen capacity for data management and analysis. The weakness that exists currently is well documented, and evidence backed it that we need to invest more in strengthening the capacity for data management and analysis. Also improving the coordination of the data, BR data reporting. We need to look at the post-BR process as a inbuilt and strengthened and well-coordinated and sound data reporting process at the country level. That is very important to highlight. Also promote the collaborative decision-making is also important. We need to strengthen and adapt the existing mutual accountability framework. So this is the last slide that we have as a team. These are the preliminary key messages that came across, but we're still reviewing more document, and by the close of, before we leave here, we hope to update these messages. So data management and mutual accountability need budget. I think we need to stress this one. We cannot do it by the way. It needs budget, and we must invest in data as an infrastructure and the systems that need to accompany it.
You have 1 minute to wrap.
Thank you. So we also have to avoid setting up new processes, as is stated there. Let's capitalize on existing ones. We also have to make sure that the BR data reporting mechanism should rely on the official, the National Statistical Office systems. This has been a contested and very sensitive one because the team has not entirely endorsed it, but this is a validation workshop. So we agreed that let's put it to the African people to say, is it a fair comment? So we will need your input on that, and then use statistical process assessment method as opposed to the BR. There's also a criticism that the current BR using a scoring system, a scoreboard, is not the best approach, that we should follow the SDG approach of reporting progress against country targets. So that is something that is also emerging. It's an input that has come from the various memoranda as well. So we have documented that for validation. Then we also have to improve data and metadata quality by looking at the existing national databases and also recognize the international database that need to, the indicators should adopt international standard, and an example has been provided using the statistical data and metadata exchange, which is one of the standards that we could follow. And lastly, we should also establish the food system knowledge support system with the CADA BR data management and mutual accountability. So that is what the team has to present. And thank you very much. And if I've gone over for a minute, apologies for that. Thank you. So, questions time. Questions.
Thank you, Clement. You've gone over by 2 minutes, but you've taken away 2 minutes from your Q&A session. So hands for questions. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, 10, 11, 12. I think we're closing it at 12. Okay, number 1.
Thank you for a most comprehensive report. Presentation. This is perfect at the continental level. But at the country level, who do you meet when you come as a team from the continental level? Who do you meet at the country level? We had recommended the last item, the knowledge support system, a strategic analysis and knowledge support system. As you establish at the continental level, you must replicate it at the country level, so that when you come for the BR, you meet a team that is handling data, agricultural data, and doing analysis. As a matter of fact, reporting on agricultural trends and outlook annually. There must be a team at the country level for you to be sure that the data you are coming to collect is real. Because so far, I didn't know who the team of the BR was meeting at the country level. So we need that setup. And it was recommended from the beginning that we should have that. Strategic analysis and knowledge support system. It's a mechanism that is manned by a team. And that team has a responsibility to report on the annual agricultural trends and outlook. Okay.
Thank you, my brother. Number 2, be brief, please.
Okay, thank you very much for the good presentation. My name is Leonard. I would like to raise 2 questions. And what I didn't see was your reference to the AU data policy framework, which is a very comprehensive document that highlights what member states should be able to adopt in terms of data governance and the approach towards, coming up with a very well-structured data management for the country, because the publishing of that document was informed by the need to enhance business opportunities and also making sure that we have, countries being mandated to manage their own data. So I'd wish that there's a reference made to that, because what has been shared is actually included in that document, and countries are supposed to customize it to develop their own data governance framework and policies. So that is something I wanted to see in the presentation. Secondly, an issue on infrastructure, because that is one of the major challenges that is hindering the management of data in as much as countries have made efforts within the institutions to collect data, we don't have dedicated infrastructure that has been provided. Probably there has to be a budget that goes towards that to provide infrastructure that can be able to support data harmonization and interoperability, because there's a lot of data that might be existing in countries, but the process and the approach towards bringing it together to be now utilized, now to go through the process of analysis, that is what is missing. I'd wanted to see that come out. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 3.
Thank you so much. So my point is, while we acknowledge the importance of data and the role of national statistical organizations in collecting that data, the reality on the ground is that often we lack adequate data at national level, or even major gaps in terms of collecting relevant data. So what I've lacked, or what I've not seen, is how we are going to bridge that gap by allowing or enhancing the role of citizen-generated data. Because there are a number of civil society organizations, community-based organizations collecting very granular data at local level on different components related to food systems. So how are we taking into account this data to bridge some of the data gaps that we see?
Thank you. Number 4 here.
What's your number? I'm number 4. Yes, my question, I missed part of the presentation, so forgive me if you had talked about it, but I was expecting it to see it in the recommendations. In the 2014 Malabo Declaration, the heads of state and government called for a biannual review, meaning a review every 2 years. What are you recommending for Post-Malabo? Are we going to maintain 2 years, or should we make it 3 years? Because this debate has been around, and I was expecting that this team would have had a discussion on it and make a recommendation for consideration.
Thank you, Director. Number 5.
I skipped number 5.
No, were you number 5? Number 5 is over there. No. Number 5 is let's follow process.
All right, thank you very much.
13.
And I want to thank my brother for the presentation. He's my fellow Ghanaian, so you know you do a good job. Yeah, with regards to the issue around data, my first point has to complement the point made by my colleague here regarding the role of non-state actors regarding the data that they've collected and how they share that particular data. And based on a couple of work that we've done and a couple of engagement and consultations, and we felt that the approach being used by the SDGs, where they allow for what they call shadow reporting, can be adopted for the CADEP, where in this case, you also allow the non-state actors to also share with you what kind of data they've received. And then you can use it as a way to check what government has submitted. Because trust me, over the couple of years, some of these results that come, when you tell it to the public, they take it to a pinch of salt. In my country, Ghana, if you tell any person that when it comes to agric, we are progressing well, they will laugh at you. But that's what the BR is saying, because they are not part of the process. So for me, even though you are allowing the state to present, which is good, and they involve us, also we should find a way of allowing the non-state actors to do what you call the shadow reporting. The second point I want to share is about coordination. I think he mentioned it very well, and I'm very happy that he mentioned it. And the practical experience I have to share in my country is that the Ministry of Food and Agriculture is responsible for coordinating data-related issues for the BR. Now, the ministry is just one ministry out of several ministries. And the minister that cannot compel, for use of a better word, other ministries to bring their data. So when it's time for them to compile, they can choose to bring it or not. So the discussion should be rather, we should be looking at a different entity that can coordinate the collection of that data well, or how can we ensure that whoever is responsible is doing that? In Ghana, we have the National Development Planning Commission, the head is here, and they are at the apex body coordinating all ministries. So can we be looking at an approach where we allow such an entity to coordinate the data? Because with that one, the other ministries will be compelled to report. But if you allow just sister ministry, I don't know if you can.
My brother, we are pressed by time.
Yes,
so
just,
you
just
cannot
2
take
points,
2 minutes.
Just 2 points.
You alone. I allow you
just
30 more seconds.
I'll try. The last point is about the dialogue platforms that he mentioned. And I felt that we also needed a new approach. In the joint sector and the architect working groups, they are working, but they are also done at the discretion of political head. If you have a head who is not interested, it won't happen. In my country, for about 3 years, it never happened because the head was not interested. So is there a way that we can even legislate it? Can we add it to be a tax for the ministry? That before their budget is approved, it should be an element that they should consider. And then an extension is that we should also find a way to bring the MPs as part of the process because they seem to be missing from the whole chain. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we're good. Number 6 is also over there. My sister.
Thank you very much.
13.
To my 2 former non-state actors that spoke. Again, my name is Henry Roberts, and I'm conducting some KIIs. And the response that I'm getting is that everyone agrees that the Barnett review is probably the biggest success that CADA has have gotten. It's the biggest, and it should stay. There are 2 issues. One, the BR is supposed to be a country-level activity that informs the region and the continent. The second thing is that because of CADA, the way we conduct data has to change. It's very important that the Bureau of Statistics are involved. But any data we collect must take into consideration the requirement of the binary review. I've been talking about biannual review, Malabo compliant data collection processes. And the problem with using the Bureau of Statistics is most of them are not aware of the CADA and the binary review. So bringing them on board is very good. In many countries, they are part of the system, but we have to change the way we collect data. The data has to be based on the data requirements for the binary review. And I think if we can do that, then we get the kind of data we want. The last thing is that we are collecting data at the time where we should be entering data. And I think most of the regional experts here can confirm this. When we are supposed to be entering data into the binary review in the EBR, it is not the time to be looking for data. We should be collecting data now. So when the time comes for us to do the binary review and enter data, the data will be available rather than running around looking for data to put there when we are supposed to be entering data at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 7, right here.
Thank you, and thanks, Clement. I think I agree. The BR is probably one of the big innovations in the CADA process. But there are a couple of missed opportunities. One is that the BR data is collected. It's supposed to be validated at country level. And that process looks at parameters, at numbers that are not interpreted at all. So really, the opportunity to have good discussions at country level is lost because the people don't know what numbers mean. Because eventually the scorecard will come from AUC, and they are as surprised as everybody else about what has actually been the outcome of that data. So I've been thinking the process and the discussion and the validation should be of substantive interpretation of that data at country level. And indeed, it shouldn't be the African Union Commission reporting if it's a peer review mechanism during the summit. It should be the minister responsible for CADEP at country level saying, this is my score at country level, and we did A, B, C, D, we didn't do well here, and so on. And one minor comment, Clemens, I got a little confused about some of the slides, the trends, the opportunities, the future outlook. They sort of seemed like repetitions. I don't know if you, there's something to look into. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 8, I think it's behind you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I would like to thank also the team, which is a very nice presentation indeed. Just 3 short things here. I think one of the issues when we talk data is the data acquisition is the most important one. Everybody appreciates the value of data and the use of data, but I think in many cases, when it comes to sharing data, there is always a problem. Even within a country, institutions, individuals are not willing to share data. So what is the incentive to get that data even at a continent level, say, and at different levels? So what kind of incentive mechanisms can we put in there? Second one is, if we're talking about, this continental level data, so we need to have a data infrastructure. That data infrastructure should be, where is it, who manages it, how is it, made sustainable? Because this requires, latest technologies and all that. So I didn't see that part, and how is that going to be managed at continental level? And perhaps the third one is, if we're talking about data nowadays, the privacy issue is there. How do we protect privacy and how we encourage the analysis and use in terms of, abiding by the different national, continental, regional roles and responsibilities, and how is that going to be handled in this situation? Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Number 9 and 10 over here.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think one of the issues which came out in BR4 is we did the validation at regional level was the issues of data credibility. So there's a difference, or there are discrepancies which you would find between the data collected by the national government and the data which is collected by the development partners within the same country. And I think one of the recommendations during that process was to say, can you refer probably to data which was collected by FAO? While the national government is collecting the same data. So if we are not able to have trust the data the national government is collecting, what then are we saying about everything that we are reporting? So that's one of the need to look at. This issue is coming from the aspect of methodology. You would find the reason why even at the national is the trust in the national government and it's same methodology which is also coming from the continental level. Because this is where we also have another issue to say, we are bringing in the indicators and we are giving them to probably ministry which are responsible for a certain indicator. Then they are telling you that we are no longer. They are telling us we are no longer collecting this data. While list the indicator is on our BR report, which we are supposed to be reporting. So the process has to be inclusive as we bring in new indicators, as we bring in new approaches of collecting that data, so that everyone is always on board. Thank you.
Chair, I would have allowed this to pass me by, but I just want to re-echo what the director had said. One would have liked to see what the biannual review process is all about and the core progress evaluation criteria. Let's have a sense of what is it, what are we collecting data for? The emphasis is so much on data. Data for what? Is it for learning, for adjustment? What has been the experience over the years? Have we used the BRO for adjustments, for learning, for sharing knowledge? Because what I see here is a data collection process that is based almost exclusively on explicit knowledge-related data. What about tacit knowledge? Because when you're designing an evaluation process, you should be able to have a system by which you collect tacit knowledge on what is working and what is not working in terms of systems, processes, procedures, institutions, and programs. I've just done the framework for evaluating UNDP global performance, and it is very clear. They have their own criteria. We're looking at quality, relevance, effectiveness, efficiency, coherence, complementarity, sustainability, and impact. The evaluation criteria are very clear, and I want to learn more about the BRO content, and the core progress evaluation criteria. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. I suggest that you also go to the group when they discuss the whole thing.
Okay, I would like also to thank the initiatives with, the data, the indicators they are collecting with the PR process. I think even the commissioner yesterday was saying that it is important that this is an opportunity to again try to align the PR to the SDGs, you know. So I think the political buy-in of those statistics that is collected by these organizations is critical. The second thing I would like to raise is the data that we collect depends on the quality of the indicators we have. I think this is extremely important. We are to also plead with colleagues that let us not come up with complicated indicators that will not have the statistics at the country level. This is extremely important because we will end up having a process that we cannot report on. The third thing is it goes back to the question of the director that he asked, you know, what will be the frequency of reporting, you know, because some of the statistics that are collected by countries, you will find that if we are reporting every 2 years, the country will report the same statistics only because they are collecting that kind of statistics every 10 years, you know. So the statistics is collected in a temporal manner. So these are the critical things that we have to also consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 12. Okay. Come to number 13 here, the last one.
Thank you so much. And thank you, of course, Clement. We are part of the
Can't
team.
hear you very well, a bit louder.
I guess I need the dinner, the cocktail. Okay. No, I do. Yeah. Okay. So, Clement, thank you.
Can you get the microphone closer to your mouth?
I see you. Okay. All right. Thank you anyway. Thank you, colleagues. I think we are part of the team. And we've okay, let me do what they want me to do. Otherwise, they'll not give me peace. All right. So thank you, Clement. Yeah, we are part of the team. And yeah, we are glad that you've represented us very well. I think we've really had a discussion so much that is data collection heavy. We are really driving an agenda of data collection, data collection, data collection. And maybe it would be good also to shift focus into really building capacity on data analytics and feedback, because that's what you're asking. What is the incentive? Do I have to wait for this very heavy, big CADAP report to be able to make an intervention? So we should really drive an Africa that has data analytics approach so that we drive, knowledge-based economies. That's the only way that we'll be able to push an agenda. There is no value for data if it is only about data collection and having frameworks and guidelines that are to ensure the quality of data. But what does it really mean? So the value of data needs to be, promoted through smart way of data analytics and all. Thank you.
Thank you, my sister. So Clement and the team, back to you. You have 3 minutes to address comments and questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I take note of the 3 minutes. What it means to the audience is that we may not be able to go through all the long list you can see here. So let me pick a few of them to just highlight. The first one is about who are we talking to in the country, at the country level when it comes to the BR. In the presentation, we have clearly indicated the need to have country BL data structure and system in place to facilitate. We do acknowledge that we have the BL, the CADEP focal point person at the country level. We also have BL focal point person. In case that some members don't know about that, there is also a BL focal point person. But those two clearly cannot do the task at hand. So you need a team. So we do take that comment positive, and it will go into the recommendations. And then there's a data, EU data policy. I think we have actually referenced it. We mentioned it in the presentation, and in the detailed report it is. But one thing I want to just highlight is that, colleagues, there's no way we could have done justice to present the entire report in the 20 minutes that we allocated. So these are just highlight reflection. We invite you to the team to come and make your detailed input so that we can enhance the report. The director asked the question about the period of the biennial review. It indeed, in one of the memorandums that were submitted, is one of the points that were noted. That is an omission on our side, that it didn't come through, but it's one of the submissions that have been received in the memoranda submitted to reconsider the periodicity of the BR. So we will update that. And then maybe let me not steal all the thunder and give the floor to, please just also attend some of the questions.
You only have 1 minute. You only have 1 minute left. So I think I would suggest that you take those comments on board and you discuss them thoroughly during your work group.
That's what I was going to say. Thank you very much. The majority of them are really suggestions and comments to improve. We receive them and we will consider them in finalizing the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give them another hand of applause. Thank you. Finally, we're coming to the last presentation that we missed yesterday. It's Technical Working Group number 4. Technical Working Group number 4. So you will have 15 minutes for your presentation and another 15 minutes for questions.
So we can start. Yeah, we can start. But where is it? Yeah, you can start. Oh, okay.
Presentation.
So what does she want me to use this one? All right. So thanks very much. This is some kind of a firefighting plan. We had several challenges. That's why we didn't present yesterday. But we will kind of do our best to give you what we have agreed on. It will just take 2 hours. So no worries. Yeah. Focusing on emerging technologies, biotechnology, artificial intelligence, and productivity growth. Our group has about 35 people. It's led by Dr. Dorothy Okero, who is not here with us today. Maybe I should use this one only. Who is not with us today? Does this work? In terms of the outline, we're going to, we have the justification, drivers of change and progress, future outlook. Let it come back, please. Future outlook, important trends. And then we also did kind of prepare indicators, but we're not going to touch on indicators given the advice from the director yesterday. We organized this in terms of 3 groups, 4 subgroups. One focusing on mechanization and water management technologies. The other one focusing on mainstreaming digital technologies across multiple scales. And another working group focusing on deployment of biotechnologies. And the 4th one focusing on deployment of artificial intelligence and research systems. We think that these are kind of useful for purposes of delivering on what we wanted to deliver. Now, what's the justification for looking at that? The justification is that if you look at African agriculture for now, I think we also said it on the first day, you travel from South Africa to North Africa, you see that a majority of the land that we farm, our farmers operate on, is not mechanized. So about 80% not mechanized, only 20% is mechanized. You can't do much with such kind of land because studies are showing that if you mechanize land, yes, this initial costs are high, but once you have done that, once you have covered those sunk costs, you're going now to operate at least cost, you become competitive. And that's what we want if we are to compete with Western countries. And secondly, if you look at water technologies or other technologies, the more you adopt technologies, the more you become efficient. In the long run, you reduce on costs, you become competitive, you can trade more. Again, if you go to the sub-working group number 2 on mainstreaming digital technologies across multiple scales, here we're talking about digitalization of food systems and agri-food systems in general. Once you do that, you are more likely to withstand the negative impacts of climate change. Women not adopting more of those technologies, but men may adopting more. And we don't want that for equity purposes. Again, digital technology can potentially increase productivity, at least at the production level and sometimes at the processing level by 40%. We didn't want to kind of bring in more numbers because technology, we're considering it from a wider perspective. So it means we would have to go into different ones, but I can, off my head, I can start telling you many of them. So chameleon sensors in agricultural production, they'll give you about 40% of that. if you also do, say, for example, adopt some other moisture reduction or moisture detection tools, you are going to reduce post-harvest losses by some kind of significant amount. So there's a justification for that level. Again, working group number 3, environment is singled out as one of the challenges they're in. So it's something that the Post-Malabo agenda has to be looking at. And why are we talking about biotechnologies? It's simple. Yes, we love our own kind of local varieties, but we can also agree population is booming. The rate of growth of productivity is low. If you, in case you don't know, the difference between productivity of in terms of cereals between African countries and those of the West or even Asia and Latin America is so tremendous. We are still at below 2 tons per hectare ourselves in cereals. Compare that to about 10 tons per hectare elsewhere in cereals. How can you compete like that in terms of international trade? You cannot compete. So we need to be adopting transgenic technology, biotechnology, etc., to be more efficient. And but in Africa, the story is still sad. Only 12 countries have research and development on crop biotechnology and commercialization, and only 4 crops appear to be under commercialization under biotechnology, which is lamentable because we have 55 countries in this continent. And it can't be like that. We need to try to change as we go forward. Again, benefits include insect resistance, biofortification, disease resistance, yield improvements. It's okay. So maybe some of those are not benefits, but I think you get what I'm talking about. Sub-working group number 4 deals with the development and deployment of emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, drones, robotics, Internet of Things, etc. Now, these ones, again, just like other emerging technologies, are extremely important for reducing costs over time. Once you adopt them at first, it might be costly when you're adopting them, but once you have them, the running costs are lower. You become competitive. You can trade with the, you can produce at least costs and compete with the efficient farmers from other countries. I'll just give an example of some work that colleagues do at the Academia 2063. We did develop some papers recently where we were using, just by sitting in an office in Dakar or in Kigali, you are mapping how much Zimbabwe is going to produce of wheat or South Africa. And you compare those numbers with the actual estimates that they get or the actual figures they get, you find that there are no much differences. You know what you're doing there? You're saving millions of dollars in terms of money that you use for going into the fields to produce. So you can win if you adopt this in a sensible way. Now, what are the other drivers of change that we want to talk about? These are the same pastel ones that are familiar to you, which are policy-related, environmental, economic, technological, as well as legal, as well as socio-economic as technologies. But we're going to talk about them as we go into this, the ones that are very relevant for our technical working group. Now, what's the status in terms of some of the drivers for now? So we're just talking about, okay, let's just talk about mechanization. What's the kind of status at present? I think this is like a repetition, but I think it doesn't hurt. We're still saying that adoption of automation technologies in agricultural production is expanding, but it's expanding unevenly. With some countries like South Africa, maybe Egypt, you find that in some places these are they have heavy mechanized farms, maybe not even differentiable with those you find in Western countries, on the prairies in Canada, etc. But on the other hand, you go to other countries like where I come from, Malawi, it's great. We are embarking on mega farms now, but until this moment, small kind of farms, no automation, using archaic technology. You can't compete with that. If you look at digital platforms again, while digital agricultural platforms are emerging and growing, most remain still small, thinly capitalized, and requiring more investments effectively in Africa. So in the Post-Malabo agenda, we need to be drumming up support for this, because unless we win on that one, we will still find ourselves at the back of the queue in terms of transformation. Because we're not alone in Africa. We're Africa, but we also have Asians, we have Europeans, we have Americans. We're competing for the same world market. If we can't produce efficiently, there's no mercy on the international market. We're going to lose out. Development and deployment of biotechnologies again, low adoption, development and deployment and commercialization, as we have already said, which is lamentable and has to change. Precision agriculture technologies depend on large amounts of data. I mean, they're there, they depend on large amounts of data, but well, we're in Lusaka, maybe we might not feel that. So maybe maybe the internet signals are great. But I can assure you, not just in Zambia, if you just move from Lusaka, you go towards Sesheke in southern province, or you go to Petauke towards Chipata, you find that the internet signals start failing you. This is the same in Zimbabwe, same in Kenya, same in Malawi, same elsewhere. We need to be changing on that one. Data issues, costly, plus also poor connectivity. For example, South Africa, Kenya, Egypt have seen some significant advances in terms of agricultural mechanization. Because mechanization, as I said, we don't want to lie here that the initial costs are low. They're not low. You need to have those big equipment, machines. So countries that have invested well in those, you can see that. But for most of the regions, you see that there's not such kind of transformation. Now, we need to be doing more to fix that. Again, policy and institutional support. In order for you to win in all those areas, all those 4 areas, you need to have a good enabling environment. We have published several papers talking about the linkage between the enabling environment and the digitalization of the agricultural sector, plus also other things, and many other people also beyond ourselves, I think, have done the same. If you do not win on the enabling environment, then you can talk all you want, but 10 years from now, you find that nobody has done anything because you haven't created an environment that is conducive for running agriculture as a business. The future climate trends. Now, the thing is, for the future, at least development and adoption of climate smarter innovations, including resilient varieties, is likely going to be very critical if we're going to win on this agri-food system mantra that we are riding on. So again, in terms of the emerging trends like emerging technologies like blockchain, virtual reality, digital twins will impact agriculture more. The digital twins, I think in case some of us don't know them, I don't know them that much, but I do know also that it's actually a concept whereby you're using artificial intelligence, machine learning and other advances in this sense to create a prototype of what you see, and then you can easily manipulate the real thing by also manipulating the prototype, something like that, okay? And again, digitalization, increased mobile and internet penetration, adoption of AI, precision agriculture are expected to improve efficiency in future. So that looks like an opportunity, but that assumes that we have to do something better. If we don't do things as business as usual, I think even this artificial intelligence thing will just be on the receiving end. But I think if Africa is to win, we don't want to always be the ones using Facebook, developed by Americans. We need to have people in Kenya, in Ethiopia, in Malawi also being part of that kind of revolution. The supply side of things. Policy and regulatory environment, we need to think of strengthening it as we go into the future, and we need to develop programs that are going to lead to capacity development so that people can harness and make use of the 4 things that we are kind of talking about. These are also similar, I think, to the same, so I'm not going to, unless my group reader is going to kill me if I don't. But the messages here are almost the same, because we are still emphasizing on the need for enhanced digital connectivity, youth entrepreneurship and engagement as we go into the future, agricultural finance and markets, because these are the enablers of everything we are talking about, building resilience to climate change by utilizing digital platforms, evidence-based policy making. I was so kind of not perplexed, okay, perplexed in some meeting somewhere, which I'm not going to say where, but we were discussing with key people in some government, some government, and someone said, no, you guys just stop about this thing of using evidence. We know the answers, we just do. I don't think we can win if we ignore evidence. And this has nothing to do with the fact that I'm one of the people in the research one. Yeah, so we need to be doing much in this one. I'm gonna make it. Yeah, now, again, critical issues for intervention as we go into the future, please, again, mechanization. It's extremely important. Renewable energy, and attention to digital agriculture, digitalization of processes, agricultural technologies, water management, as well as other biotechnologies, both crop as well as animal. We need to be focusing more on those, because if we do, we increase our total factor productivity within the agricultural sector. But if we don't, it's more of the same. Since 1960, agriculture cereal yields haven't grown beyond 2 tons per hectare. That's the reality. So meaning that we need to be able to do something else. I am going to skip all these ones and just say, as far as I think we're concerned, the goals, we're supposed to say something about the goals, but I think we can just stop at qualitative level. We think that maybe we can differ with others. We think that coming up with numbers for the targets now is too premature. We need to kind of do a thorough job. Okay, you give me another one. Yeah, but for now, we just say we need to increase our investment and focus in the areas that I've talked about: mechanization, digital technology, biotechnology, fortification, etc. But the actual targets, we can work those ones out. Okay, the rest of these are indicators, and I don't think we should present them. At the very end, we also have some kind of literature that we use to get some of these seemingly blanket statements. They are kind of evidence-based, actually. Thanks very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Greenwell. Thank you so much. Well, I think we have time for a few questions. We're not going to take too many of those. We have number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, and we're closing it at 8. Okay, number 1.
Thank you very much. Just straight to the point. China steals technology from all over the world. They have more human beings in China than the whole of Africa put together. Is it possible for us to steal from them? How are they feeding their population? They have more human beings in China, that's small China, than the whole of Africa put together. Maybe we should look into that possibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 2.
Are you number 2?
You are 3, but I'm looking for 2. Who was 2? Oh, okay. So give it to the director first. Oh, okay. Oh.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Mine basically is a take-home message for all the technical working groups. Here, what I'm talking about that we are planning for the next 10 years, and in the next 10 years, we want results. But these results are going to come from citizens of our countries. Basically, these are farmers, users of technology, and the rest. But in between what we're talking about now and the results, we have the systems that are going to support the end users, the farmers, and I think all these technical groups. We must be looking at systematic and systemic support to these systems like agriculture extension, advisory services, so that farmers, the users, are able to enhanced in such a way that production, productivity, socio-economic, ecological development is seen at the end, because I think that's what we're looking at. So really, in the end, the systems in between, extension services, advisory services, I think we must have recommendation around those. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Number 4.
Okay, thank you. So you have mentioned in your presentation the gender digital divide, and also evidence shows few rural women are able to access and use digital platforms, for example, for agriculture advisory services. So what are the suggestions to close this gap? What should be done in the post-Malabo agenda? Evidence also shows that there is a widening gender gap in access and use of mechanization technologies. While the use has improved, the gender gap has actually widened. So what should be done to close this gap? What's your suggestion for the post-Malabo agenda? Thank you.
Thank you, my sister. Number 5.
Thank you, moderator. So the presenter, Dr. Greenwell, you indicate that among the technologies you recommend, you indicate the development and deployment of biotechnologies. You complain about the low adoption now. I just wanted to understand whether these biotechnologies include genetically modified organisms, which is a highly emotive issue in a number of our countries. If you want to include GMOs, what kind of communication mechanism will you deploy to gain acceptance for these technologies? Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Number 6, this way, Million.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. It's a mix of so many things. I would like to follow my brother there. I think he meant GMOs and genetically edited crops, because you talked about transgenic crops. And when I heard that, I was asking myself, is the post-Malabo process going to be used as a Trojan horse by corporations to control the food system in Africa? I can talk for a day. I've been following GMO issues for more than 2 decades now, and I haven't seen any evidence to convince me that they are a solution for Africa. And over 200 million Africans, farming groups who reject it. That's one point. The second point is, in terms of technology and digitalization, I don't think we can escape that. We use AI, but we have to realize that there is a power element in it, because this technology does not come from Africa. It comes from outside. And the technology, I mean, the group was working on theory of change, talked about looking at all this through the lens of political economy. I think that's very, very much important. There is a power relationship. We don't have power or control over these technologies. There's sources from outside. So yes, we use them, but with care, and we have to acknowledge that there is a power relationship there, and farmers are especially deprived of the control of their food system because of these seeds. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Million. Number 7. Were you 7 or 8? 7, okay.
Thank you very much, Carlos Nidza, Food Systems Zimbabwe. Mine is just a general comment. So my concern is on the biotechnologies that we are producing, whether it's in crops or whether it's in terms of livestock, to say, are they statistically or scientifically proven? Yes, I know there is so much great evidence to say we are producing a lot of biotechnologies, but in terms of being statistically or scientifically proven, that's where my concern is, such that they can be scaled up and actually commercialized and our farmers adopt them. Then the second issue is on our innovation platforms or on our research institutions. to say we need to come up with some mechanisms for internal revenue generation, such that we can deal away with the stereotype that is associated with the research development institutions. They are all associated with appealing for funds, or they are heavily reliant on donor-funded researches. So that stereotype is not really good for Africa. I thank you.
Thank you. Last one, number 8.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to give comments with respect to the water and mechanization. And in your presentation, you focused mainly on crops. But bear in mind, in the aquatic sector, you're farming in water. So the issue of water harnessing and conveyance and reticulation is critical, because we need water more than 24 hours of the day, 364, 365 days of the year. Like when you're producing in ponds, the minimum is 1 cubic meter per kilogram per fish per day. And then in the cages, you can go up to, is it a ton, 2 tons per cubic meter, like when you're outside, per cage. Now, what that translates to, like now we're producing up to 2 million tons. That means, like I can calculate the exact figures because I have them, but that means you need that volume of water harnessed and maintained, and the engineering needs to calculate the water for production now in terms of the needs for the aquaculture sector and also the livestock and wildlife sector. Secondly, when it comes to mechanization, the implications are like now, part of the reason why there are a lot of post-harvest losses in the fisheries sector is that you find a smallholder is harvesting and drying 2 to 3 tons of fish on sun drying. But to get the right quality, including nutritionally, what you require to dry or smoke at a constant temperature within a specified time. And that is the technology that we need on the ground. And with aquaculture, now we are going offshore into the lakes, into the marine, rigging, the anchoring, the right design of the cages and the equipment. And also even now when you're harvesting more than 1 ton at once.
Can you try to wrap up, please?
Yes, so, okay, I've finished. But those are now the issues that need to be articulated clearly and precisely in this BR, because it's a new investment and it's a greater demand on technology now, on the technology engineering side.
Thank you. Greenwell, you have a floor, 3 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, thanks very much. I actually like the interest also that has been generated here. And I agree with the last speaker here. The fact that we did not mention aquaculture does not mean really we are underplaying the role of aquaculture. We know that agriculture is CONFOG, from CONFOG definition. So it includes aquaculture, forestry, animalia, as well as crops. So yes, I agree with you. When we talk about technology, we need to have precision technology, even in terms of use of water in your area of aquaculture. So I think in the write-up, that is going to come out clear. And thanks for mentioning that one. Again, you talked about, there is a, maybe let me start with the colleague who talked about the need to steal technology from China. So I don't think here I'm going to try to say that we should or we shouldn't.
I'm going to be neutral here, but I think maybe the best, instead of thinking about stealing, is the best is to say we have these young we're calling them Generation Z, right? Gen Z guys. They have a lot of energy and brains. Can't we send them? Let's have a policy of skills development, human capital development. Be as aggressive as China did. China sends a lot of people to United States universities. You profile as a country some of the best universities on the planet and pay money to have your people there. When they come back, you know that you have tons because not everybody will remain in the US. That's how you start copying technology. Do you send to China again? Japan did the same. Okay, did the same after seeing that US had outdeveloped them. They decided that, okay, you know what, we're going to get people from there as technical experts who pay them higher so we can learn, but we're also going to send our children to go to their schools. When they come back, you are at MIT, another was at MIT. I think the only difference will be whether your government gives you resources, but you can create a nuclear reaction in a laboratory. I think that's what we should be doing as a continent. The stealing part, I wouldn't say much about that. And now, in terms of the in terms of the take-home messages, I understand. I agree with a colleague who talked about the importance of extension services. I think we can breed all the research all we want. We can become professors, senior scientists, whatever. But if it doesn't go to the final users, there's nothing we're doing. So I agree. I think it's a comment that cuts across. We need to invest in modern extensions and effective extension services. The digital divide, there's a research paper that we just published in 2024. It's available on this CGI website where we're talking about the factors that you can attribute to the digital divide to some extent. I think some of the solutions that are there to be conservative in terms of the design of the technologies. Okay, so before you just design a technology, don't think about Greenwell as the only buyer. There is also his sister. So what is that his sister might need? Maybe the sister doesn't have enough money, maybe not enough energy, maybe not. So if you take all those into account, you can. Within the, some of our partners are developing what they call the multidimensional index for digital inclusion. I think you can read about it. There's a paper that a colleague has published. That colleague used to work at the International Business Machines. Is based in Colombo. They're doing something on that because they realized exactly that you can develop technology as much as you want, but you find that women are disadvantaged as you adopt it. So maybe it would be good to do that. For us, we would kind of make sure that it features in some way in the write-up that we're going to send to the African Union. And then usually the GMO part, I must say, I share the concerns, okay? And you know why we have those concerns about GMOs? It's because we are not on the table of the development process. If my son was in the laboratory developing those things and he tells me that, Daddy, yes, I was at Stanford, we have developed this one together with some guy from Ghana. And so yes, the research was funded by someone, or maybe even the research was funded by Dangote. And we think we can eat this. I don't think I'm going to really think that he wants me to commit suicide. Well, I'm going to eat that. So let's participate in the generation of those technologies. I happen to look at the Thomson Innovation Index database for patents at some point, millions of patents. It's pathetic. The share of patents generated from Africa is so tiny, okay, and it's skewed in South Africa. But even in South Africa, if you start looking at them to see who is developing them, you can also already guess that, okay, Africa is completely behind. I think we need to join that revolution. And then at some point, I'm sure those biotechnologies, we will accept them because they'll come from us. Now I share the suspicion because we're not part of it. So it will need a lot of convincing. But I think meanwhile, as a continent, we need to be investing in human capital so we can be on the forefront of developing those ones. Lastly, I think there was an issue of political economy in terms of this technology and etc. I also agree with that. If someone is pushing for some digital tool, sometimes it's to do with the fact that, of course, they produced it somewhere. They have the rights. They are the ones who are going to win. So sometimes it might be the profit motive that is driving that. We need to understand that. But I think in general, that aside, adopting technologies is extremely important. There was this other one I've just forgotten who was saying that the difference between using archaic tools and using technologically advanced tools is like saying I want to travel from New York to Wisconsin. Someone says he will travel on foot. The other one says I will catch a plane. The difference is that one. And we don't want to be the ones who are going to walk on foot. I think as a continent, because we have leaders here, Godfrey and yourself, Buana, we need to be encouraging that we need to invest more in human capital development so we can be part and parcel of that revolution of digital technology. We need to be part of that, not just on the consuming end of things. So I think for me, I can end it there. That's all the questions that I had. Thanks much.
Thank you. Another hand of applause for this. This has been a long day, so I'm not going to make any comment or anything. But really, I just encourage you to have more in-depth discussion in the individual technical working group. If you are interested by the work that's being produced by a specific technical working group, by all means, please go sit with them, discuss, and make sure that the point that you're carrying is taken into account and that this is Africa. And we need to produce something for Africa. Thanks again, and another hand of applause for all the presenters for today. And back to you, Mandy.
Thank you, Justin, for a great session. Don't steal, just take. That's what they did to us. You don't have to steal it.
Oh, okay, just take.
Just take it. They've been taking since slavery. They're still taking. Now, over to Director Dr. Bahigwa, to give us guidance and marching orders for tomorrow and Sunday. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mandy. Good evening, colleagues. I see the room is still full, which is a sign of interest and commitment from you. So the African Union Commission and ODA NEPAD, the REX, we are all grateful for your continued commitment to support this process. So the passion that you have exhibited, the commitment, is evident. So we want to sincerely thank you for that. So we still have 3 days of this process. You are going to be working individually in your respective technical working groups tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. I have been informed that you are going to be, there are going to be rooms divided. This room will be divided, I think, maybe 3 or 4. And there will be other rooms as well. So you will have a chance to sit within your technical working groups and continue to work to finalize your reports, but also to address some of those questions which you were asked here but not have time to respond. So within your group, you'll have a chance to do so. So we will let you to work under the leadership of your respective conveners and co-conveners. We are requesting that tomorrow at 5, that we meet here with the conveners and co-conveners. And by we, I mean the AUC team and the ODA team would want to meet with the conveners and co-conveners tomorrow at 5, basically to assess progress that you'll have made during the day, so that we get to understand what is happening. And we'll also do the same on Sunday evening at 5, so that we know that we're on track. The focus should be on finalizing the reports. Like we said, make sure you pick as much evidence as possible and include it in your report. But also you'd have a chance to present for 30 minutes. The last 2 days, we are giving you an hour because we wanted to allow you time to go very deep. But on the 29th, on Monday, we'll just be giving each technical working group 30 minutes for you to make your final presentation on final conclusions and also responding to some of the issues that you will not have had a chance. We don't want long reports. I repeat, we don't want long reports. You all received the guidelines. We just went through the guidelines because for each section, we are giving you the length of that section. The total is actually 13.5 pages. 13.5 pages. So we can allow you an additional 1.5, you make it 15. But if you must be verbose, no more than 20 pages. Because once you do that, then you are risking people not reading your report. People don't like long reports. But not just for them being long, there are many. The people that will meet to write the 10-year strategy and action plan are going to have the 13 technical working group reports, the 5 regional stakeholder consultations that were led by the RECs, I think another 5 or 6 reports from stakeholder groups, and now 40 plus independent memoranda, my friend. So if the longer you make your report, the higher the risk that people will simply brush over it and fail to pick the important information that you have in there. So I want to appeal to you, please keep the reports short, 15, maximum 20. Beyond that, you really would not appreciate those long reports. Now, in terms of giving you then the roadmap for the next coming, I would say 6 weeks. So there is going to be a group of people that will assemble in Kampala from the 5th to the 14th of August to use all these materials I just highlighted. For 10 days, they will sit down, synthesize, and produce the draft 10-year strategy and action plan. So that should be ready on August 16th. It will be sent to a group of people that we have identified as reviewers, independent reviewers. They will have it for 4 or 5 days. And then on August 21 to 23, there will be the final validation workshop in Kampala for that 10-year strategy and action plan. So by August 31, I want to have that strategy completed in my hands together with the draft Kampala declaration. So I'll have those 2 documents. Then I want to take them through our processes of translation into the AU languages for the whole month of September, as we prepare to take it through the ministerial session sometime in October. I think it's about October 23 to 25, and then preparing for the Kampala summit in January 2025. So this is it's not saying bye, but just to emphasize that what you are doing now is shaping the future of our continent for the next 10 years. You should feel proud that you have been part of this process and continue to be part of it. So over the next 2 days, please give it your all. It was a cocktail. I don't know the details of that cocktail, if it was real or they just wanted to motivate us. But whoever has that information, you can come and share that information. And yes, so with me, thank you very much. Panduleni, come. Oh, the direct observe. Okay. No, that work is not for here. Okay. So the comments have been received. Let the two groups complete their reports independently. Okay. Complete their reports independently so that we have 13 technical working groups. But like we told you, we are not going to end up with 13 commitments. Okay. So we are going to collapse some of those that are related, leave that work to the drafting team. Okay. Under the guidance of the commissioner. So with that, I understand you have the final word on logistics. Please. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Director, for clear instructions way forward. What time do they start tomorrow?
You know, when we were setting up these technical working groups, we did not want to be too prescriptive. We wanted to allow flexibility, and I think it has worked quite well. So we didn't want to be too instructive. But I would suggest if people can start at 9, I think it would be okay. 9 o'clock. People are going to have a cocktail this evening, and so there may be some extra sleep that they need to recover. But yeah, so over to you on the cocktail thing.
Thank you. For those who are coming to the cocktail, you start at 9. For those who are not coming to the cocktail, you can start a bit earlier.